Cap again, first. Hell yeah, Cap. Dude, you have been on it. What is up, guys? Goat Silva, what is up? I feel you, man. Yeah, Cap's super fucking quick. What's up, Hallmark? Woden, Pyro. Got everyone in here. Did you happen to check out this Funny Atheist Gospel Songs? I listened to the first one. I thought it was pretty good. I'm trying to... Well, I haven't tried yet. I'm planning on taking... Because you guys have sent a lot of songs and like little clippets and snippets and whatnot of sounds. And I'm going to put them in a folder so I can play them throughout each stream. What's up, Carrie? Sebastian, hey man. Well, I am ready to have a good time. I like the way we did it yesterday with letting them talk a little bit more. So I'll let a little bit of the BS slide, allow them to slightly tangent. I have my notes up so that I can keep them on track, but if your God exists, show me all the proof. Holy crap, no one else is live right now? Really? That's crazy. Okay, bet. I'll take it all. Bring it. You are perfectly fine. You are perfectly fine. I just have that up there just in case. I've got everything covered. I have a rental that I'm gonna go get tomorrow. Didn't work out today, sadly. I went to 4 different dealerships and it didn't work out. What's up, Ravis? I haven't read, Cap, what you posted in Discord. I haven't read that yet. Can you give me a quick synopsis of what the hell that's about? And the general, what you posted? Yeah, the background is actually, this is just the vertical layout. On YouTube, I have both vertical and horizontal. The background is actually split in half. One side is science, and the other side is religious dogma. Have you watched Alex O'Connor? Of course I've seen some Alex O'Connor. Who hasn't? By the way, I do plan on streaming the majority of the night, so let me show you guys something. I brought the whole fucking thing down. What's up, Daddy?
Oh, you know. How's it going, puppy?
Oh, yeah, I got to get the YouTube call-in up real quick as well. Let's get the YouTube link going. I'm going to get a new call-in. I'm going to get a phone number to just put on screen that people can call in. I'll do that over the next few days. Do I have a diaper too? You know that coffee's not actually a diuretic, right? It's actually got a fuck ton of water because it's like 70% water. It's not a diuretic.
It's real good though.
Big Bang Theory final boss. It is, the Big Bang Theory is proven. Hey, how dare you call me the fuck out on my fetus-sized bladder? Yeah, so it's a study from 2019 that shows we may actually not have a geometrically flat universe. I'm trying to comprehend what you just said there. I don't give it much credence though, because general consensus is still flat geometry of the universe. Honestly, the concept of there being possibility for other, I grant, but there's no reason to take that as a truth value until it's proven. Yep, run water over some beans. Do you have Royal Farms nearby? What? Let's get Fred. He's been talking some weird stuff in chat. Let's see what he's got. Fred, how's it going?
It's going well.
Okay, are you over the age of 18?
Yep.
All right, which religion do you follow?
That was actually what I was going to talk about, because I was basically going to say that you need dogma and indoctrination for shared values.
No, you don't.
Basically, because you don't?
No, facts and information provide shared values as well. We all believe in germs because of the facts.
I think you need I think you need an irrational basis. Now, this is an advocacy for religion. This is more like an advocacy for like European civilization.
You believe in germs, you believe in oxygen, you believe in water.
Yes, but
you
so
believe in
Chinese,
all these things
and they have concentration camps, so they're not morally our equals, are they?
Indoctrination is not good.
Well,
and I didn't compare us to China,
it.
and I don't give a fuck about the culture. I'm caring about the evidence justifying a belief system.
No, but you see...
You just red herring into China when we're talking about God is stupid as shit, and you're not going to pivot that hard.
God. I'm talking about the inherent need for irrational beliefs.
We're 100% talking about God. If you're not talking about God, adios. Literally, the prompt is there's no evidence for God. You want to go talk about something else? Go to someone who's talking about politics. Best of luck.
Like, I'm just wondering, though, with that, I know he's gone, but, like, if you need irrational beliefs, wouldn't the need for those quote-unquote concentration camps be as rational as...
if you wanted to take on his call, I would have let you.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. I just was sitting here thinking about it. I was just absorbing it as...
I just thought it was a weird red herring pivot. What's up, Wubba?
Yeah, hello.
Hey, man, you over the age of 18?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Awesome, brother. Which religion do you follow?
I don't follow a religion.
Which God do you follow, brother?
I just believe there is a God.
All right, why? What you got for us?
Yeah, I just think that it's just rational to think that there's a God due to a cumulative case of fine-tuning.
What about fine-tuning points to a God?
I think the discoverability of the universe predicts more observers than that of bare non-design.
What evidence do you have to compare that? That's a comparison argument you just made, that in
the
universe
evidence
with
is just
design versus non-design. So what universe have you compared?
What do you mean, what universe I have compared?
Yeah, it's completely irrational to believe that it's all natural, because when we talk about the precision of constants, it is our descriptions of the universe, and nothing made it that way. If you would like to provide evidence that something made it that way, then it could be rational to believe in a God, but there is no evidence for that. Would you like to provide it?
And I'm saying that it predicts more observers than the atheist hypothesis.
What do you mean by that? There's no atheist hypothesis. The atheist means lack of belief in a God or gods.
The atheist hypothesis would be bare non-design.
No, we still believe in precision. So, I mean, it depends on which fine-tuning argument you're talking about. Are you talking about it's literally tuned by a tuner? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay, right. So the precision of the constants are 100% natural descriptions of the universe. There's no being that made it that way. Do you have evidence otherwise?
Yeah, I'm just telling you that the way the evidence is just going to be that it predicts more observers.
I have no clue what you're trying to say there, Phil Bro. So I would love for you to demonstrate evidence that something made the constants precise, because that's what we're
Yeah,
arguing.
sure. So if we're just going to examine the two hypotheses, which was that there is one universe and it's designed, and the second
Brother, concepts
hypothesis
don't
is
make
that there's
things
one universe.
exist. Right now, what
Sorry,
you have on the table
why
is
are you
that
interrupting
precision
me?
is made by God, because I can, and it's my show. Don't like it, cry on someone else's channel. So your argument is that it is precise because
Are you
there is
losing
some
right
sort of
now?
a lawgiver. So you need to demonstrate that. Concepts don't make things real. Descriptions don't make things real. Or
What's the
definitions, I
argument
mean.
for that?
Right,
That's assuming one
you're the
worldview is
one
false.
presupposing and coming in with a burden of proof to prove that a god made something. So demonstrate it. If you can't, I'm just going to drop you for wasting my
Yeah, I already
oxygen.
did, and you just keep interrupting.
Adios, loser.
Was his argument just my presupposition is a presupposition, so it's a presupposition?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing too.
I think he was.
I'm glad I wasn't crazy.
I think he was going to go down a Bayesian reasoning route, but I was keeping him on track, and he didn't like being kept on track. What is up, iScout?
Hey, you're a loser. Fuck you.
100%. You over the age of 18, brother?
Fuck you.
Bet. When, where, and how hard? Are you over the age of 18, brother? Oh, okay. Adios. What's your belief on how we got here? Abiogenesis seems the most plausible.
He came up here screaming "fuck you," but how are you going to fuck me without micro penis? That's true. That's true. Deep philosophical things.
Had to teacup to find out his age. Something like that. Hart, let's get you in here. What's up, Hart?
Hi, I'm 19.
Wonderful. Which religion do you follow?
I'm actually atheist. I do not
Okay.
believe in really anything.
Sure. What you got for us today, then?
I feel like there is no evidence for God, really. Like, if you think about it, the stuff in the Bible just seems like a fairy tale, I guess, in a way, because, like, there's no way, like, for, say, Adam and Eve, like, Eve ate the apple, then bam, women are thing, everything. That's how everything started, apparently, according to some people. I feel like that is definitely just a fairy tale. I will believe in God when I find actual factual evidence.
Yep, some sort of justification.
Right, rather than just a book, basically.
Yep. Wholeheartedly agree. Hell yeah.
And because if you think about it, like I feel like humans did not come from Adam and Eve. Like there's a whole story to that.
Well, yeah, it's
I
also not
forgot the
possible.
word. Right. We literally we evolved from what is it?
Eukaryotes.
Yeah. And that's how we became a thing, is we slowly evolved, hence to why there were I can never remember these names. It's like so difficult. It's like I don't even know. I'm not even gonna say it.
Yeah,
but
you're all good. Well, I appreciate you requesting up, but we're doing theists only right now.
Okay,
So I'm gonna have to move on to the next guest, but I appreciate you hopping up and saying hi.
Yes.
All right, you have a good day. Bye-bye.
You too.
Let's get Wave in here. W's for that guest, by the way. Wave, what is up, my man?
What's up, man?
Hey, you over the age of 18, brother?
What's up? Yeah.
Awesome. All right, which religion do you follow?
Ooh, I don't know if I'm like it or you like it.
It
Hello,
sounded
yeah.
like it's coming from your side, but I can't see your like data bars that it usually shows, so I don't know.
That's more of it, like.
Ooh, yeah, you're lagging like crazy.
More like maybe like. Yo, hello.
Yeah, it's lagging like. Are you
My
driving?
bad. My bad. Yo, my bad. Hello. My bad. Yo, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Am I good now?
Okay. Yeah. All right. Which religion do you follow?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, so I'm like. My bad. Yeah. I'd say more of agnostic theist, but I just say I'm a deist primarily right now.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Why do you believe that there's
Like
something?
I believe in like. Yeah, like I believe that there's like a necessary being, I guess, but
why?
like I don't really know if like Well, so I guess first I'd ask you like by evidence, do you mean just like
Yeah.
something that would raise the probability of like a
No.
conclusion?
No. So evidence when it comes to science, especially like the definition in Oxford Dictionary is facts and information leading to a true conclusion or to decide whether something is true and valid. So when it comes to evidence, people say all the time, I've got evidence for X, Y, and Z. And then when you actually look at their claim or their quote unquote evidence, it's never actually something that shows a causal mechanism for what they're claiming. They're just ignorant on what it's actually showing, and or it's not showing what they want it to show, so they input a God of the Gaps argument into there. So for instance,
Yeah.
like let's say in the middle of the night someone says that they saw a face in the corner of the room and that is evidence for spirits. No, it's not. What it is evidence for is pareidolia. So you have to provide further evidence that actually justifies a belief that what you saw was some sort of a spirit, and there has to be some sort of a causal mechanism linked to the effect of spirit versus your
Yeah.
eyeballs, how you know that it was, like how did you test it, how do you know what it was, how do you know your brain wasn't playing tricks on you, stuff like that. So
Yeah, so then you're just saying that like with that analogy, then like obviously like we're more probable, like it's more probable that it was a mental thing rather than like a spiritual thing, right? And like
yeah,
you can
yeah,
like show evidence like that, but like you can't prove it obviously unless like because like you can't go back in time or something. Is that
correct.
what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, it's
So
unfalsifiable for sure. Yeah.
so it's just like so you're just asking for like something that raises the probability of the or
Well,
you're looking for like proof.
the problem with that is, for instance, something that's unfalsifiable. Okay. I can grant that we can use other forms of reasoning and logic to come to a justification to believe whether it's true or
Yeah.
not, but that still requires
Yeah.
logic. And when it comes to logic, you still
Right.
have to have induction, which still requires evidence for reasoning. You still have probability, Bayesian, which is going to, again, need and require evidence or data for a comparison value. You've got deduction, which is, again, just purely fucking evidence. So it all requires some sort of observable, demonstrable evidence to justify that this is true. Otherwise, I do grant what we call, it's called phenomenological conservatism. So it's kind of like if you do you know what that is at all?
I've heard of it, but just explain more.
Yeah, sure. So like, if you do something and it has a good outcome and you don't have the information to okay let me think of something you do a tarot card reading, for instance. Okay,
Yeah.
it's something stupid, this is not going to be perfect, but you do a tarot card reading or something like that, and
Yeah.
the tarot says that you're going to have a good day or a bad day, and then you have said day. If you don't have any other defeater that would explain why you had a good or bad day, it's fair to say I had a bad day and the tarot was accurate in telling me that. And then when someone brings up a defeater, like, well, you had a bad day or a good day because of the confirmation bias and the priming of reading that tarot, which is going to make you observe, so as long as there's no defeater argument for what you have a rational thought process behind, then it's rational to accept it.
Right.
That was a lot of tangent. I'm sorry.
No, you're good, bro. No, trust me, I know you're good. So yeah, like I'd say then, because this will make sense with like my reasoning and like what I'm gonna get into about like why I believe there's reasons to believe in like a higher being. But like let's just say like I don't believe in tarot reading, but like I know my girlfriend does. So, but I guess I'd say like so what if you're presented with let's just say someone goes to a tarot reader and maybe like 50 times, right? And 50 out of 50 times they conclude like what's gonna happen, like how your day is gonna be, and they're right every single time. Now, would you say it's more probable that it was a coincidence, or would it be more probable that like they had some sort of knowledge that like you need more further explanation for?
Yeah, so I actually do tarot, and I went through that mindset. It's got to be coincidence, and then I decided to look into the causal mechanisms, and it turns out to be purely psychological. So there actually is a percentage based of accuracy, but it's based on psychology. So that's
Right.
why I don't believe in that it's spiritual at all, because there's no justification to believe that the tarot itself is providing you an answer. What it is allowing your subconscious and you to tap into your subconscious and be able to prime your brain to
Right.
see certain expectations and make them happen. There's many different
well-
psychological effects for that.
Yeah, but what if that person is just they just kind of they're told to go and buy their friend and they don't expect anything like the first couple times and it like happens, do you think that still raises the probability?
It's still psychology. Like the more often you do
Mhm.
something like that, even if you only believe it like 1% your brain makes it real.
Like automatically?
Yeah, it's like so for instance, like
I mean, like I don't believe in tarot reading, but like yeah.
well, it's not magical. I don't believe in magic at all.
Yeah, I
We,
don't. I
we
mean,
call
like
it
I don't.
Magick. It's not
Yeah.
Magic. So it's just purely psychological. But yeah, even if you only believe something like 1%, so like you absolutely don't believe in it, you swear that it's not real, but there's a tiny little bitty itty bitty part of you that's like, but what if? Then your brain makes it so.
So, I mean, I guess I mean like I mean I'm not gonna debate the facts of tarot reading because that's I don't believe
That
that.
just like something thrown out there. Like the
Yeah,
purpose is like the reasoning
yeah.
behind it could be when I do this, whatever card it shows me ends up being the outcome of my day. So therefore, I am justified in believing that whatever card it shows me, I will most likely have that sort of a day. So like that's a fair reasoning based on the evidence that you pull this card. This card says you're going to have a bad day, and 60% of the time you have a bad day. So it's fair for you to assume that doing that actually has some sort of a relation in your actual day. But when someone comes up with a defeater argument, that's when you have to readjust your reasoning. It's like so saying that when it comes to things like
Yeah,
God
yeah, no,
claims,
when it
I
comes to
don't
that, I
grant
agree.
that
Oh,
there's
wait.
like solid reasoning.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I think I'm lagging again, bro. My bad.
Oh, maybe a little
Can I
bit.
drop? Wait, can you hear me?
I can hear you right now.
Can you hear
Tell me
me?
when you hear this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, you're like, can I drop and come back real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
My bad.
Let's get him up here. I see you guys in the request queue. We got Ape, Life, and Ivan. We'll get you guys on after this, gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. We'll give him a few seconds to get back in here. Ravis, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
I'm just
Okay.
sitting there cooking.
My Viking daddy be snacking.
Yeah, I just started cooking because my son told me he was hungry, so I was like, well, you got this conversation. I guess I'll.
Sure, yeah. All right, we're going to move on to Ape for now, and if he comes back, we'll get him next. What's up, Ape?
What's up, man?
Hey, man, you're over the age of 18, correct? Hello?
Am I lagging? Yeah, hello?
Yeah, you over the age of 18?
Is my
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. I said yeah. I'm not sure if
Okay, cool.
my connection's bad or something.
Seems to be bad connection. I'm going to turn off my Wi-Fi as well, just to make sure it's not me. Are you driving?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's the one that's lagging.
That's my bad. I'll come back
Actually,
another time.
Okay, brother. Appreciate you. Let's get Life in here then. What's up, Life?
What's up, man?
I think we had you the other day, correct?
Correct.
Awesome. All right, you're over the age of 18 then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then remind me which religion you follow?
I follow the God of the Bible.
Okay, cool. What you got for us, brother? I don't remember what we talked about last. I apologize.
No, it was pretty cool. We talked about tons of different stuff, but what would justify evidence for you in order for you to believe something to be true?
Yeah, that's a
How much
really
evidence
good
would you
question. Right off of the top of my head, typically my answer is I don't know what it would take, because again, it's not something that has happened. But right off of the top of my head, let's say I saw, if there was for the universe. Okay, let's think about the universe. If there was some sort of a hand-shaped particle or something that there was no energy, and then we're able to observe a hand coming from another dimension, like we proved another dimension exists, for instance, and a hand came out and then like a fucking energy orb spawned out of it, and the hand goes back into its dimension, and then our universe expanded, that would be some pretty goddamn fucking strong evidence.
Okay, so like, so if things like existing, so if just say there was a unicorn, for instance, people claim that there were unicorns but you never saw it personally.
Mhm.
But there's like 1,000 people like saw these unicorns, and they have pictures, like they took photos of them. Like, what evidence would you need to believe that what they saw and the picture they had were true?
Yeah, if we tested and had some like people, I don't know what they would be called, people to like test the photographs, make sure it's not edited in any sort of a way, and it was legitimately a horned four-legged horse with magical fairy dust powers or whatever, I would believe it. Yeah.
Right.
That would be some damn good evidence.
So if something is tested, because I mean, everyone, like, you can have a bunch of Christian, scientists, biologists, chemists, physicists having their own biased opinion and
Mhm.
evidence and testing, and then you can have a bunch of atheists testing and saying both are opposite in what their evidence is.
Mhm.
One's saying no, this is A, and this one's like no, we're all agreeing this is B. Who do you believe?
I'll follow the evidence. So if the evidence justifies one over the other, even if only 2 people agree with the evidence and 7 disagree with it, if the evidence justifies a belief in it, I'll grant that, even if lesser people believe in it. But if the more people were able to provide a really sound justification for why it's not sound evidence, then I would grant their argument as well. So I grant the evidence, not the people.
Okay, so the evidence. So if it's 50-50, 50 people are saying yes, this is A, and the other 50 are saying yes, it's B. Where do you fall in line? Like, which A or B do you align with?
Yeah, chatting with both
How
of
do you,
them and then debating which evidence justifies which belief and following that. And if I'm wrong, then one day there will be a really strong defeater or further evidence to prove that I'm wrong.
okay. And then so that leads the question of what evidence or what would you need in order for you to believe that the God of the Bible does exist? Like,
A
what would you
lot.
need?
I don't know. There's so many options.
Yeah, extraordinary. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So, the God of the Bible is like the most extraordinary claim you can possibly make, right? So, realistically speaking, we would have to at least be able to demonstrate a vast majority of the claims that are connected to them.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say, I hope you're not drinking that straight black. I mean, I don't know how people drink it coffee. I love coffee, but you gotta have a little bit of something in
Vanilla
there.
soy milk.
Yeah.
Soy boy.
I was
100%. I'm
I was
1,000% a soy
I
boy.
was the one asking you about if you had a Royal Farms nearby.
What does that mean?
It's like a Wawa or a gas, like a 7-Eleven or a Wawa.
Oh, no, I don't have a Wawa.
Yeah, it's called Royal Farms. I was just because I know you like lip pillows, and they got
Oh. That's a good way to say that.
and they got 4 of them you get 4 of them for $10.
Yeah, we have I used to buy them at Quick Trip, and then I found out my local liquor store buys them wholesale, so I get a pack of like 4 or 5 of them for like $7-8.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. I just watched I don't know, pretty fascinating documentary. It's kind of hard to explain. That it's oh gosh, I
You
just
talked about
lost
the
the name.
new
The
movie that
fish.
just came out?
No, yeah, I was wanting to tell you about that. I haven't got to see the whole thing, but
It's not accurate at all.
did you watch it?
No, but I
Or
looked up
you just read
the claims and the doctors and whatnot behind it. Same as like Lee Strobel's Case for Christ. In the back of the book, it has all the people he spoke to and whatnot.
Right.
So I went and looked at it, and 100% of it is biasy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, most of the stuff we follow, like, you're gonna be more biased towards.
I am
Like an
biased towards objective reality, yes. For me to
right.
believe in something
Okay.
supernatural would require a drastic amount of supernatural evidence. Like,
Is there any Christian, like, scientists, physicists, cosmetologists that you believe are the stuff they say you're like, oh,
Well, I mean,
I believe that.
I don't think that, just someone being secular or someone being religious doesn't make everything they say incorrect. So, like, there's some of the greatest minds of all time were theistic to some degree. So I listen to
Right.
them. It's just like even Einstein. If Einstein himself said unicorn farts heal broken bones, I'd call him a fucking dumbass because there's no evidence to justify it. So it really depends on, I don't give a shit who's saying it. I just care about how they justify it.
Right.
And-
By the way, cosmetology is hair.
yeah, so there are scientists, and many of the scientists in the field right now, they believe they follow the evidence, and they will go where that leads, even if it leads against their beliefs. Right? A lot of Christian scientists have recently started saying that, but prior to this movement, there's a handful. Like there's I can't remember his name. There's a famous geologist who basically said that he said that while I know for a fact that all of the evidence leads to the Earth being billions of years old, I cannot accept that because it stands against everything I know about the Bible.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like right there, he gives you the answer in his first sentence. He's like, it does not matter what evidence is. He's going to believe his prior hold beliefs regardless.
And I think that that is the most sound argument that a theist can come up with. I know that there is no evidence. I know that there is no proof, but I want to believe it because it helps me.
Right. Right. So okay, so like because you would say a lot of like the things in nature and the universe have evolved, like just came
Oh, yeah.
from.
I mean, trees are an
Okay.
evolution in biology.
So other things that like a car or a house or has like how do you explain I mean
Yeah.
a human made that, so it's kind
Yeah.
of hard like
This is
for
very close to
my
the
brain.
watchmaker fallacy. So basically, the argument is we don't find a watch in nature and think that it naturally formed in nature, right? Well, that's because a watch is only found made by human beings. A house has blueprints, it has engineers, etc. It has workers that build it. There is evidence for that. You can look at blueprints, you can look at the creator, you can look at the architect, you can look at the people building it, you can look at the carpenters, etc. You can see all the evidence to justify the belief that it was created by a human. You don't have that for a tree. You don't have that for oxygen. You don't have that for energy. Energy can't even be created. So why in the world would I believe that some magical unicorn created it?
Right. Okay. So, but some things like animals have created things,
Yeah. Beavers? Yeah.
stuff. Yeah, beavers a dam or
But we have evidence
birds
for
the
that.
nests. And,
We know for a fact that
yeah.
it's not a natural thing that just like forms unless there's like, I mean, you have like streams that can build a dam, for instance. Don't take the building part very literal, but like, if something gets swept down a stream or whatever, it can get pushed up and kind of form a dam. But
rock corrosion and
yeah, so there's certain natural things that can form a dam. And then we would also consider a dam natural anyways, because natural just means anything not made by man.
okay. Yeah. I mean, those are the things that I think about and like.
But you
where
got to remember, there's
okay, the
evidence for those being built. There is no evidence for the universe
right.
being built.
Well, I mean, besides the Bible saying God did it, I
Right.
mean, there's no
So
one saw.
Harry Potter says that fucking Harry Potter said Avada Kedavra. I don't give a fuck what the book says. There's no reason to believe that. That's stupid.
Right.
Marvel says that there's a man named Peter Parker climbing walls like a spider. I don't give a shit. New York is a real place. Congratulations. Israel's a real place. Congratulations. It doesn't mean that Peter Parker or Jesus Christ did these things. Like, it's just stupid.
Do you believe that Jesus
I'm a mythicist. I don't believe he existed.
was a real? Oh, you don't believe he existed.
Mm-mm.
So you don't believe he was a real human.
No, there's definitely a person named Jesus because it was a common name back then, Yeshua. But the Jesus of the Bible, absolutely not. There's no justification for that. There's zero contemporary witnesses. The Gospels are completely anonymous. The names were attributed by Irenaeus in the 2nd century. There's no justification to believe that except for it spread through sword, law, edicts of Theodosia, where it made it completely illegal to not be a Nicene Christian. They slaughtered people, they imprisoned people that were even Christians that just didn't follow Nicene Christianity. They just fucking imprisoned and slaughtered them. And then you also have 9 crusades in the name of the Christian God. So that's why it's big. That's why people believe it. And the book is just indoctrinated into people's lives. Majority of Christians believe because their parents believed. That's not a good reason to believe something.
I mean, I wonder if there was a lot of stuff that was destroyed in the Library of Alexandria.
Is there justification? That's what matters. You can go down
Yeah, I'm
conspiracies
saying,
all you want. I don't care. You know, is there evidence to believe that there were contemporary writings of Jesus? No. So why would I believe it?
The problem
yeah,
is,
so I'm
is that,
saying,
like, the Library of Alexandria was destroyed by Christians. So, like, if there was something in there which would back their point, they would
Oh,
have no reason to
good
destroy
point.
it.
yeah, no, yeah. I mean, just a thought. Like, I wonder if there were things, or there was like a census proving that these people existed, and they were, that was documented, or like there were other writings and stuff that were in that
Well, I mean,
library
you
in
can
Egypt that
believe in
was burned.
Jesus for sure. Like, I just don't, because there's no justification for it. Like, I have nothing against people that believe in it. Like, it is the consensus. I don't agree with the consensus because it's only a consensus due to everyone believing it. Like, all of the scholars, like right before they retire, they publish books stating how bullshit the story is. It's just
Yeah,
everyone believes it. So if a scholar comes out and says it's not true, their career is on the line. That's why it's still a
yeah.
consensus.
Yeah, and
Would
it's
would
also
would you live your say there was evidence that came about that
Mhm.
God was the creator.
Yeah.
The Bible was real. It is true.
Yep.
Would you live your life different? What would you
No,
change or
I
not
would
change
believe in
about?
him, but I wouldn't follow him because the stories in the Bible show him as a maniacal, genocidal, slave condoning, rape condoning douchebag.
Yeah, the Old Testament stuff.
Well, remember, Jesus, according to the Bible, Jesus said the law is not gone. I didn't come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. And what did he fulfill? The
Yeah,
sacrificial lamb. He didn't fulfill stating that you didn't have to follow the laws. That's further brought up by Paul when we're talking about Proverbs. You still have to follow the laws. And Jesus also said, if you
right.
love me, you will follow my commandments, which it's not just the 10 commandments. There's way fucking more than that. You're still not allowed, if you're a Christian, you're not allowed to eat shellfish. You're not allowed to mix fabrics, etc., etc. You're still allowed to own slaves, beat slaves, kill slaves, so much stuff. Like, you're still under old law.
Right.
You still have to follow it.
So you would still say you would be like, I'm not following this. I'm not.
Yeah,
So if heaven was real and hell, like if you were
I would go to
to
hell.
die, you would choose hell.
Yes.
Okay, I mean that's fair enough.
Like, of course I would. Like, just because let's say that we're in Nazi Germany during the time of Hitler, okay? And Hitler says, if you don't listen to me, I'm going to torture you. Are you going to listen to him? No, motherfucker, torture my ass. Fuck you. Like, yeah, I'm going to choose
Right.
the torture over choosing the maniacal douche. Of course. Absolutely.
Right. Okay. No, that's fair enough. Yeah. That's yeah. And have you ever had any personal encounter or
Oh, of
experience
course.
when you were a believer?
Absolutely. And then when I started learning how to critically think, even to this day, I go back to some of the things that I quote unquote experienced. And I'm like, okay, is there an explanation? I try and prove God and supernatural stuff on a daily basis, brother. That's one of the reasons I love this, because I want it to be real. Not necessarily the Abrahamic God, but I do want there to be something more. Because I'm so
Yeah.
used to it. I spent 22, 23 years of my life as a Messianic Jew Christian. So yeah, it's so ingrained in me that I miss it. So yeah, I want it to be real. I try and prove it. So I go back, I look at my old experiences, and I think to myself, is there anything else that this could have been naturally? Because that's,
Yeah.
again, also Occam's razor. We got to look at the most simplified natural explanation.
What was the most impactful
Oh,
experience
brother,
that
I've
you
got
had as a
so
believer?
many. My dad is a preacher. I grew up, our church was our house. So I was in the church 24/7. I read the Bible for like 8 hours a day and studied it. That was my homeschooling, was reading the Bible. So I
Right.
was so deeply in it that my brain just always saw that stuff. I always had dreams. I always had visions. Uh, if I laid my hands on people, they were supposedly healed like all the fucking time. I have a million of those experiences, but there's always a natural explanation.
So that would you believe that those things did happen, like they did happen?
The experience I perceived to be that. But when you actually look through it, for instance, actually kind of recently, one of the dudes that I quote unquote prayed over their leg and it healed, like immediately he was like, yeah, my knee is hurting. And I was like, all right, can you stomp it? He's like, no. Put my hand on him, prayed in the name of Jesus, and then he was able to stomp his knee afterwards. I ran into him a few years ago and the motherfucker has a knee brace. Like there's so much
Yeah.
psychology that goes into that stuff that even momentarily, sure, sometimes it works just because the brain is fucking amazing, but you're not actually getting to the root cause for the pains. So even if it seems to be healed, it's not necessarily healed. We got to look at the critical thought behind it. Do I know if it's actually healed or not?
Right. So have you ever seen anything supernatural like right in front of you that like
I have pareidolia all the time, brother. I wear glasses. I get glints and shines and whatnot. I always see shit out of the corner of my eye.
I'm saying like like a supernatural miracle.
I have never seen someone beheaded regrow their own limbs. No. I have never seen someone flying through the sky. I've never seen water turn to wine. No.
Okay. Yeah. It's hard. I had something kind of wild with my son that got bit in the face by a dog, and driving him to the hospital, and he had a hole in his face. And as we were driving to the hospital, the hole completely closed up. He has no scar, nothing on his face. It was kind of one of those things, like, I don't know how to explain it, but I saw it right in front of my eyes.
I have a couple of
I wasn't
possible
hallucinating, I don't do
explanations.
drugs.
So that's a high adrenaline situation. Your brain has false memories as well. And when you see blood or something traumatic happens, like a dog biting someone's face, especially your own child, your brain is immediately going to think of the worst of the worst of the worst of the worst. And 1 second you look at it and it looks like their arm is ripped off. And the next second you look and they actually have their arm. So maybe you saw a tiny bit of blood, or maybe they were screaming and saying that they had a hole in their face, et cetera, et cetera. So many different possibilities. And then when you're driving to the hospital, the adrenaline is slowly calming down. You slightly think a little more rational. You take another gander, and it's not what you thought it was. That's just false memories. That's just slight hallucination caused by the brain to make you get into action and get shit fixed. It's a safety mechanism. It's called fight or flight.
Yeah. Fight, flight, or freeze.
That too, yeah. Everyone forgets the freeze. There's also another one. I can't remember what it is though.
I think there's a book called The Body Keeps the Score. Have you read that?
I have not, but I've read some psychology behind that, and I definitely agree with that. Which is also another reason that meditation is so amazing.
Yeah. So you would say you do. I mean, not pray, but you do calm your brain and all that.
Oh, brother, I'm an atheist witch. I practice chaos magic.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, my wife's a mental health nurse practitioner, so she's always getting me to do these breathing exercises and stuff. And
Super good for you.
It's legit.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
very good. It's super legit. It works.
Physiology is amazing.
Right. Because some places, I mean, you can't, like, where I'm a believer, my wife's a believer, you can't bring Christianity, or, you can't bring that into the conversation. So you do, practical things like, hey, let's do some breathing exercises and stuff. So there is some, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Me personally, like us being the designer, how we were created or evolved, you would say, is the body, the mind, the body, the brain. It's fascinating. We still can't explain some things.
Yeah,
how our
100%.
brain does. It's like,
I think that's where the majority of theism or some sort of supernatural belief, because you can be an atheist and still believe in the supernatural, brother. Atheist only means lacking a belief in God. That's it, period.
Right,
You can
right.
still believe in the supernatural, but I think that's where 99% of all that comes in is A, indoctrination, and B, we don't know everything, so how do we know that this can't be true? Therefore, I'm going to live as if it is true, which I don't grant. I think that is illogical and uncritical. But I do
Right.
grant that for someone's experience, for instance.
First, okay, cool, sweet. Okay, well, I'll let somebody else up that's
Sure, brother.
more optimistic. So, or,
I appreciate you hopping up.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, bro.
Yeah,
you guys
you have a good
day.
one. That dude was pretty awesome. I like that guy. We got any other callers? We do. I got some over on YouTube, so give me a second, Ravis. Let's get over on the YouTubes. If you guys are on TikTok watching and you want to request up and try and demonstrate your God or whatever you believe in, go for it. I'm going to go over to the YouTube calls and we'll get, first up is going to be Nusoy, I believe is the name. Let's get you up here. How is it going, Nu? Hello, hello, hello. I'll be able to give you like 15 more seconds, man. Can't hear you. Doesn't seem like your microphone is on. If you're not on the page, it won't allow you to talk either. You have to be on the page with it open. All right, Nusoy, I'm going to go ahead and drop you and move on to the next one. If you want to re-request, go for it. Let's get in Brap in here real quick. Oh, 1 second. And this is why I usually don't allow YouTube callers. Warrior, let's get you in here. What's up, Warrior?
Hello, I have no idea why you believe in no God. I really fucking hate niggas, kill niggas. Soy one.
Let's get in Nu again. Nu, hey, how's it going, man? I still can't hear you. All right, I'm gonna drop you again. Oh, it's just another troll. Why do we have so many trolls in here? See, this is why I don't ever do the YouTube call-ins. It's always only trolls. Let's go ahead and get Answer in here. Answer, we'll get Answer in, and then we'll have Vic up next. So go ahead and hang tight. Appreciate you guys waiting.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, Answer?
Well, I don't have any end drops to.
Good. We don't need those. You're over the age of 18, brother?
Yes.
Wonderful. Which religion do you follow?
Psychology?
That's not a religion. That's a science.
I guess that then.
So you don't believe in a God?
I don't not believe in God.
I don't think we're going to have too much to talk about, brother. I'm here to debate people on the existence of their God.
Well, there was a couple things that I found interesting that you were saying.
Sure.
The stuff you were saying about like people doing like bad stuff in the name of religion.
I mean, some do, yeah.
I think you kind of brushed over it a little too quickly.
Okay.
I don't think that religion has anything to do with that.
Well, considering they did it in the name of it
like
and in
mass
accordance with the
psychology
Bible.
well, I mean, the scripture says whatever it's gonna say. You know?
Yeah, and if people
But
follow that scripture, they're therefore doing it in the name of their religion.
yeah, but I mean, it's in the thing. Like one of the main rules is not to murder.
Yeah, and then he does it over and over. And then he also demonstrates that it's okay to do it when he tells you to do it. Look at the Amalekites. Look at the Canaanites.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, God is a murderer and tells people to go murder. So it's in the name of religion. When someone says that they are Christian and they did it because God
Okay,
told them
hold
to, they
on.
did it in
Those
the name
are
of
two
religion.
different things because I feel like if God murders, it's a different like.
No, it's not.
Like
He
if
says
a
murder is
human
evil,
murdered.
period. Period. Like, he's not even able to withstand his own morals. He contradicts himself over and over in that book.
I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, so yeah, if someone does it in the name of the Bible, they're doing it in the name of religion. I'm not saying that all religions lead to that. Never did I say that. Some people have their own interpretation. There's 45,000 denominations of Christianity with hundreds of thousands of different interpretations. Some people interpret it and they do it.
I feel like what I'm trying to say is that I feel like human nature is just what leads to that.
Yeah, humans wrote the book. Humans made the religion.
Yeah,
and people follow the religion. So, in
just like any other history book.
what's your point?
I don't even think I have a point.
I don't think you do either. Well, I appreciate you requesting up. I'm going to move on to the next theist, though.
No worries.
All right, have a good one. Let's get Vic up here.
To give one of my favorite quotes real quick,
Sure.
while we're between guests, good people will do good things, bad people will do bad things, but it takes religion to make a good person do atrocities.
Oh, that's fair. I can grant that. I like that. Vic, let's get you in here. What is up, Vic?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, you're over the age of 18?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Which religion do you follow?
I follow all religions.
That's interesting. Okay, why?
I believe they all have some type of like reality to it.
Depends on what you mean, but I may or may not grant that.
I mean, we're all in different parts of the world, so you know, I believe like there's some things that we might not know because we're living in a certain place in the world.
Does that make a certain God real or not real?
I feel like all gods are real.
That contradicts those gods. Therefore, untrue and false.
Why do you say that?
Because many of the gods believe that there's only the one true God. So if there's only one God and another religion says there's 35,000 gods, that both can't be true. That's a logical fallacy. It's a contradiction.
That's why I said that I believe in all religions. Like
Yeah,
in the end of the day, it's not like all religions are completely right from A to Z, but they all have a good point making it one, you know?
I agree that some of them have good messages to certain degrees, but again, if there is one religion that says there only exists one God, and then another religion says that there are 45 gods, they can't both be true at the same time.
Why not?
It's a contradiction. So can a bachelor be married?
Yeah, but now we're looking at like definitions of this.
That's what a
the word,
contradiction
you know?
is. Yes. So a bachelor is an unmarried person, therefore cannot be married because A and not A cannot be true. A bachelor cannot, a unmarried person cannot be a married person at the exact same time. So one God only existing, period, and multiple gods only existing, period, cannot be true at the same time. There's either only one God or multiple gods. It can't be both.
Well, see, that's the problem. I feel like a lot of people think like that it's like it has to be one way
Think with
or another
logic?
way. I don't think.
That's called
mean-
logic. It's binary logic. A and not A. It's literally binary logic. There's syllogisms and stuff that go with it. There's mathematics that go behind it. It's an objective brute fact.
I mean, yeah, if you want to keep it that way, then I guess there's
But
nothing
it
else
is.
for me to say.
Can 3 plus 3 equal 72?
Like I said, it's all in terms of, you know, what people say it's true. You know.
That's not how that works. So 3 is not 72. 3 plus 3 cannot be 72. It would be 6. 3 things next to 3 things is 6 things. It cannot be
But now
72
we're talking
things.
about math. What I'm saying is things that we don't know.
It's
like-
logic. Yes, it is logic.
But is it a fact?
Yes.
Are these things like an actual
so
fact? With
when-
religion, we're talking about, not numbers.
Yes, because we live in a world with axiomatic principles like things exist. That is a brute fact, and we can demonstrate it. Here you go. This thing exists. All demonstration, all evidence justifies the belief that this pen exists. There's no reason to not believe that.
Exactly.
There are
so
objective facts.
So all of these religions, they exist. Am I wrong?
Yeah, the book exists. Congratulations. It doesn't mean the gods exist.
Okay, but these people in these countries, they believe that they exist. So
Sure.
how come you
People
think it
believe in
doesn't
Santa
exist?
Claus too.
Kids believe in Santa Claus.
There's adults that believe in Santa Claus. You ever heard of Krampus? Come on now. And then people also, there's writings about Spider-Man. There's writings about Superman. There's writings about Harry Potter. There's writings about unicorns and fairies and fae and goblins. And it doesn't mean they exist. Yeah, people believe in them. So what? Just because someone believes in something doesn't make it true.
It kind of does because it's their own reality.
I believe 2 plus 2 is 72.
That's your reality.
Nope.
No,
There is
we
objective
share-
reality and subjective. Objective
share
means it is
reality,
mind
sure, but-
independent. So there are
But in
things that
the
are
end,
true.
like you create your own reality. So if you believe that
To a
all the
degree.
gods are one,
Pause. We can go down that. To a degree. So I am someone that I'm an atheist, but I practice witchcraft, okay? I do accept the psychology that you can, to some degree, quote unquote, mold your reality. That is called perception. You can do practices and do meditations and trick your brain into certain ways of perceiving reality in some sort of a way. That is called subjective thinking, though. It is only true in your mind. It is not objectively true in reality. Just because I own a Jeep Wrangler and I see Jeep Wranglers more than I see Hondas does not equate to, therefore, there are more Jeeps than there are Hondas. It is a subjective experience that is not necessarily true in objective reality. So you have to differentiate reality versus imagination.
okay, but okay. So witchcraft, don't you think that's some sort of like religion in the end?
There is Wicca, yeah. All Wiccans are witches, but not all witches are Wiccans. I am an atheist. I don't believe in that. I believe in psychology.
You're an atheist, but you believe that like witchcraft is real?
No, I believe in the practice of psychology. There's no such thing as magic and supernatural, no. But I practice certain things that benefit me psychologically.
Okay, but what did you say you were? You said you were.
I'm a practicing atheist witch. I do witchcraft practices that benefit me psychologically.
You consider yourself a witch.
Yes, I'm an atheist witch. Yes.
Okay, so what's a witch to you?
Someone that practices the craft. The craft being whatever the fuck I want it to be. I light candles and meditate. That's psychology. I use tarot cards for subconscious understanding. That's psychology. I use a pendulum for yes or no answers when I'm stuck and have a hard time making a decision. That's psychology.
Right.
It's
So
not
you believe that
magic.
you believe that it's your subconscious moving it and like giving you these answers.
No.
So what do you think is giving you these answers?
Our interpretations of them based on our subconscious thought processes. It's literally demonstrated and tested by a psychologist named Carl Jung. We know that it is psychological and there's no magic about it.
So you don't think like just you doing that, like the practice of you moving the pendulum and things actually like, you know, just your own within you don't think that that's already like a religion in its own?
Nope. It is meditation, it is psychology, it is physiology, it is science. I don't believe that a supernatural demon, angel, spirit is doing these things. I know it's my brain. I know when I hold this pendulum that slight micro movements are going to cause it to sway a certain way or not. I know the psychology behind it. There's nothing magical about it.
You don't believe that there could be like a spirit moving it?
No, there's no reason to believe that. Same as there's no reason to believe there's a magical unicorn in my backyard right now.
Interesting. Okay, well that's all I have.
I appreciate your insight. You have yourself a good day, Vic.
You too.
Very interesting. That was very interesting. If you guys haven't followed or subscribed yet, go on ahead and do that. We've got 9 new followers from this stream over on TikTok, and we got, I can't see over on the YouTube how many we got, but we got a lot of you in here. Got just under 200 and some odd people. Appreciate you all being here. Mods, thank you for all your work. Appreciate the hell out of you guys. You're absolutely amazing. Love every single one of you guys. Look at that. We just got a whole bunch of new followers over on the TikTok. Got User, SK, Naomi, Nate. You guys are absolute legends. Let's go ahead and move on to, how do I pronounce that? Korenica? Korenica? I'm going to call you Mente. Let's get that. There you go. How's it going, Mente?
Hi, man. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You over the age of 18, brother?
Yes.
Awesome. Which religion do you follow?
I'm a Muslim atheist. Muslim theist. Muslim theist. Yes, Muslim. I'm just excited for their life. Sorry, man.
All right, brother. You're all good. All right. M's. Someone signal the bat signal. Turn on the bat signal. All right. So I've got my Quran right here. We can go through that, but the problem is I can't even give credence to it. If you're going to go down any prophecy, we can. It will take a little bit of time. Obviously, I don't speak Arabic, so I will have to translate every single sentence, but I do have it. What you got for us today? Why should I believe in Allah?
I mean, I think the question you put on the screen is interesting, right? There is no evidence for God. So
Sure.
How would you define God specifically, and what would constitute evidence for you?
Yeah, God, by definition, is going to be the triomni, all-powerful creator of the universe, and evidence, by literal definition, is facts and information leading to a true or valid conclusion.
Right. So if you take, for example, a multiverse framework,
I don't believe in it.
Say, perfect. Okay, that's good, because if you believe that, then you have infinite multiverses. You are bound to have a godlike being in those. So,
I don't even grant that.
For me, I think yeah, that's perfect. That's takes the problem out of the window. I think the Avicennan argument for God's existence, which is a variation of the contingency one, is pretty strong, because you know how the argument goes, right? You have existence, which means, I mean, this is not something you can deny unless you are an ontological nihilist. This means that
I am a nihilist.
Ontological nihilist?
Well, I'm in. Oh, ontological nihilist. Gotcha. No.
Yeah, you're not an
No.
ontological nihilist. Means you can't.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
yeah, exactly. Okay. So you do believe that things exist.
Yes. That's my favorite axiom, actually.
Yeah, it's the strongest axiom. Is that's actually how the Avicenna argument starts. And if that's the case, then the argument goes that things cannot come from the absence of being, because absence of being, by definition, is no being. It has no causal power, which means that the status of being, i.e., the predicate of being, is metaphysically necessary. But if that's the case, the predicate actually has to apply to a being, which means that there must be at least one being which is metaphysically necessary.
You're
Now, the
using
atheist will
being,
say,
but we could say just anything that is being in existence instead of an actual entity. So do you want to rephrase
there is-
being
there
as
is
into
a-
some sort of existence of something, or do you want to say entity?
we will get to it, but you do recognize that the predicate of necessity in being does have to apply to a real being.
Well, you're going
Whether
to the
that's universe-
presupposition of the tag argument.
No, it's just classical Avicenna contingency argument.
Yeah, the universe is necessary. You have to demonstrate that it's contingent upon something.
Yep, exactly. But we're getting to that. First of all, you recognize that the predicate of being, which is a necessary predicate, has to apply.
I agree that
to
there is
a
no
being.
such thing as nothingness, and that all things have existed.
Okay. Yeah, but the status of being is necessary. There is no possibility of having no being as a possible.
There is no
predicate, right?
such thing as nothingness. Correct.
I would say that
No. This is not. Sorry. This is not what I'm saying. Does being as a predicate have a metaphysically necessary existence?
Things exist is a necessary predicate. You're trying to get me
Okay,
to agree to
so
your words. I can agree that things
no.
exist.
This
I
is-
agree
well,
that the
Kevin,
universe is
Kevin.
necessary. Do you want to move on with your argument, or do you want to keep on running in
No,
circles?
because I did not claim. I did not get to the universe yet. If things.
That's
so I
where
will
this
go
is
slow.
going.
If things cannot come from nothing,
Correct.
and things
Well, not
exist,
necessarily.
and
We
things-
actually don't know that.
so things can come from the absence of being.
I don't know. It's a good question.
So you're saying that no being, which is ontological nihilism, can have a truth value?
No clue.
Are you serious, man? Come on.
Here's
So wait,
the
let's go. Let's go slow. Let's go slow. Let's go slow.
Wait,
Let's go slow. Wait. Can things come from nothing?
No, you're going to wait for a second. Can you demonstrate a nothing? In case you're wondering, you got muted because I had to ask you a question in order to better understand your argument. So you can unmute yourself now and answer the question, can you demonstrate a nothing?
Yeah, I mean that's your question presupposes that you consider that
Brother, you're the one
nothingness-
with the burden here, not us. You're stating a magical unicorn that has always
We're
existed.
getting Okay, so now
you're the one with the
just,
burden.
You're just straw manning me because I
I'm
realize
not
you're
straw
in the
manning you
50-50.
at all. Are you
We're
stating
defining
are
God.
you stating
We're
that the
defining God.
universe is contingent upon a god?
I do not claim that. I do not claim. I do
I'm
not make that claim.
asking you. I
You're
didn't say
talking
you
about.
claimed that. I'm asking you. Stop trying to straw man, dipshit. Now, are you trying to say that the universe
Are
was
you
created
getting
by a
rubber
god?
or
Yes
what
or
now?
no? Are you trying to say that the universe was
irrelevant.
created
That's
by a god?
irrelevant.
Yes or no? It's
No, I
irrelevant.
know. I
Wonderful.
know.
We'll
I'm
move on to
cooking.
someone
I'm
that wants
cooking
to
with
have a conversation then. Hansel, let's get you in here. Appreciate you for being patient.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing, brother? You over the age of 18?
Yes, I am.
Okay, which religion do you follow?
Islam.
Islam. Okay, what you got for us?
First thing I wanted to ask you a little question on something that you said about the pendulum. You
Sure.
said there's gonna be like a yes or no on a paper.
Yeah,
and
sure.
you swing the pendulum. Well, it depends. Like if you're holding the pendulum directly over either a yes or a no, then ultimately you would stop in like a yes on that specific thing that you're holding it over.
Well,
Wasn't
so
it?
the way that I do it is like I hold it super still, just up like this, and then it'll start
Mhm.
going clockwise or counterclockwise.
That's because your hand starts moving slightly.
Correct.
Okay, so you think that that's like some sort of intuition to like make it a conclusion like yes
It's
or no?
it's subconscious. Yeah, it's
And
subconscious
it's not
micro
subconscious,
movements.
it's the physical movement of your hand.
Yes, it's caused by the subconscious and micro movements. Yes.
Yeah, all right, whatever. By the way,
What
when
the
you said
fuck
something
kind
came,
of attitude is this for, dude? I'm just giving you an
Anyways,
honest answer based in
all right,
psychology.
when you say that, now I'm gonna go back to another thing you said when you said something can come from if something can come from nothing. We don't know necessarily if it's gonna be a god. It would necessarily follow that an all-powerful mind would be the creator of something if
That's
something
not
does come from
necessarily true.
nothing. Oh, that is true. You wanna
Not
know the
necessarily.
argument for that? Yep, I'll give you
Why
the
couldn't
argument
it
for that.
be something
Because
natural?
because if it had and there's an infinite amount of time prior, then it would have created an infinite amount of somethings. There's not an infinite amount of somethings.
Yeah, there is. Infinite
No,
is the
there
thing that
isn't.
exists.
There's
Okay,
no
so
infinite amount of
no,
concrete
no, no, no.
objects.
Okay, between the number 1 and 2, there's an infinite amount of. The thing is you're looking at infinite as if it's a timeline.
I'm not I'm not talking about like first of all, even when you're getting into that, you do realize Aleph 1 does not describe the number of digits that come between two distinct numbers, right? We're saying that when we count any like transfinite number, at least like, in set theory or cardinal, if we're like representing the cardinality of something, it would be like we take the power set of 2 to the specific infinity that we're trying, and then the rearrangement of that would be the collection of all the possible subsets, and then the subsets would entail the new infinity, right?
I've got a
So it seems like
couple of issues with this. I'd say my first problem is like, so like if we go back to like the hot dense state, for instance, right? Planck time, you could have an infinity between the 0 and -1 of time.
I don't dispute that. I'm saying that even if I have like, for example, if I asked you what's 1 divided by 0 is essentially what I'm asking you here, right? So if I said that there's this point in time where there's 0 and then it
Well,
moves to
Planck
1.
isn't necessarily 0, brother.
No, I know. Okay, well, you just made the claim that something can go from 0 to 1. So I'm saying if something
Not
goes from 0 to
necessarily.
1, or like 0 to any
Brother, the
arbitrary
only
finite
thing that
number.
I have done this entire time is say not necessarily. You're the only one here making claims of absolutes.
No, I'm trying to. When you said the guy said that if something comes from nothing, then it entails that God is the creator, and then you said, "Oh, that's not necessarily true."
Yeah, not necessarily. It's a
It could
false
possibly be
dichotomy. It could be a deeper mechanic in physics that doesn't adhere
Oh,
to
okay,
time in the way
okay,
that we
which is
understand. It could be a quantum
okay.
fluctuation of quantum fields. It could be your God. It
Yeah.
could be 30,000 other gods. It could be a
Okay.
unicorn. It could
So-
be Voldemort. It could be Harry Potter.
So if we, well, no, I never made the claim that it's going to be a specific. All I said is going to be an all-powerful.
It doesn't have to be
being
a
that has a
mind, brother.
mind. Oh yeah, it doesn't entail.
It could be a natural thing.
No, it entails.
That's
mind,
why
and
it's
I
a
can
false
explain to you why.
dichotomy. It could be a natural thing.
Well, okay, we can get into that. So if I said something like, all right, 1 comes from 0, and then this from some sort of like infinite energy source that exists within the universe, right? Then that in itself would exist an infinite.
Brother, I'm
amount
not
of time.
following you at all right now. Can you dumb it down for me?
Yeah, so like it's essentially if I said something has the possibility of happening, right? If something possibly can happen, then it
It's
would
also
be
possible it could be
thing that
Voldemort.
after enough time this thing is going to happen.
Not
right?
necessarily.
So that does follow. It's
No, it doesn't.
true under this.
Is
you know
it
what the
going
second
to
law-
happen that somebody falls through a wall because all the particles went through it? Is that ever going to happen?
If it has a possibility, then yeah.
It has a possibility. It's never going to
If it
happen.
has a non-zero probability, then the
It's not how that
possibility
works,
would be
brother.
1 in infinite. Yep, that's exactly how it works.
Nope, because
Would
it
you like me to
resets every
demonstrate?
single time.
No, it doesn't reset every single time.
Yes,
if
it
you have an
does.
infinite amount of
Literally
time.
every
No.
So it
you're-
resets with every single
Okay,
attempt.
so-
The statistic
okay.
resets. So it is
That's-
statistically
that's
possible, but it
completely-
resets every
that's
single time
irrelevant.
to such a degree where it's basically impossible. But the fact that it's mathematically
Right.
still technically possible in some form of the calculation is why we say it's possible. It's
the
never going to
reset- the
happen.
reset- Okay, the reset's like completely irrelevant.
It's
so we can
100%
just take, like,
relevant.
an
That's how
arbitrary number.
probability works.
So
That's
I know, I
literally the
understand that. So if
definition
I'm
of how
flipping a
probability
coin,
works.
if I flip a coin, right, and I said, all right, you know, if I flip this coin, I'm either going to land on heads or tails. Now I
Mm-hmm.
land on heads. If I flip it again, it doesn't raise the probability that I'm going to land on
Correct.
tails, right? Correct? Yeah. But when we were talking about if I kept doing this, right, it could be in the 100th try and the billionth try that I finally land on tails.
Yeah,
But
because
the thing
it's a
is,
50-50,
it's
brother.
eventually going to happen.
Yeah,
Since it
because
has
it's
the
a
non-zero
50-50.
probability.
When it comes to certain things, it's not
No,
a
no.
50-50.
It's
Like,
not about it
your
being a
atoms
50-50.
going through are
It's-
0.0000000. Like, it's such a small, minute number, and
Okay.
when it resets so much
Okay.
in our lifetime and in the expectation of how long existence will be, it's not ever going to happen mathematically.
well
Even
then-
though it
well
is
then just
possible mathematically, it's never going to happen.
mathematically, just take the 1 and then put it in front of, you know, put it in front of like the decimal
Brother.
and then remove the decimal place and multiply by that and it will happen.
That's not how
That's-
this works.
That's the likely outcome. No, that's
No.
the likely outcome. and
So the
probability.
likelihood is going to be
Oh my
damn
God.
near 0, even
Okay,
though
and then all you
because it's possible mathematically, but we only have so much time that
Okay.
we know of. So it's never going to happen in this lifetime. It is possible that it could happen, and we would look into that and be
it
like,
doesn't
what's
have
the
to happen in
cause?
our lifetime.
But I
if
mean,
the
this is
lifetime
all
is
like
infinite,
this is all
if
like
the
a
amount of
massive
time-
red herring from God anyway.
Okay.
So why should I believe that
if,
God exists?
if the amount of time is infinite, right, then it's
so
going to
leaving
happen.
the
If I
red
said that-
herring from mathematical probability, why should I believe God exists?
Well, it seems like you don't understand
I
probability.
know you don't. So with the
Can you
red
give me-
herring,
you think I
away
don't
from-
understand
I know you don't.
probability?
So
Do
with
you know
the
what the
red
standard
herring
formula for
into,
probability
hey,
is?
Phil, bro, slow down. Why should I believe in
not a
your
Phil,
God?
bro.
You are. Why should I believe in your God?
Well, I'm trying to explain to you.
Well,
that,
stop
you
with
know,
the
the
Philbro
universe-
rhetoric. Dumb it down. Say it simply, like you're a human being, and then we can have a conversation. If you don't want to
Well,
do
I'm
that, I'm
trying
going to
to,
move
but
on
it
to
seems
someone
like you're
else,
not
and you can move on to Ian.
No, I'm
Okay,
actually
cool.
just-
Since you don't want to, cool. Fuck off. Go to someone that gives a shit about your feelings and opinions.
These are all clean, by the way.
What's up, Evan?
Sup? I mean, I don't even know why you had a guy with Charlie Kirk on here.
I thought,
Being
well, we were having
self-indulgent.
some really good talks. Like, we had like 3 or 4 callers that were really solid conversations.
Okay. What was that guy's argument?
Well, it red herringed hardcore. We went from talking about God to talking about nothingness to then he went straight into probability, and then he was saying it's basically it was like he was saying a false dichotomy of nothing can come from nothing, and it is God. And I was saying not necessarily. Maybe there's a deeper mechanic in physics we don't know about.
No,
It
nothing
could
can come
possibly be
from
a natural
nothing.
explanation.
Yeah, that's true. Does the
Presupposing
Big
that
Bang-
nothingness was there,
Yeah.
right? Like he's
Yeah,
presupposing that the
do-
universe was
do
created.
scientists say that nothing created everything? No,
Nope.
scientists don't say that.
But he was a Philbro trying to talk too fast to even let us explain. He just
And any
wanted to go into
scientist
the
who does-
mathematics of it.
And he's talking about cosmology.
What's up, one?
Has no idea what he's talking about.
Sorry, I'm gonna let y'all finish.
You're good, brother.
No,
We're done.
you're good,
Actually,
I was
one
done.
second. Hansel, we don't know if it was 0. The math doesn't fucking matter when it comes to that. You need to demonstrate why we would believe there was nothing in the first place, and why we should believe that a God exists, and why we should believe that God created something from nothing. You're the one with the burden, not us. Best of luck in life, dumbass. What's up, one? How you doing, bro?
What's up, bro?
You over the age of 18, brother?
Yeah,
Awesome. Which religion do you follow?
Christianity.
Okay, cool. What you got for me? Why should I?
I'm not gonna lie. Just makes a lot of changes in the world. I just think God is real, man.
Why?
I don't know. It's just like before I was with God, like
How can you be with something that doesn't exist, brother? Why should we
I
believe it
wasn't-
exists?
I wasn't filled with happiness.
I am super happy. Why should I believe
And
God
now
exists?
I am.
I don't need your
And
testimony.
I know. I'm
I
gonna
don't
explain
need
that
your
right now.
testimony. Fuck your testimony. No one gives a flying monkey's ass. No one gives a shit. I only care about the evidence.
So are you gonna talk over me?
Yes,
or
I
gonna
am 100% going to talk over you if you go into testimony. Nobody gives a shit. Fuck off with it. If you care about testimony, go to some Christian fucking creator where he gives a fuck about your feelings. I don't. Why
I
should
just
I
think
believe in
God
your
is real,
God?
bro.
Yeah, prove it.
You need respect, gang. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, fuck you. I don't owe you respect, nor do
Serious
you
though. I
me.
hope you die. Suck my dick. I'll slap the shit out you. Fuck you
Bet
talking
when,
about.
where, and how hard?
I believe in God, but I'll slap the shit out you. Fuck
Okay,
you talking about.
prove it.
I slapped the shit out of your mom, dude. Like, calm down. That's not the
Dude,
Senator.
he
That's
got
not the Senator
mad. He got mad as fuck. All right, we're gonna give Hansel another shot. Hansel, you need to slow down, Phil, bro. Slow down, and hopefully we can have an honest conversation. We're dropping the mathematics. If we want to get back into mathematics, we can, but we got to be on the same page, dude. We got to be on the same page. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I was saying prior, when you were off, you're presupposing that there was a nothingness. You're presupposing God exists, and you're presupposing God created something from nothing. I have no reason to believe that.
Okay. So can I please make the claim again, and then we can just get into
Go
the
for it.
justification?
Just be,
So,
dude, brother,
if-
please, for the love of all the fucking gods and goddesses, slow it down. Use regular colloquial words.
Okay.
We are
So-
not fucking Phil bros, and I have zero
Just-
patience for Phil douchery.
Just tell me like the moment you don't follow.
Dude, that was the dumbest thing you could have said right there too. You're such a Phil bro. Go for it. God damn.
So, if x is greater than
Dude,
0,
holy shit.
oh my god, can I speak?
Why?
Like, it's not that hard
Fuck
to
the
track.
math. Why should I believe that nothingness existed and that the universe came from nothingness by a magical unicorn? Go to that.
Oh, yeah,
If you're
because-
incapable of getting off of your script, go fuck
Mm-hmm.
thyself.
Yeah, because the universe is not necessary, or else
It
would be
is.
infinite.
Prove it's not.
Because they would be infinite.
I
If
don't
it's
know
not
if I
infinite-
grant that it's infinite, but I do grant that it's eternal.
Oh, then that doesn't follow because the universe is
So
expanding. and if
prove
it's
what
eternal-
it is contingent upon.
I just told you, an all-powerful being with a mind.
Prove
So I'm
that.
trying to get into that.
This is
I'm trying
science,
to
my
get into it, but
brother.
you keep
You
cutting
have
me
to
off.
empirically prove the empirical claim that the empirical
the
universe was
empirical
empirically
claim-
created by something.
Yes. Okay. The empirical claim is that the universe is expanding.
Yes.
You accept that?
Yes.
Okay. So since the universe is expanding, that means that it has it has the potentiality to expand, since it is expanding, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I said that this individual fell from his bicycle, that means that he always had the potentiality to
Dude,
fall from his bicycle.
get on with it.
Okay. So essentially, the argument goes like this: since the universe is expanding and it always has this non-zero probability, and if it's eternal, then it would eternally be expanding, right?
Not necessarily.
No, it could be like a fraction of expansion, then it stops for 1,000,000 years,
And
and then
then
it
it-
expands even just an inch in
Dude,
1,000,000 years. But if
that
there's
is
an
not
infinite amount of
current cosmology, my Joel. Dude, that's
yeah,
not what we
okay, then-
believe.
well, then what-
that is
what- yeah,
not
what do you
the Big
accept?
Bang
It's
Theory. That is
called-
not crunch. That
I
is
think it's
not
called
cosmology.
Thorium's theorem. It's called
Okay, wait.
Thorium's
What?
theorem that proves that it could not have always been expanding, because that would mean
okay.
it would always be going back to a certain point.
Wait, do you believe in the cyclical universe, like the
Yes.
conformal cyclical model? So which one, the
No, I don't.
conformal cyclical model or the standard? cyclical model?
I grant crunch.
Okay. the
There's
crunch model.
obviously no proof. We have not demonstrated it. We have not observed it. But it is the most plausible with the physics, math, and logic that we currently have
I
that
don't
it
think
will
so. I
crunch.
think- Wait,
The-
do you accept the second law of thermodynamics?
Yeah, the conservation.
Okay, so if I said the second law of thermodynamics is that entropy only ever increases, and if it's this eternal level of entropy that keeps expanding back and forth, then there's an infinite amount of entropy. If there's an infinite amount of entropy, then it needs an
That's a
infinite amount
lot.
of space.
That's a lot of claims.
Wait, that's not that's very trivial. If there's infinite
Brother.
entropy, there must be infinite space.
What we know
Do you,
is the universe was in a hot, dense state. It started expanding thanks to dark energy. The
Yeah, you told me that.
acceleration of this expansion is slowing down. That is
and it's
evidence.
gonna come back.
Slow. Shh.
Okay.
That is evidence for two things. A, it could slow down, pause, and continue again, or that it can slow down and crunch. Right now, the main plausibility hypothesis is that a crunch will happen. I'm not a mathematician, neither are you. I'm not going through the fucking
I'm not
math
a
with
I'm
you.
a math major.
So I'm not a math major. I'm not going to argue about things that I am that ignorant on. If you want to demonstrate to me that the universe was created, go for it.
Yeah.
I'm not going through the fucking binary, boring horse shit of the math of it. I'm not a math major. I'm ignorant on that subject. If that is the
Okay, but
only way for you to prove a God, then your God can only be proved by having a fucking degree, which is not the definition of what your God spoke about.
okay,
Your
okay,
God
okay.
specifically said in the Bible that it is made for the poor, that it is made for those that are foolish, and they will be made wise in the eye of God and dumb in the eye of man. If you require a degree to be able to demonstrate anything about your God, it's not the God that you believe in of the Bible. So
Alright,
shut up with the horseshit rhetoric and demonstrate why I should fucking believe nothingness existed, the universe came from nothingness by a magical unicorn.
okay. So it's very simple. Universe expand, get big, get small, get big, get small, eternally.
Don't
Right?
give a shit.
And
Demonstrate that it once did not
I'm trying to
exist.
speak.
You
I'm
pivot
trying to speak in
so
moronic
hard.
language so you
You
understand.
pivot so hard. Demonstrate that the universe at one point did not exist and was created.
I'm getting to that. I have
Get
to
to
use
it.
this
Land
data.
the plane. Land
Okay,
the
but you're not
plane.
letting me. How
Yes,
about
I
just
am.
mute
You
up
keep
then?
on going.
All right.
I am keeping
You
my
always
cool.
do the most. Just stop and listen.
I'm keeping my cool. I don't care about the math here. I'm not going to understand the math. Neither are any of the viewers. Nobody gives a shit.
Wait,
If it
so
was
that means it's
mathematically
wrong?
proven, there would be a consensus about it that we could read in simple terms because you're not providing simple terms, which tells me that you don't understand it either. If you're only capable of explaining it in the most complex way possible, what that tells me is that you don't know it and you are reading a script. If you are able to Occam's razor it, then I will believe it, or at least follow along to some degree. You should be able to dumb it down. You're incapable of doing that. Plus, the other fact that you keep on pivoting. The claim that you have is that a magical unicorn exists. The universe did not exist, and then the magical unicorn created it from nothingness. That is your burden to prove. Stop with the mathematics, demonstrate how you know this to be true, the empirical scientific facts behind it, and why I should believe it.
Yes, I'm getting to that. It's like
No,
a
you're
little
not.
step by step.
Fuck off. Don't come back. What's up, Shaquille?
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right, brother. You over the age of 18?
I believe that you're another person who's looking for evidence for God.
Yeah, are you over the age of 18?
Yes.
All right, which religion do you follow?
Islam.
Islam. Cool. What you got for me, brother?
Yeah, so you're saying that there's no evidence for God. What kind of evidence are you looking for, by the way? sir?
Depends. What evidence do you have?
Do you believe in gravity?
Yeah, we have evidence for gravity. What evidence do you have for God?
What evidence do you have for gravity?
So this
Do you
is
see
called a
it?
burden
Do you
shift. This is called a burden shift. You're going to want me to explain everything about everything. We're not going to do that. You have a claim that a magical unicorn created all things. Prove it. Fuck off with the burden shifting. It doesn't work on my channel. Don't like that? Fuck off to someone who gives a shit about your feelings. I don't. I want you to stick to your claim that a magical unicorn created things, and you're going to prove that. It is not my burden. Guess what? Let's say this. I know nothing about anything. Demonstrate why I should believe yours.
Right, first of all, I've not made no claim yet. I
First
want
of
you to-
all, you do have a claim. You're Islam. You believe in the Islamic God. That is your claim, that a magical unicorn created all things. That is your claim. You can either prove it or you can fuck off and cry in someone else's chat that gives a shit.
I get the feeling that you're not.
Okay,
seeing-
shut the fuck up with the crybabying and whining and pivoting, blah, 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 blah. I don't allow it. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. I don't give a fuck about your opinions. The next words out of your mouth should be, here is my evidence for why you should believe in my God. What do you think? And I will respond with, I don't grant that because of, or I do grant that that's really good. Unmute and respond like that.
Everything to do with science that science explains is God's handiwork. Whether
Where is the evidence for the claim? You saying science is not evidence for a God. You saying handiwork is not evidence for a God. Demonstrate the causal relation between the universe and a God.
the process of what happens in science is obviously evidence for God.
No, it is
You
not.
just-
You're
science
make,
just-
you just made another claim. Your next claim that you just
No,
made
your
is
science-
that everything about science proves God. That is a
Your
claim.
science-
That is not evidence. You need to provide a step-by-step
scientific
causal
evidence-
relation mechanism that a God created the universe. Best of luck.
Yeah, science is God's handiwork. If you
Prove
believe
it.
in science, you believe in God. But
Prove
if
it.
you don't want to go beyond that, that's your prerogative.
Prove it.
But thank you. If you're not going to carry on with a decent conversation, you can. And if you want to have a decent conversation,
I swear, no one cries like Muslims do. Like, I've been trying to be quiet because I'm cleaning my car now. You know, I'm always doing something, but like at the same time, like the crying is insane.
It's so obnoxious. I've got 2 callers over on YouTube we're going to get in here. First is going to be Ralph. Ralph, how are you?
Not too bad. Yes, I'm over 18. No, I'm not a believer. I just got a quick one for you may find interesting.
Sure, what you got?
You mentioned the Wicca witchcraft psychology aspect. Have you ever heard of the Australian Aboriginal practice of pointing the bone?
Like pointing sticks towards water?
No, a bone towards a person to kill them.
Oh, never heard of that one. No.
It's not exactly practiced much anymore. However, Northern Territory First Aid Services are still required to administer first aid specifically regarding this curse. There's a psychosomatic response to it because of belief that can cause the person's body to shut down and they die.
I do grant that. Yeah, I'm very careful with the way that I do curses and spells and blessings and whatnot. I'm very careful with it because I know the psychology is absolutely astronomically powerful. Yeah, it's crazy stuff. I love it. It's absolutely gorgeous. I love this universe.
There is, well, some of the first aid is usually about stabilizing them enough to get them to the hospital, but one of the anecdotal cures involved getting one of the elders of this person's tribe to convince the afflicted that when his urine turned blue, the curse had passed. The nurses then snuck food dye into his food.
Yeah.
And he recovered.
Yeah, that's super cool. That's really cool. Can you tell me what that is again so I can look into this? That's really cool. What's it called?
The practice is called pointing the bone. There's a Wikipedia page for it called Kurdaicha.
Found it, Kurdaicha. Yeah. That's super cool. I'm going to look into that tonight. That's crazy.
That'll get you in on it.
I love that
There's
shit.
Many documented cases of it. This is, well, it's psychosomatic. It has been studied.
Yeah. I grant that. I mean, I'm not going to grant the truthfulness behind what you're saying, but I do grant that the psychology behind it could absolutely be a massive factor into it being true. Obviously, the pointing the bone doesn't actually cause anything. It's just the placebo and nocebo effect, but that is still fucking awesome.
Yep. No, I thought you might be interested.
I love that so much. I appreciate you so much. I'm going to move on to the next guest now, though. I appreciate you.
Righto. Thank you.
Yeah, you have a good one. That guy was fucking awesome. That's dope as hell.
Yeah.
All right, do we have any TikTok? All right, we don't have TikTok. I've got 2 more callers over here on the YouTube. We're going to go ahead and get up Isidro. What is up, Isidro?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you doing, man?
Good, yeah.
Awesome.
Good.
You're over the age of
Take
18,
my
brother.
call. Yeah, 33.
Awesome. Which religion do you follow?
I guess we identify as more as like a panentheist, but I do use like some. I go to a Christian church, so I use like some Christian themes too as well. But like, I guess do like introspection and I guess work through faith. I guess.
Is there? I feel like I'm really dumb right now. 1 second. Okay. Pantheism posits that the divine permeates every part of the universe, but also exists beyond it. Where the hell is panentheism? Panentheism permeates every part of the universe, but also exists beyond it, meaning God is greater than the sum of creation, can interact. Okay, so that's kind of like some sort of a deity exists external of the universe, kind of like deism.
Yeah, kind of. And then I guess like we also like evolve with God, right? And then I'm also I defining God as like the greatest possible being. So like I would just say,
Maximally
like,
great.
it's reality. It's like reality itself. Like I'm identifying reality.
So I mean, I grant pantheism and Spinoza's God.
Yeah.
But why should we believe that anything created or exists beyond?
I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, at the end of the day, what matters is like what is your relationship to reality, right? So I guess like some of those details are probably less important, right?
So when here's the hardship with your system is it's super fucking similar to our own in atheism and pantheism. It's like super fucking similar. So
There's a lot of overlap.
there's so much overlap that I can't really argue too much with you. The only thing that I can argue against is the idea of something external.
Yeah. Well, I guess also just that faith that like, I guess there is like a sort of persistence to your awareness and maybe in some abstract sense, like post-death, and that there is like maybe like there is like some definable relationship that you have with reality.
And
I guess
why
that's
would
more
we
like where the faith.
believe the afterlife exists?
Yeah, I guess in like a very small way. In that like, I guess there's like, have you ever heard of like terror management or like, it was like a terror response? Like sometimes people like come up with these ideas just to like protect from being like the terrifying idea that you might not exist for eternity. So like that could be a response to that. But there's also like I think it could be actual possible in like an eternal sense that like I guess like if like your experience is that of a physical phenomenon, why can't it happen again in some abstract sense, right?
The only part I have a problem with here is I don't accept universal consciousness. That's integrated information theory, which is not accurate at all for consciousness, nor is it's not able to make any accurate predictions. Like, it's one of the worst theories that's ever been made for consciousness ever. What we do use is global workspace, which is stating that consciousness is an emergent property from the brain, which we have all the evidence in the world to justify. So what we do know about death is when your brain goes away, so does your consciousness. Where does the brain go? Well, it turns into heat and just gets sucked back into the ground as energy. So in that idea, yes, we quote unquote live on because our energy continues on. Energy can't be destroyed, correct? So it continues, but there's no consciousness to that. The only thing that I could grant for you is if we found out someday that that energy could recirculate and that there's some sort of memory aspect that, like, how can I say this? Like, if we found out energy could somehow hold memories, then there could be some possibility or potential that someday when a new baby is being formed, that energy could also form a brain, and that memory could be restored back into another body. That could be the closest possibility of reincarnation, but there's no justification to believe that to any degree at all.
Sure. I appreciate you diving into this. And like, I'm still like,
I think it's
like,
awesome. I fucking love reincarnation so much, but it's as much as I love it and as much as I want it to be real, there's zero fucking reason for me to believe in it.
Sure. Well, I guess I don't even know if I would say I believe in it. I just sort of like have faith that like whatever is, like, I trust, and like I sort of just give myself to it.
Can I ask you, do you have faith that it is true, or do you have a hope that it could be true?
I sort of just have like, when I say faith, I'm sort of more equating that to trust, like, or like faith in action in a sense.
Well, so
and like
my definition of faith is alongside Oxford, which is belief without evidence.
Is there more of like a Christian interpretation of faith that is?
It's the same. Hebrews 11 states that faith is the evidence for things unseen and hoped for. So it's still nothing. Yeah. Faith is just like I just want to believe it, so therefore I do.
Okay, maybe it's just then it's I guess I would align more with trust.
I could grant like, the hope. Trusting still is like it's just a blind hope, man. Like I absolutely agree with the idea that it would be fucking awesome to never die.
Well, it's not necessarily like, I mean, like you just like letting go of like, I guess, your sort of identity in this sort of space, your story, but like there is still like some sort of like deeper like part of your identity, which is sort of like maybe this like, I don't know if you're like the non-computable part, like that like is like an artifact of nature itself.
I grant that we are part of the universe because energy can't be created. Matter is a product of energy, and we are made up of those things. But the consciousness part is where we're not aligning. Because consciousness is only derived from my brain. My brain, unless I take out my brain, all the nerves, everything 100% absolutely perfectly, which is impossible today, and put it in your body, that's the only way for my consciousness to live on in another body. And the brain literally goes throughout the entire fucking body. That's never going to be possible, at least in our lifetime.
Okay, let's explore that. Do you think that you have like some like microscopic amount of sort of like agency, degrees of freedom in like say your thought or your awareness? I guess that's akin to free will, but like on a much more.
That's a hard one. So what I do when it comes to free will arguments, the way that I've read it best is it seems as though we have free choice, but in accordance with neuroscience, it doesn't seem to be the case. So in everyday life, it's seemingly there is free choice, but I don't know. So I just take an agnostic stance on it.
Okay, but like, could you grant that you feel like you? Well,
I live life in accordance with the idea that I do have free will.
Okay, but I guess could you observe that you have free will in the sense that like you have sort of control, like a
That's
degree
the
of control
problem.
through
Is
like
in
your awareness
in
or like
neuroscience, there's
your
a
thoughts?
study that showed that before we take an action, the brain is already firing the receptors to take that action before we even think about it. So it seems in neurology that there is no such thing as free will, only based on the fact that I cannot live life without the seeming of free will is the only reason I don't.
I guess I'm talking about pre-action, like this sort of like even stepping farther back. Like I'm talking about like the idea of like understanding or awareness. Like
If we go
do you
there,
have
then
any
there's
degrees
no
of
such
freedom?
thing. Yeah, if we go there, then in accordance with neurology, there is none.
There is no
Free will.
like degrees of freedom in your thought
No.
itself.
That
Okay,
just
so even like
if
if
I'm
you
sticking strictly material neurology, then no.
so like there's like if you imagine like a white ball in your head and sort of just play around with it, like
I
it would,
I
it would
can
be in the
imagine
sense
that.
that it's free.
Some people can't even do that. You know that, right?
I
To be able to
I
see
I
clear pictures in your head is not a normal thing.
okay. Yeah. No, I mean, you say you can do that though. I guess
Yeah,
like
yeah.
this is
It's just
okay.
statistically that's like not a normal thing. Majority of people can't actually see full pictures in their head. That's again gonna
Okay.
like someone in my TikTok chat, Naomi, just said that they can't. Like the majority of human beings can't do that. I can personally see full color everything, see movies and whatnot in my head. Again,
Yeah.
though,
Same.
how do I know? Because there's a neurological study that all of your thoughts, the actions taken 7 seconds before you actually think
Yeah.
about it. So that would entail me to believe that there is no free will. I do
Yeah.
live life in accordance that it seems to be that I have free will.
I guess it's like it's almost like akin to being as true that we have at least agency in our awareness and thought to
There's
the level
reasoning
of like
to grant it
yeah.
to a degree.
Right. No, I'm saying it's a microscopic amount.
I can't. I gotta stay agnostic on it, brother. The neurology doesn't agree with it. My subjective experience
Okay.
agrees with it. Does that make sense? The objectivity
Yeah.
is no. The subjectivity
Okay.
is yes. So
Well, but
that's
there's
cognitive
you
dissonance. I have cognitive
okay.
dissonance towards this argument.
Well, as you say, there's still like kind of we can map our subjective experience to ontology to some degree, right? So like there is sort of like there is like fragments of objectivity within our subjectivity. Would you say?
Yeah, which is, I mean, that's the beauty of science is testing our subjectivity
Right.
to the objective world.
Yeah. So we have preview to this. So that's what I'm saying is like this idea like we have some degrees of agency and thought like is sort of akin to the idea of like is about like as true as saying like to perceive is to be perceived, right? Like you can't
Yeah,
actually like
again, so it's like in psychology, yes, our perception is our reality, but in objectivity, no, our thoughts do not warp reality.
do not warp reality.
So,
Okay, so
for
then
instance, if
yeah,
I,
go ahead.
sorry, if when I was a Christian, okay,
Yeah.
conservative Christian, everything that I read, everything I did, everything I said, everything I saw had a confirmation towards my beliefs already there. If I prayed, my brain would make up biases and priming and placebo and nocebo effects to where the justification of my beliefs were confirmed by my own brain. And then when you start to believe other things, the same thing happens in the opposite direction. So whatever you have a belief system towards is going to be manipulated by your own brain. So
Okay.
that's the hardship. Like your life can perceive as what you believe to be objectively ontological, but that doesn't dictate whether it actually does exist, which is where we have to have epistemology, which is why I don't grant the free will argument, because epistemically there's no justification for it. But seemingly phenomenologically, I do have a justification for it.
Okay. Do you think I think therefore I am is an objective statement?
I fucking hate Descartes so much. So much. Every argument I've read from him is the experience is valid. All of the experiences, the seemings of these characters and these objects. The experience, yes, I grant the experience, but objectivity,
subjective.
no.
Yeah.
Subjectively,
Sorry. Just the fact that you can say like you can identify yourself.
yeah,
and,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
say that I'm
The
having
experience
experience
behind
is
that,
objective.
absolutely. God damn, I do like your mind, but also fuck you.
Okay.
How do I respond to that? I think, therefore I am. The indication of that, though, is leads down many paradoxes and impossibilities of I think unicorn, therefore unicorn, and that is just stupid.
No, because I mean that's I think therefore I am is the starting point to all. I guess like
I mean that helps
epistemology,
with
right?
brain in the vat. So like I think, and I can test my thoughts, but it relies on the testing of the thoughts, because just because I think doesn't mean that I actually am, because I could think and be a brain in a vat. That's a possibility as well. So I don't grant the I think I therefore I am idea in its entirety in when we're talking objectively. But when we are talking experience, I do grant that as a grounding for staying sane.
Okay. Do you sure? Do you think I guess do you think our thoughts are about like Israel as a physical object in the
No,
sense
not
that
even
we're a
close. I am
product
not a
of-
dualist at all. Not even close.
Is that okay? I'm just still like learning these terms. So,
Sure.
like, the idea that like these like a thought is like an artifact of
So
like a physical phenomenon.
it's a byproduct of the physical. So, for instance, Harry Potter exists in the world through books, imagination, movies, etc. There are toys of Harry Potter, but it came from the imagination. So Harry Potter exists in the idea that the books and stories of Harry Potter live on in stories, but Harry Potter in the wizarding world does not objectively have its own place. Does that make sense?
Okay,
So
but-
it's
okay,
fiction
so going back
versus
to-
reality.
but, like going back to the light ball example, when you like instantiate the light ball in your thought, is that not an artifact of a physical phenomenon in the same
It's a
degree that the
byproduct,
chair-
sure. So based on my material brain, I'm able to use my hippocampus and other areas of my brain that allow for imagination and perceived objects, right? And the information can pass through all its necessary processes to allow me to have the imaginative ball. But that ball does not actually exist. It is 100% purely made up in a part of my brain. The subconscious takes up like 95% of our brain, my brother. So it's very, we don't know everything about it. So
No,
I'm
I'm kind of this in like a really small amount, like a mustard seed. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to justify.
Is your framework kind of coming down to an idea of like, if it exists in some way, like, because I can grant that it does
Well, you're
somehow
not
exist,
our thoughts,
but it's
or,
not
like-
ontological.
I would say that part that I'm trying to identify as like having degrees of freedom, like that awareness, that understanding, is the result of a physical phenomenon directly.
I can
More
grant
directly.
that I can grant, because I'm more or less a materialist when it comes down
Right.
to it. So like every thought, every action, everything can be majority broken down to some sort of physical causal relation.
Okay, so in a reductive sense, is that the physical world?
Yeah, reductive.
being
Yeah,
aware of
that would
itself?
be, yeah.
Okay. So I guess like as we sort of like are aware and move our awareness, like if with these degrees of freedom that we can just say like if they do exist, then that is sort of basically like the physical world sort of exercising itself and ontology changing as it moves.
Ontology not changing,
Well, I guess like
because we're just observing
it's
the
wave,
objective.
I mean, but it's like it's wave function collapse, like it's actual like
Sure.
causality.
Wave function is very misunderstood, though. That's a big problem. So like when it comes to the double slit and wave function, it's not stating, for instance, that things are everywhere at the same time, right? So like what it's actually stating is like a probability causal relation. It's not that.
I guess when I say collapse, I'm saying like this is like that's causation. Like that is an actual event in.
We can cause effects, yes, through the imagination, sure, but that doesn't mean that the imagination is ontological.
I mean, it's a byproduct of an ontological event.
Yeah,
which
it's a
is what-
byproduct. I mean, consciousness is purely an emergent property of the brain. So, yeah.
I guess I'm saying that awareness part is intrinsic to wave function collapse. This is more of like the objective collapse theory.
I actually don't know
There's a handful of them.
if that's true or not. Let me.
Well, so my claim of like the awareness is a direct like that's sort of my claim, but like there's a set of like objective reduction theories that are sort of gaining popularity.
I'm
and that the
so
wave function is like the collapse is like a part of nature, like that is an objective collapse outside of the mind. And also part of
again, the
mind.
wave function has to do with probability. It's not about things.
Sure, I mean like the way we
emerging.
model it, like our model of it at the moment is probabilistic, right?
Yeah.
Because it requires like a measurement, right?
Because energy can't be created, so we're not literally creating things, nor are we making. We're not ontologically creating. We're able to
I mean,
ontologically
we're
affect.
Yeah. Ontologically creating.
Like my thoughts, I
Well,
can't. Like the only way, again, that I can create Harry Potter is through a book. It doesn't mean that Harry Potter ontologically exists without the imagination. Without a mind, Harry Potter is not here. With the mind, we can let the story live on. So it's 100% subjective. Absolutely everything about it is subjective. There is absolutely zero objective ontology behind that.
I guess when I'm talking about ontology, I'm talking about like the form that it takes of the energy.
Oh, brother, wait, okay. Elaborate on what you mean by that. Elaborate.
I guess it's like the sort of like, I don't know if you know like the John Bell, like it's the beable, like what is like so like this cup in front of me is an ontological object, like
Right.
it's an actual like beable. It's like a manifestation of the energy.
So
right?
again,
So
yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I
It's like we can
grant
change
that.
ontology of that.
It's you're very close. There's a philosopher that talks about, and it's Berkeley. Really hardcore. Is that who you're reading right now?
I don't have.
Okay,
I'm
no,
so
you're
busy
good.
with
So
work and everything. I don't read much. I just watch like YouTube. Here and there.
there's a hardship in when you get so deep into philosophy, and when you're only studying metaphysical possibilities, you're only studying ontology, and you're only studying teleology, etc. When you're only studying the metaphysics and you leave out epistemic justifications for how we know what we know, you miss out on so much of what reality actually is, because you fall into a rabbit hole of all things could be and all things also are not. It's a very, very dangerous way of thinking. So the cup does ontologically exist, and it is made up of matter, and matter is an emergent property from energy, of which has always existed. The first law of thermodynamics: energy cannot be created or destroyed. Energy exists, therefore it always has existed. So there's no justification to believe that energy was ever created, nor was matter created. It can't be created either, but it is an emergent property from these energy fields. Okay, so neither of those things are creations at all by any means. They're objective reality, ontological facts of the universe as we see it. All of physics and the laws therein are our descriptions of the universe. It is not prescribing anything nor creating anything. We did not invent physics. We did not invent the laws. We are describing what the universe in and of itself is, and we're able to create the theories by testing that to understand why it works. So the cup actually exists. The Harry Potter book actually exists. The idea and imagination behind it doesn't actually exist, except for subjectively in your own imagination. So it's not actually real. The idea exists, but not in actual reality. I feel like we're at a weird crossroad right now, and I don't know how to get past it.
I mean, what is the divergent point?
I'm still kind of curious about your point, to be quite frank. I kind of feel like I'm giving
I'm
you
still trying to
long-winded
find it.
explanation. Okay, that makes sense. So we're walking through this. Okay, so
Yeah,
is your question? It really reminds me of Berkeley. So I'm gonna provide you an argument and see what your thought process behind it is. Okay, my mind exists. I only observe things through my mind. Therefore, all things are mind dependent, making all things subjective. Reality, therefore, the same. If I imagine Harry Potter, that is still mind dependent. There requires some extra mind, some original mind for all things to always be being observed, to be able to exist. If reality is an observation and subjective, then it requires an always having an observation. That is an entailment or argument for a God character for the existence of all of reality. Based on that, if we accept that subjectivity is reality, then Harry Potter does exist in reality based on that. But the problem with that is it all mixes fiction versus reality. Is that where we're going?
I wouldn't take either one. I'd probably go somewhere in the middle and take aspects of either one. I think maybe that more like, I don't know if you'll know, like the Hegelian sort of view.
I've not heard of that one.
More aligned with that, like with Hegel. I think it might be more about that, where, like we have.
God damn it. Okay, before you go,
come back.
Fuck Hegel. Remember epistemic justification for all of these metaphysics. We can make up all of these frameworks. That's what metaphysics is. It's a concept and framework of thought. If in this world this was possible, would this also be possible? Sure, yes, in that framework. Sure, no, in that framework. The frameworks can then be tested against actual reality in objective science, where we can empirically test, scrutinize, and repeat it to know if it actually is. And how do we know that it actually is? And how do we trust that what we know is actually what we know? And et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It goes super fucking deep, right? We have to have epistemic justification for truth values.
I agree. I'm just talking about extending our current sort of mental infrastructure of like our model.
You would
world, right?
really
So,
like IIT. You would absolutely fucking love IIT.
What is IIT?
Integrated information theory. You're very hardcore going down like a universal consciousness route.
Yeah, I think just saying that though is tough, because that implies a lot of things that I can't.
It does,
like,
very much
frame,
so.
right?
Very much so.
I'm just trying to like stress like and extend like what we consider science, what we consider real, and take it like what is the next level. And I obviously, if you're going to take something to the next level, it's going to come off like this metaphysical sort of angle.
Yeah, no,
right?
yeah, it comes out in theoretical. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, we have theoretical physics. Like, for instance, we have multiverse, which is plausible. Why is it plausible? Not possible nor true, because the plausibility is the mathematics and the physics align. But there's no demonstration for its actual truth. When you're missing out that epistemic justification, that's the problem. So we could believe in multiverse, and it makes a lot of things make sense. It absolutely does make sense. It absolutely could work, but there's no epistemic for it.
Okay, so then would you call back to that like degrees of freedom in your awareness? Would you call that plausible?
The epistemology behind that is going to justify there is no free will. That's the problem with that.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're going.
Which my epistemology, for instance, is natural empiricism. So I would love to have some other epistemology, but I don't have I have never seen an argument that is more rational and logical than empiricism.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. So like I said, I go to a Christian church, right? Like I grew up not like in any sort of religion.
Yeah.
Basically,
Panpsychism is IIT Corbo. Sorry, I was responding to a comment.
No, you're good. Like kind of grew up with more of like a blank canvas of what the world is, right? So, but I go to a Christian church, and obviously, like I don't believe in the resurrection or anything, right?
Interesting.
So, but it's interesting to like, you know, I go to like men's groups, men's studies, and stuff,
which are awesome. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I wish more people. Honestly, I wish more people. I mean, you can go. Like honestly, they welcome me. Like
my brother in Odin, I am a practicing atheist witch.
Yeah, maybe they might be a little turned off.
Oh, I scare the shit out of them.
That's funny. But no, they definitely welcome me, and I guess I use Christ as like some sort of like like a human shaped doorway to it, like a higher version of myself. Right?
It's good having community. I grant that, and actually that's one of the reasons that I actually grant religion as semi-healthy. Is all societies that are more religious than secular have more of a happiness value in society.
Yeah,
but that doesn't make them true, right? So
yeah, no, there's obviously that is huge value, but I also think like it's helping me sort of meditate on like what I think is plausible that like actually leads to like some of the things that we're saying. So
Yeah.
there is an intentionality to that and a bias probably, and like we go
yeah.
back to like that terror management thing. So I do acknowledge.
And
what
you're
you're saying.
grounded. I appreciate your mind a lot. You are making me think, and I absolutely love when we're able to have good conversations like this. Like we don't necessarily agree with each other, but we're able to
Cool.
throw the ideas out there, explain why or why not, and I love that. That's the whole
Thanks,
point of
bro.
philosophy. I love that so much. You're
That's
highly
cool.
intelligent, and I appreciate you.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate that. That means a lot. So like I had like a huge like existential crisis like 5 years ago, and
Sure.
I feel a lot more grounded now. Having this sort of like model in a
Sure.
sense.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah. I think you definitely need that societal construct. I'm kind of in the same boat, especially with my practices that people are absolutely terrified of. So it's very hard to like make friends in real life and whatnot.
Okay. Well, this is helpful. I have a lot to chew on, and I'll come back maybe in a few.
Yeah, brother, go look. You might be very, 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 and I cannot stress enough, very goddamn motherfucking skeptic. But look into panpsychism and IIT.
Okay, thanks.
I don't
also,
grant it at all, but you're along that route. So if you come back with some arguments for that, we could have an awesome discussion.
Okay, and not also a side note. I'm a software engineer, and so I built actually a tool for. I'm not trying to just like this whole thing wasn't a plug, but I have a platform for creators to monetize and like manage like reaction requests. So I don't know if you ever want to like,
Interesting.
monetize it, have people like pay for you to react to videos. I think it would be interesting.
Very interesting. Yeah, shoot me on Instagram or I have all my links of socials in the YouTube description.
Yeah.
Go on ahead and shoot me a message.
Cool. All right, man.
Very
I
intriguing.
appreciate
Yeah,
the
you have
time.
yourself a good
Thank
day,
you.
brother. I appreciate the hell out of you.
Later. Yeah, thanks, bud.
Okay. Holy fuck. Ravis, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Halo really wants to come up, and I really want to chat with Halo. So I apologize, Dylan. You're going to come up next. I need to run to the restroom, though. I've had like 3 cups of coffee so far. So I'm going to run to the restroom, and then we'll get Halo up. If you want to start with Halo, we can.
Yeah. I'll pull Halo up, get
Okay.
him like bedded, and then like we'll play from there.
Perfect. All right, I'll be right back. Go for it.
All right. Hey, Halo. Can we just quickly get your age and your religion for TikTok terms of service? Or well, age is for TikTok terms of service, religion is for the panel. You know?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. I'm 51, and religion is not very important. The only thing important is there's only God. There's only God. You feel me? Like there'll be no other gods before Him. And to understand that is to understand that there is no question of who, what, when, where, and why. There's only do. So when you take the time to take your belief and cut it in half with the question of who, what, when, where, and why, you take all powers away from man. So I'm going to do this real quick. I'm going to show everybody the lattice handshake, and this is proof of God. So you know that that design pattern that y'all see that everybody says that's the fingerprint of God. Well, I'm going to give it to you right now, so everyone can have proof of God. Take your hand, go in a circle in the right real fast, and stop. When you feel the lattice handshake in your hand, unless you're going to lie to yourself and say what, where, when, and how did this happen, that's when you'll be lying to yourself. So if you do that, you will see and you will feel the frequency in your hand, and you'll be healed because He gave me the cure. Sorry, but not sorry.
Well, this is just kind of basic motion. This isn't like explainable by
When you
someone
stop.
shaking hand.
But when you stop, did you feel that?
Right. It's because when an object in motion stops motion, it's motion. The force still interacts on it. So like.
All right, so now close your hand real slow and open it up real slow, please.
Right.
You feel that? Now close it slow. Now open it up real slow. Now, you feel that? That's the plasma dye infused in your blood, nanotechnology. Follow me on my page. I have the cure. I love y'all, and He loves you
you're
too.
just kind of like you're spreading misinformation. So like,
No,
first off,
I'm not. I'm asking you a question. Did you feel it?
That's just how normal hands feel when you
But
move
did
your
you
hand.
did you feel it?
I
I'm asking
felt
you a
my
question.
hand open and close. So
No,
yes,
no. I'm saying when you shook your hand in a circle, did you feel that lattice nanotechnology in your hand?
There's no
Did you feel it?
nanotechnology. There's no nanotechnology at all.
Hey, excuse me, sir that just got up there. Take your hand and go in a circle fast. Like this.
We're not gonna play this
What
game
the
where you
fuck
spread
do you
your
think
misinformation on the screen.
nanotechnology is?
Yeah, this
It's
is
not
a
a
game.
game.
What do you think
so-
nanotechnology is?
I'm trying to, you know what? Do like this one time and stop.
That's
all
not
I'm asking.
nanotechnology.
That's
See
I
you
just
later.
explained that. That's
Bye,
such
y'all.
a course.
I
Like
love
your
y'all,
ignorance, your
and-
ignorance is an excuse for you being ignorant and nothing more.
Was he saying the feeling of doing this is nanotechnology?
So what he was essentially saying is if you do that with your hand, you shake it. When you feel the hand continue to shake after you stop, or you feel the motion act on it after you stop, that's nanotechnology.
It's
That's
biology, the fuck?
Yeah, and then he said if you close your hand and open your hand, that you feel that, that's nanotechnology. That's not the case.
He doesn't know what nanotechnology is.
I tried being nice to him, I really did, but that was a monumental level of
That was
ignorance.
interesting. All right, so we're gonna pause for one moment. We got a couple of super chats to go for. Artemis started off. I'm so sorry for the late response on this. We've had a couple of pretty long conversations. $5 from Artemis. Last month being a member, so take my money, old man. Fuck you for the old man. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about them apples? Call me old. God damn it. And then Kira sent $1 super chat. Thank you so much, Kira. I think I read for a split second something about for the car fund. I appreciate you guys. Love you guys. And we have both the YouTube super chats, of course, and then also in the description is going to be a connected PayPal. That way, I know a lot of you guys were talking about the other day. You guys you preferred using PayPal over YouTube super chat, so I set that up for you as well. But love you guys, appreciate you guys. We're gonna move on to the next call. Let's go on ahead and get Dylan in here. What's up, Dylan?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, going all right, brother. You over the age of 18?
Yeah, I'm 27.
Okay, what religion you got?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm really religious. I don't. I was Christian. I used to go to church with my parents when I was younger. I don't know. I would say. I mean, obviously, I don't really have evidence of God. I've become more of a spiritual person. I believe there is a higher power. I believe that everything is connected by something bigger. I believe it's all a lot of energy or breaks down to something bigger than that. I do just want to share an interesting experience that I've had. I just want to kind of get your thoughts, or I don't know if you have any thoughts. I mean, I'd say, one of the most interesting things that I've ever kind of done or had in my life, I smoked DMT.
Okay, pause. We're not going down that tangent.
No, I want to get your opinion.
Pause. What is DMT?
You don't know what DMT is?
No, I'm asking you. I know what it is. I want us to come to the conclusion of what this is.
Dimethyltryptamine, yeah.
And what does it do to the brain?
It makes it trip. It gets you high as fuck.
Yeah,
I
so
don't
it's
know all this. I'm not super
hallucinations.
scientific.
Are
Yeah.
hallucinations real?
I wouldn't say they're real, but it's just weird, my experience. I
Yeah,
don't know. I mean, I can tell you.
hallucinations
I mean,
and dreams tend to be fucking weird.
yes, but also, I mean, DMT is also, it's in every single living organism. It's a lot
Yes.
bigger than, it's in just plants and stuff. I think
Yes.
it's a lot bigger than that. Like some
Yes,
people
but it's a
will say
hallucinogen. It doesn't matter if
is,
it's natural.
but
It is a hallucinogen. Period.
but it
Hallucinations
could
aren't
be
real.
bigger than that. We also don't know a lot about how it works. We don't know shit about how our brain works, so
Yeah,
we
we do.
can't tell.
We know a lot about our brain.
But a fraction of really of how it works and
We know a lot
consciousness
about
and
it.
everything.
We know a lot about it. Consciousness is a product of an emergent property of the brain. The hallucinations are going to be thanks very much to your is it the hippocampus? I'm saying the wrong one. Not the hippocampus. What is it? I can't think of the right one. A specific part of the brain. Okay, it's purely imagination. There is no truth value to it. Are you able to imagine things That doesn't make those imaginations real in reality. It only exists in your mind. Whatever you saw on your trip was not objective. You were not objectively observing whatever you saw. You were subjectively experiencing it like a dream. And when you're dreaming, you can fucking fly like Superman. It is not objective truth. It is a hallucination.
So let me just. I mean, do you want to hear my experience?
Not
I
even a
mean,
little bit. Like, that's just a fact. It's
so
just a
well,
hallucination.
let me just tell you one thing. So if I told you that I have seen colors that you've never seen before, do you think it's possible for me
Brother,
to see
I'm
colors?
colorblind and I do literally see colors other people do not see. There's no magic about that. Color is literally just an observation of prisms and light refraction. It's nothing magical. Some people have specific corneas that allow for different parts of that prism and refraction
Yes,
to
I know
allow
that,
light
the
through,
different cones.
allowing different
Yes.
right? So like women see on average more colors than men. It's not fucking magic. There is absolutely, yeah, you saw colors. Congratulations. There's
I
nothing
wasn't
magical
trying to
about
say.
it.
I mean, that's not the. I know that's not the main part. I mean, I did see literally a god when I was there, and I mean, there's stuff. I'll just tell you. I mean, I saw literally. I don't care. I saw literally. It was
What
a
you
god.
saw was a hallucination. You didn't physically see a god. You saw a hallucination in a dreamlike state where a chemical was altering your brain activity to
Made
allow
out of-
you to see this. It's a chemical reaction. It's not actually there.
All right. Have you ever done any psychedelics or anything?
Thank
Yes.
God, no.
I have done
Go.
several.
I'll let you take over, Ravis. Go for it.
Heck yeah. So,
That's
so
why
I've
I
done
want to hear your
several.
opinion. Yeah. Have you ever done anything like DMT or anything crazy?
So yes, I've done that. I've done stronger. First off, we gotta be careful what we say on TikTok because the terms of service is a little weird. But so I've done a lot of the hallucinogens. Right. My favorite one is the mushrooms. Right. Those are the best.
Yeah.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Right. All these prove is that the brain can be tricked. Your eyes are always hallucinating. So you have a blind spot in the center of your eyes. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know that.
To see around that blind spot, your eyes hallucinate, and they don't fill in that blind spot when you see it, right? You don't see your nose.
Yeah.
You
But I'm not-
hallucinate, yeah. Your nose. So these hallucinogens, all they do is change your perspective on things, and they pump different chemicals in your brain so that you visualize things differently. They don't give any kind of spiritual experience. They just factually change the way you see things.
So I would say, and this is bigger. I mean, this is bigger than it. I mean, my experience was the god Shiva. They're sitting in a meditation pose. I knew nothing about Hinduism. Again, I was Christian when I grew up. I knew nothing about Hinduism or the god Shiva or anything other than I had seen the god Shiva in CERN, and there were these serpents going around her hands. And I went and I talked to someone who knew more about Hinduism, and in Hinduism, they believe that you have your chakras, and there's this energy that flows through.
I gotta pause you, brother. Listen, we both love this, and we both love Hinduism. We both love the ideas and the philosophies behind. But you saying you magically knew what these were, you magically no, dude. You live in
I'm saying
America.
I didn't know what it was.
I know
had
you're
no
saying
idea
that.
about
Yes,
anything
you
about Hinduism.
subconsciously did. You have watched TV, you have read books, you are in a place where people talk about different religions, mythologies, etc., especially when you're in school and you talk about different, there's literally
I've
curriculum where it's
talked
brought
to
up.
anybody about
Have you ever in your entire life ever possibly accidentally chatted with someone who was a Hindu, who may have ever possibly brought up Hindu gods ever in your entire life,
No,
remembering it or not? You
the
have
only
never
time-
you know for an absolute 100% objective fact, you have never in your entire life ever seen a interpretation of a drawing of a Hindu god. You have never, ever, ever, ever read a book that had a photo of a Hindu god. You have never, ever, 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 ever heard any description of a Hindu god ever in your entire fucking life. You have never, in any sense or degree of the word, perceived anything having to do with Hinduism ever in your entire fucking life ever. Is this what you're trying to tell me? Because that's a bullshit fucking lie.
The only time that I remember was when I saw literally the statue of Shiva in front of CERN. They have a statue of Shiva, and that was the only time I had heard or saw Shiva.
That you remember. You live in America, dude.
Sure, maybe I didn't, but I'm pretty sure that I would have remembered. Maybe
Brother,
I'm
where I
not
live,
right.
I drive
You're
by
right.
Hindu temples. then it has statues.
Yeah.
And I didn't even notice it until I was purposefully questioning religions like 10 years ago. Your subconscious is going to remember what your conscious is not. You are going to drive by buildings with inscriptions. You're going to read books with inscriptions. You're going to see photos on Google. You're going to hear someone while you're in a store buying a fucking Sour Patch candy. Someone's going to talk about it. Your subconscious remembers it. You do not.
So here's the big question. Do you have a Steam account?
No, I don't.
Do you play any kind of video game?
No.
Have you ever in your entire fucking life played a video game?
No, I've played
Bullshit.
Black Ops in
Yes, so you play video games.
but not online. I played it with my brother, and I played Resident Evil 4. That's about it.
The thing is
I don't
that
play
if
video
you-
games. I don't
if
go
you-
online a lot.
If you've interacted with any kind of gaming service, you've ran into one of the most popular games on the internet, like used to be one of the most popular games, Smite.
No, I
Like,
haven't. I have
you
no idea what
absolutely
Smite
have.
is.
You absolutely have. So
I have
it's
no
it's
idea what
pop-
Smite is.
Okay. So
It's like League
you
of
absolutely
Legends.
run into it. Right, you've ran into it. You may not have played it.
I've
but
never
you
even
played
heard that until you said it. I have no idea.
I
what
never
Smite
heard
is.
of it either. And then dude, you don't holy fuck the amount of ignorance on the brain and perception right now.
The Smite is a game that's popped up to the side in all sorts of different games. It's one of those things that shows up in the corner of your eye because they did a
Popped
lot
up
of
on
it.
the side. Where the fuck would it pop up on the side and not on any fucking games that I?
Dylan,
Stop fucking talking over me because I'm trying to explain this to you. And it does pop up in games that you play because all the Black Ops games, when you were going into the store of the Black Ops game, had ads. For a long time, the biggest ads were Smite ads. Smite was a big growing game for a long time, and Smite's big thing is that it has gods from different pantheons. Now, for a long time, it showed Shiva as its primary god on the screen, right? And Shiva is a strange looking figure. So your subconscious records all the things in which you see, and then it can project them back to you later. You've seen this, especially because you said you played Black Ops. You've seen Shiva previous to this event, and your consciousness happened to project it during a time of sorry, I was burping in the middle of that. That's gross. Hallucination, right? So you hallucinated something in which you had already seen before, even if you hadn't consciously seen it. This is just how hallucinations work. Now, the brain state is a very interesting thing. We understand a lot about the brain. We understand way more than what most people think we do. But this is what it comes down to. Your brain cannot create new images. You've seen it before.
Yep. That's the biggest part is we know that the brain is not capable of creating some image from nothingness. Okay. It is 100%. The brain is a live reactor of all observations of reality. That's basically what it is. Everything you observe to all ways of observing, touch, smell, time, etc., is what the brain is processing. It's not creating anything new. It is you have to learn language, you have to learn to walk, you have to learn all these things. The only natural things that come are like breathing, which even some people fucking fail at. Like the brain is just a receiver of processing information that has already been out that you have observed and is demonstrated. It's not creating anything new.
I understand what you're saying, but then that also then how would you explain that I saw literally
He just
colors that I've
fucking
never
did,
seen,
and
that
so did I.
And then I
So-
saw four-dimensional shape.
You talking louder doesn't make you more right. We explained it. I explained it. Ravis explained it.
Did you ever watch Bill Nye when you were in school? Bill
watched Bill
Nye, the
Nye.
science guy. Bill Nye explains how 4D shapes could potentially occur via imagery, right? So like these things are all things that you've seen, even if you don't remember inherently seeing them. The problem is that when we look at these things, we have to be objective. What can be objectively demonstrated is the mind does not create new things.
That's
the
a good
mind
point, Emily.
interprets things it's seen.
Yeah, but again, the one last thing I want to go back to, you said that I saw the god Shiva, which I admit it. I saw the god Shiva in front of CERN.
Yes.
I have no idea what the fuck
Yes.
Smite
But
is.
have
This
you
is the
also
first time
watched
I ever
YouTube
heard.
in your life?
Yes, but
Do you pay for YouTube Premium?
No, I don't.
There you go. You have seen so many goddamn fucking ads. You have seen all this shit. It's in your subconscious. There's no way for you to lie around this. We know for a fact that you have. That's why you hallucinated it.
Yeah, Smite is actually the reason why there's a study out right now that's demonstrating how more people in America are having NDEs in which they see gods from different pantheons in which they never interacted with, right? So this is just your brain looking at your brain remembering things subconsciously and applying them.
Yeah, I can see that. Again, just the weird thing for me is the experience with the the energy serpents and everything, and how that ties into Hinduism and the chakras. I knew nothing about Hinduism.
It does
I've never
tie.
read about Hinduism, so I may have seen a
Yes, you have.
picture of that, but I never knew.
Yes, you do.
I've never read anything about Hinduism.
Yes, you have.
Or
Yes, you have. You have seen ads. You have seen TV. You have listened to the radio. You have a phone. You have seen Google. You have seen ads over and over and over and over. You have walked the streets of America and seen billboards. You have had ads thrown in your fucking face every single time you walk outside and every single time your eyes open in the morning. You have had this information crammed down your throat subconsciously. Yes, you have. That is why it popped up. That is why when you take psychedelics, you fucking see crazy ass shit.
yeah, I mean, I understand. Yeah, what you're saying.
There's no truth to it. Is it cool that you didn't actually comprehend all of these things? You had a dream. Did you know that when you are dreaming and hallucinating is your brain trying to process the information of the day and or stored memory? So yes,
Yes,
it
I
makes
know that,
absolute
yeah.
sense that in a part of your brain, you had a memory of the serpent, and in another part, you also had a memory of Vishnu or whichever god it was. Yeah, and your brain was processing it and trying to make sense of it. Congratulations, that's how the brain functions. There's nothing magical about it. It doesn't make the gods real. It doesn't make the experience ontologically true. Those gods aren't ontological. Ontology is just what exists in reality. So those gods don't actually exist. You were having a hallucination because you took a fucking psychedelic, which alters your brain state. And then your subconscious memory helped out with the hallucinations to make sense of things. That's what the brain does.
All right, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah,
Like, it's a fact. Yeah.
I would say try a little microdose.
No,
sometime.
I'm not no, dude, you don't understand what you're trying to say. We literally just explained to you that you took a goddamn fucking psychedelic. You didn't see reality, dude.
I disagree with you.
It's a psychedelic, yes or
I
no?
just made a suggestion.
Is a psychedelic, yes or
I
no?
disagree with you. Hey, I disagreed with you.
Shut the fuck up. I asked you a question. Is DMT a psychedelic, yes or no? You gotta unmute, Stoner.
I was waiting for you to unmute me. You keep muting me.
Yeah,
dude.
we can't
You want me
unmute
to
you.
talk or not? You kept talking to me over me. So I was agreeing with you. I literally just
Slow down, motherfucker. Slow.
I just agreed with you after.
Shut up. You took a psychedelic. DMT is a psychedelic. It makes you
I'm not disagreeing.
hallucinate.
Stop
Good.
saying the same fucking
So
thing.
you agree that it's a
No shit.
hallucination, and yet you're trying to say that I need to try it so I can see some more part of reality. No,
I didn't say
you
that.
did not experience reality. You had a
tell you why you have to do
hallucination.
it. I just made a suggestion. If you're curious about exploring
Not
your
even a
mind
little.
and
No,
different
we
things,
do explore our mind, and it does not require hallucinating on psychedelics. You can
didn't say
state
it
that
does.
it's fun for you. You literally just did. You literally just implied, yes, to learn more about the mind, you should try and take this so that you can learn more and experience something else. You literally just did. Don't try
didn't
and
say you
fucking
have
gaslight
to,
me on my
but
own
you-
show.
you-
I did not state that you said that I had to. Stop trying to fucking gaslight. I do this for a fucking living. You cannot get around me. A, you're implying that you can unlock more by taking a psychedelic. We are stating and explaining how that is objectively false. And you're not comprehending it.
So you have one perceptive in life. Your thoughts, I can't tell you how I can think. But guess what? When you do take psychedelics or stuff, it gives you a different perspective.
Because
So it
you're
can actually,
hallucinating, it is not real. It is a hallucination. It is not real. Let me say
saying
it
it
one
was.
more
But
time.
it can give
It's
you
a
different feelings. It can give
hallucination.
you.
It is not real. Do I need to say it
I'm not
again?
saying it is.
Yeah, you are implying that it is a new perception on life and a better way to see reality to some degree. Literally, yes, you are implying that.
I didn't say it was new or better. I said it gives you a different perspective.
Yeah, a different perspective, meaning, come on, elaborate. A new perspective of different
It
feelings,
can give you a
different
different
reality
perspective
perspective.
of having feelings of connectedness
Yeah,
or the way that you
it's
want to
not
think about stuff
real.
or your idea. What do you mean?
You're
It can cause you to be
hallucinating.
more. It can cause you
You're
to
implying that we are only seeing reality through one lens and that we should open up our scope and allow other lenses. We are telling you why you are not seeing a lens of reality. You had a hallucination. It wasn't real. It was not a real observation of reality. It was nothing real. You're incapable
No,
of
I agree with
comprehending
you.
this.
I agree with you. All right, I don't want to keep going in circles, but I appreciate your talk. No, I appreciate your opinions, and you're definitely very insightful. I definitely taken away. So
All right,
you
you
have a
have
good day.
yourself a good day, man.
Yeah, thanks.
I really, really dislike speaking with hardcore stoners and people that do a hallucination drug and then immediately think that reality is some magical 35,000th dimension. It annoys me so much. Man, you just need to take this shroom, brah. Just open up that third eye, you know what I'm saying, brah? Like, no. No, I don't want to be dumb.
I mean, don't get me wrong, right? So I microdose a little bit.
Yeah, it's
because-
healthy. I get that it's good for you and it helps.
Yeah, for me, it helps with my migraines because otherwise I get like crippling migraines.
Wait, it
or,
helps
like,
with migraines?
Yeah, my small microdoses will actually. So if you microdose once a week,
I get
you
ocular
can actually.
migraines.
Yeah, it gets rid of migraines because I have such bad migraines. Like, I mean, when I was in early college and stuff, I used to like crawl under my bed and like sleep for hours under there to avoid
Yeah,
migraines.
dude. Yeah, literally. If my vision starts to go away, I just go take a sleeping pill, take an Excedrin, and pass the fuck out and hope to sleep through it.
Also, to answer, Lord is my shepherd. Yes, but I've been getting migraines since I was like 12.
Yeah,
so.
they're fucking conservative
not-
conspiracy theorists. So I am completely unvaccinated. I do not recommend that. It is because I grew up in a Christian household and with 100% of people believing that vaccines were literally of the devil, literally not exaggerating. It is made by the devil and the Illuminati. So I'm completely unvaccinated. Thank God I don't get sick. I have the immune system of a god. But I do plan on getting fully vaccinated because just because I don't get sick doesn't mean that I don't hold the diseases to be able to transmit to other people. And it is unfair for me to be around in public with the potential of being able to make other people possibly sick.
Yeah, that's extremely valid. Yeah, I mean, like realistically speaking, like I know several people who are in the same boat as you. Their parents never vaccinated them and stuff, and later in life they went back and they got all the vaccinations. Now I will say, when you get them, prepare.
It's
to be
gonna
sick
fucking
from them.
suck. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know that it's gonna fucking suck. It's like getting the peanut butter shot in the military.
But like, I the only vaccination I skip out on is I don't get the yearly flu vaccine.
Who's Trust? Hi, Goth. What is up? Who's Trust?
Trust? Is it someone whose name is Trust in the Lord?
Oh, are you saying Trust but Verify? Oh, yeah. I love Trust but Verify. Evan's in there? Fuck yeah. Dude, grape apologists piss me off so goddamn much. Can we just like put them in a fucking closed off system and just let them get graped over and over and over? Let them know how it feels? Because fuck them. Well, she said yes. That's not fucking consent, dumbass. She
Yeah.
wanted it. She dressed like it. Fuck you for looking at her like that, you grapist loser. Fuck you. Like, that's disgusting.
A 14-year-old cannot consent. Mary did not consent.
Fucking facts. Yeah, I love Trust But Verified. Dude's an absolute legend. Absalom was attractive? I'm ignorant. What? Absalom. Is this something I don't want on my search history? Absalom. Beauty and long hair. Yeah, I feel that with insurance. I fucking hate living in America. I have a passport and I'm beyond fucking tempted to just go. I got my passport right fucking here. I've got a suitcase. I'm not going to show the passport, obviously. But
I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. If it wasn't for my kids, like, and I'm in a unique situation because I got 2 different baby mamas. I would have already moved to Denmark because we have a sister lab in Denmark that has been begging for someone.
ooh, that's awesome. Fuck, I'll go. You know I'm divorced,
well,
right?
I did not. I'm
divorced and have
twice-
kids.
I've been divorced twice now.
I'm honestly terrified of marriage at this point.
I feel that. I do. Because, like, my issue is like my first one. I get it. I was a kid, young, dumb. You know, she was a Mormon. I was Catholic. You know, that was bound to fall apart. You know what I mean? But, like, my second one, like, I legitimately thought that was going to be a forever thing. And, like, yeah.
Oh, what's
I don't
up,
know. I'm
Goth?
healed.
Appreciate you being here. How many kids? We got 3.
I also have 3. 3 boys.
I'm not going to give out too much info because I tend to get some shit going on. I keep my personal and this completely separate.
That's valid. I have already overshared, and so now I'm to the point where I'm like, well, you know, let's share a little bit more. Like, I got docs.
You
What
got
more can I say?
fucked over with your fucking job that one time.
Yeah, I know.
That
Well, that's
still
why I stopped
pisses me
sharing my
off.
name.
Yeah. Oh, I should probably stop, huh?
Oh, it's fine. Like, my problem was before I was using my full first and last name.
Hey, same
and
Goth.
then-
Yeah, preacher's kid. Hell yeah. PKs unite.
I wasn't a preacher's kid, but I was.
Oh, J Paka, congrats.
My father was so deep in the Catholic Church that he forgave a rapist. So.
Ugh. User, if they come in here, yeah. How did this affect your job, huh? What?
Oh, I think they might be talking about me.
Yep.
Emily, someone got upset that I like dog walked them in a debate, and they doxed me, got my name and information, called my boss, and basically tried to cry to my boss that I was a meanie online.
Yeah, Ravis is a doctor. And they were talking about evolution, which is his fucking forte. It's not like he has a PhD or doctorate or anything like that in it. And he was like absolutely smoking the shit out of them. And they fucking went to his work. My biological dad is fucking awesome. Yeah, we have a great relationship. I don't have a relationship anymore with the other father figure. That's my favorite. Yep. Damn, Goth. I'm so fucking sorry. Holy shit. Wow. Yeah.
So Goth, as someone who also had that happen to them, I like to say that wasn't the loss of our V card because you have to consent to give that away.
Valid.
But I understand.
I have no religious trauma at all. I mean, except for like the hardcore indoctrination of having to break down the walls of indoctrination and lies, but I fucking loved church so much.
I mean, I did too. I ain't gonna lie. Like, don't get me wrong. I have the trauma, but I said it before on here. Like, the whole reason I got into biology is because I was so in love with the idea of God that I wanted to prove him through biology.
Yeah, absolutely. Philosophy for me. I'm like, I wanted to prove so hard the supernatural. So before I started my channel, I was hardcore into learning about what do you call it? Not witchcraft. It's alchemy. I had a buddy at the army that was an alchemist, and he was telling me all of these things about like time travel and different dimensions and living in different realities and stuff. And I was the studies he showed me made it seem very fucking real. So I was like, okay, I need to study this. So that's when I got into philosophy. Exactly, Eamon. Same. Yep. By trying to prove the supernatural, I am now an empiricist atheist douchebag.
I guess I'm not far off from that.
You're right there with me.
I'm just a big douchebag.
I think Johnny will be pretty close. I tried to believe my whole life, but it was never real for me. Really? Oh, it was so real for me. Dude, I had dreams and visions and shit. Ooh, I got some fucking stories, dude. I should probably do a story time playlist and do some like story time videos.
Real. I mean, I remember one time, like, I was really sick and I was just laying in bed and because, like, all good Catholic boys, you should know this, have an altar of some kind of the saints in their room, right? But yeah, no, we have an altar of saints usually. Most of us do.
Wow.
And I had this hallucination because I was so sick and like I was dehydrated and stuff. The saints were talking to me and telling me about the Bible and stuff.
Damn.
And, like, it was so real.
We have a caller. I'm getting up, Isaiah. Brother, I want you to DM me that book. What is up, Isaiah?
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing all right, brother. You over the age of 18?
Yeah. I'm way, yeah.
Awesome. All right. Which
You made
religion
me
do you
remember,
follow?
man. You made me think about that. Like,
You're like, damn, when did I turn 18? 30 years? I'm kidding. Yeah,
Right
which
now,
religion do you
yeah.
follow, brother?
huh?
Which religion do you follow?
I'm not religious. I'm an agnostic.
Okay. Okay. Do you believe
Yeah.
in any sort of like creator?
I believe in a higher power created the universe and,
Okay.
and the cosmos, or I definitely believe in a higher power created everything.
All right. I absolutely do not at all. What you got for me? Why should I?
Well, I get your dispute with religion, you know what I mean? Because religion is, you know what I mean, kind of somewhat created by, well, pretty much created by man, you know what I mean?
Wholeheartedly.
But the faith in, huh?
Wholeheartedly, I agree.
You know what I mean? And then it has errors in it and inconsistencies in it. So I agree with you there. But it is an account of what happened back then during that time. So I mean, historically and archaeologists prove that things in the Bible were to be true.
Not necessarily.
Well, I mean, everybody know that Israel exists.
Right. So like
Jerusalem.
well, yeah, Spider-Man,
That's the
New York
actual
exists too,
location.
though.
I'm sorry?
Spider-Man, New York is a real place. That doesn't mean Spider-Man's real. So places existing, the Split Rock, those things existing, Ash being over Sodom and Gomorrah, that existing, that's not evidence of the stories. The stories were made up to make sense of unknown things. So the Split Rock is completely natural. There's no evidence of it being split and then water coming out of it. When it comes to the ashes, it's explained by volcanic activity. All these stories are, it's like the Greeks when they talked about Thor causing lightning. They didn't understand lightning, so
Yeah,
they
that
made
goes
up a
into
god.
religion.
Yeah. So
I, I get it, but I mean, it is some things in the Bible is definitely historically correct.
there's certain places that truly existed and certain people that truly existed, but the stories about being
Yeah.
swallowed by a whale, snakes and donkeys talking,
Well, I think
rabbits
it was
chewing
definitely
cud.
exaggerated by man.
Yeah,
honestly.
there's no
I think
truth
things
to
could
that.
definitely been exaggerated, but I mean, I don't know. But some things could have been real, but I don't know. Like flood, for example. The
Oh,
floods
that's
could have definitely
100%
existed.
impossible.
Yeah. A flood?
Oh yeah, a
Global
global flood,
flood?
impossible. Literally, in accordance with all science, impossible.
Yeah, you don't gotta leave
A
physics.
flood couldn't have
Global
existed?
flood,
Like
global.
a global flood. You don't think that could have existed?
We
at
know
all?
it didn't. We know for a fact it did not. It's literally impossible. It would have killed off literally all life. It would have killed off all sea life. There's not enough
99%
water.
of all life that ever existed is no longer here.
Well, that's called evolution.
Well, I mean, you could say that, but I'm saying it's definitely they say that it's definitely evidence of a flood. Like when
No.
you look at
There's no
everything
sedimentary
was
rock
underneath.
layer either.
I'm sorry.
There's no sedimentary rock layer either in any mountains or rock formations at all showing that there was a global flood at all. There's literally no evidence for it at all.
I don't know because
The flood story was actually stolen from the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is the very first story ever written.
the story of Gilgamesh was the first story ever written.
Yeah, the Epic of
from
Gilgamesh.
the account of the Bible.
Yeah, the account from the Bible, the story of Noah and the ark and the flood is like literally almost word for word stolen from the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is the very first story ever found written.
Yeah, well, I know a lot of different ancient civilizations can account to a flood.
Absolutely, they had local floods.
Not
Yes,
just, you know what I mean, just not just
local floods. It wasn't a global flood.
Yeah. So
it probably could have been global, but I mean, from their account,
It couldn't be probably, brother. It's literally not possible. There's not enough
no,
water.
not even from what do they scientists say, man? If a shift was to happen, a plate tectonic shift was to
It still
occur,
couldn't global
and
flood.
the poles shift on its axis, wouldn't it be like a global catastrophe?
It would be a global catastrophe. Yes.
Right, but I'm just saying the water would.
There's not enough water, brother. No,
Yeah,
there's
there's
not enough water. There's not enough water
there's
for a
not enough
global flood.
water.
The
Yeah,
water
there's-
is like what 70. The Earth is like 70% water. What do you mean?
Well, no. So what you're missing here is that the Earth is 70% water, but we also have our land masses are very high up in the air. That's where we have sea level and above sea level locations, right? So in order for the flood to occur, to get above the sea level in which we would need it to get above all land, you would have to have 3 times as much water as currently available on the planet.
Well, I'm not saying that it has to go past Mount Everest. but
That's
I'm just
what the
saying like a
stories
global
say,
flood.
brother. The
Well, I'm just
stories
saying, like, a
say
flood
the
would be,
water
like, 3
flooded
feet, right?
all of Earth all the way up above the mountains, and the ark that Gilgamesh used
Okay, well,
landed
that's
on
probably
a
what the Bible
mountain.
said. Okay,
No,
well,
all
in
of
the
these
Bible it
stories
says-
talk about all of the Earth, all of the mountains being submerged in water. It is impossible.
That's probably like the Bible account, and I can probably agree with you on that. But I mean, all accounts of the floods, then I don't think.
No, they all
could
talk
be. It could
about
be.
it submerging the planet, my brother. It's not possible.
What other religion? Because
All
again,
of
I'm not
them.
big into religion. All of them.
Greek mythology talks about it. Hinduism talks about all of them talk about submerging every piece of land in water. It's not possible.
You don't think it could have existed?
No, it's not possible for the 3 trillionth fucking time.
I give you that. Okay, that's something I have to Google. I didn't research. Okay,
There's not
I'll
enough
do some
water,
research on it.
dude. The reason that there's fossils on mountains is because mountains were under at the sea level. That's why
But
there's
do you
fossils.
know what I mean when I say like a shift happened when the poles shift?
It's not.
A pole shift. You ever heard of a pole shift when scientists refer to like a pole shift?
It doesn't
When
create
the crust-
water.
No, I'm saying like when the crust slips over.
Yeah,
the
it
mantle.
doesn't. It doesn't create water, brother.
So we've had stuff like that happen. Yes, we can historically see where stuff like that has happened, right? But the issue that we're going to run into is that is going to create flooding, not a flood that's going to cover most of the planet, right? So even if we want to say it's not going across the mountains, it won't even cover most of the planet, right? So what we have to do is we have to look at evidence, right? In order, physics alone demonstrates a global flood is impossible. When we go into how much water is on the planet, that's our second demonstration that it's impossible, right? So these different religions, these different people groups, even some of them that aren't religions, have flood myths, right? But they're
Right.
at different times. So the Chinese flood myth would have occurred during the early Emerald King era of China, right? But that is literally hundreds of years after what the Mayan flood myth was, and it's thousands of years after what thousands of years before what the Christian flood myth would be, right?
I didn't know that.
So they
Didn't
come
know
at
that.
they come at such very different times. And the other issue is that people have always settled near water, right? If you settle near water, what is the biggest catastrophe that can happen to your land?
A tsunami, right?
Well, a tsunami or a flood, right?
Or a flood, yeah.
Yeah. So, like, we have evidence that places like the seas, the banks of the seas have broken and pushed outward, which would make sense why the people that were in the Middle Eastern region, the people of the Bible, would believe that there was a global flood because all of the planet they knew was flooding, but that doesn't mean that the whole planet flooded.
Yeah.
It's a limited knowledge thing.
It
Okay, I'll probably have to do more research.
also
on that. I didn't
the
know.
biblical
Definitely did
flood.
not know.
So when it comes to the Bible, the reason that young Earth creationists believe the Earth is young is because from day one of Genesis 1, you can follow the begots of all the lineage to semi-current day, which dates everything to be about 6,000 years old for the biblical Earth. When you
Right.
follow the accounts of the Earth and all these datings, because it also tells you who begot who and how long they lived, and then
Right,
when
it
certain
has
events
to be
happened.
accurate.
When you follow that, you find that the global flood of the Bible happened when China was fucking thriving. That's not possible. If a global flood is happening, they'd all be fucking dead, and the plants would be dead, and the buildings would be gone, etc. But they were thriving. And then Egypt, they were scribing and writing and inventing and building. Like, it's just not fucking true. All of it is, every culture has had local floods. Yes. And if you remember when we were in school, we learned that so many people, especially in small cultures and societies, had never traveled the whole planet, and they thought that their little section was the planet. So when they have a local flood, they think that it is everything. So they write it down as if everything was absolutely demolished because they haven't explored the earth. So to their knowledge, everything was demolished, but in actuality, that's not true.
The other thing that we can demonstrate didn't happen is the Exodus, but most people aren't ready for that kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah, I got the ancient floods from like I watched this TV show called Ancient Aliens, and they go into
Brother,
I fuck with Ancient Aliens. You don't fuck with Ancient Aliens? Who don't fuck with Ancient
when
Aliens?
I was
Come on,
12,
man.
yeah.
I just kept everything just like anime. Like I used to watch anime when I was 12. I still probably kind of watch a little bit.
Oh,
of
I still
anime
watch
now.
it. I watch anime now. I didn't when I was 12, but god damn, bro. Ancient aliens as a source of knowledge? What the fuck, man? That's like me going to the
It's
library's
entertaining.
fiction section to get historical facts. Like, what the fuck?
It's definitely entertaining. It definitely opens up your mind to different opinions on how the world could have evolved and got here, especially
It opens
human
you
life.
up to indoctrination for sure.
I mean, you don't think alien life could exist on a different planet somewhere else?
It definitely most likely does.
Yeah.
But they're not here, my brother. No. If
The government had it anyway. You heard about that scientist that just came up missing? I think they definitely hiding this shit. I don't know. Maybe
where
that's
and
just-
how? You're telling me that there is a species that is more intelligent to us than us
Yeah.
by a massive fucking degree, to a degree where they can travel fucking galaxies, and they're gonna get caught by our stupid, unintelligent fucking brain? No, motherfucker.
think they probably
They have
crashed
better
or something like
weapons.
that.
They have faster. They're smarter. They're stronger. They're
Well,
better
she said
in
they could
every
have been
way.
us from either the future or from
That's
us
called
either from the
time
future
traveling.
or us from a past or us from the past.
There's no
the ancient pyramids. They can't explain
No!
what the
Yes, they
pyramids was.
can!
Yeah, I know you don't think the pyramids was an actual fucking pharaoh's tomb, do you?
Brother, what the fuck? You need to get off of TV and get into a book.
Like
Seriously?
We know how the
can't explain
pyramids
what
were
the
built,
ancient
bro.
pyramids was. They
Yes,
cannot
we
explain
do.
No,
It's a fact.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. You know it. That's a lie. You know it. We cannot explain what the pyramids is.
Yeah, we did.
That's a lie. You know it.
We've explained how the pyramids were made. We explained how the pyramids. We explained where everything came from. We know
No,
the
that's still
coordinates
up
where
for
they got
debate.
stuff.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Like, okay, go ahead. So
Ancient pharaoh tombs.
No.
Pharaoh
you
tombs.
You said it's up for debate.
Isaiah,
So
what shape is the planet?
It's a globe. I believe in the globe concept.
Okay, is there a firmament?
Is there a firmament? You talking about? I'm not a flat earther.
Okay, good boy. All right, continue, Ravis.
Okay, thank you. Let me bring it to me real quick.
So the thing is that we.
Okay, thank you, babe.
Yeah. So we have done countless studies on them. We understand how they would have formed through sand cutting, and how they cut them in the quarries and stuff, how they transported them, and it wasn't actually that hard of labor for them to transport them. It was something in which they were fairly used to at the time. They had to do this to make their cities and stuff like that. So the thing is that there's nothing now. What's incredible is the architecture, the way in which they planned it. That's incredible.
Oh yeah.
However, it's entirely possible. It's something that they had access to at the time. Like we know that math was nearly as advanced as ours.
Oh my
just
God, yeah.
based off of basic math, and that's how they formed these pyramids. Like we understand how this was all done, but the thing is that you don't have to take my word for it. You can take their word. Egyptians loved to write stuff down. Egyptians got a hard on for writing stuff down.
Mm-hmm.
So
The pyramids was there before the Egyptians, no?
No. The pyramids.
Who do you think built the pyramids?
The pyramids were there before the. So some of the pyramids were there before
the Egyptians from a long time.
Ancient Egypt, my brother in Odin.
So whether it dates back, archaeologists say it could date. Even though archaeologists, man,
Bro,
they're not pharaoh tombs. There's no way.
oldest-
No pharaoh was ever found in a tomb.
Yeah, there was. We've
literally
had thousands of pharaohs found in tombs.
We found Tutankhamun.
Yeah.
Tutankhamun?
We got his fucking body in a museum.
It wasn't in the tomb.
Yes, it was.
Like it actually.
What the
fuck? There were so many mummies in some of these.
You
tombs,
remind me
and
of me
mummies-
10 years ago.
Yeah, like this stuff is like out there. It's researchable. Like my big thing is that the problem is all these theories in which say that the aliens were created, these pyramids and stuff, they're all built on racism. Like because they're all built underneath the prospect that these people were primitive.
I get what you're saying when you're talking about African American, American Africans back then built the pyramids before it was invaded by a whole bunch of people. Yeah, I got what you're saying.
Dom
And
says
that
he's
goes
got.
back into
Dom, have
definitely
you studied
history.
this?
But
I might bring Dom up to explain it if he's actually got some education in this, because me and Ravis don't like specifically study this. Dom, how much do you know about this? Because I'll take the information as well.
I'm not an Egyptologist. That'd be pretty cool.
I know
though.
Evan went extremely fucking in depth the other day, and I can't remember everything he said.
Maybe I can get my third doctorate in Egyptology.
Do it.
No. Oh, that'd be a waste of time.
We have hieroglyphs showing them do it. Oh, that's true too. I can read the language and I study the culture. Wait a damn minute. We had you up the other day, motherfucker. We debunked your ass. Never mind. We're not bringing you up. No, he does not read it. Dom is the one that Evan fucking demolished on this debate. Dom also believes, like Isaiah, that magical unicorns created everything.
I believe that a god, which means just a supernatural
Bro,
being,
no.
and which is the creation of life. Yeah, I think that.
No, we know
You
for
know
a
what I'm
fact that
saying?
people made it. We have their drills.
People-
We have their tools.
Oh
we-
no! You talking about the pyramids? No! I don't think.
No, we know for a
I
fact that they
honestly
were made
think-
by people. There's something
Well, I
called
believe
leverage.
that they could have been made by people. I'm not
No,
saying
not
that,
could.
but I'm just saying,
Was.
like, it
We have
dates back way
hieroglyphs, we
longer
have
than
paintings,
6,000
we have
years ago.
writings, we have historical record, we have the archaeology, we have the tools, we have the drills, we have all of the fucking. We know that they made it.
Well, some of them were made like 7,000 years ago, right? But the thing is like we have a cutoff point, right? Because we know the pyramids weren't there during the end of the last ice age. We can demonstrate that, right? Because the end and the beginning of the ice age are very clear things in sedimentary layer in which we can like track. So we know the pyramids weren't there. during
So
the end
the pyramids was. So you telling me the pyramids was specifically designed
Yes,
to
by
hold
humans.
the pharaohs' tombs?
I don't know that part, but they're made by fucking people.
Well, I believe that they were made by people. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. We made some leeway. All right, all right, let's look this up. Were the pyramids built or as tombs? Purpose of the pyramids? This is according to Smithsonian. The pyramids of ancient Egypt were monumental structures intended to serve as royal tombs from the earliest mastabas, flat-roofed rectangular tombs, to the step pyramids, and later smooth-sided pyramids. The primary function was to protect the pharaoh's body and facilitate their journey to the afterlife.
Right. So the main three pyramids, because I know it's pyramids all throughout Egypt, and those main three, the one that goes with the star that aligns with, what is it, Orion's belt or something like that. And those three tombs, you tell him, I mean, in those three, you said that they did find
How
a pharaoh.
many pharaohs have been found in pyramids?
Well, it's important to note that they either.
I'm talking about the
Oh,
main
right.
three pyramids.
The Great Pyramid of Giza contains
none.
the mummy of Khufu, Pharaoh Khufu, in the king's chamber currently. Other pyramids, such as the Saqqara, the Dashur, have pharaohs like Khafre, Menkaure, and Djoser. So there's 4 fucking mummies.
Also, I think it's important to note.
Okay, something I didn't know.
Yeah, you gotta get off of TV, brother.
Yeah,
Well, it's entertaining, man. TV is
That's
definitely
yeah,
entertaining
it's
as fuck.
entertainment. It's not fact. It's a fucking TV broadcast.
Yeah, it's also important to note that, like, so the pyramids were either, so we have to make a decision, right? The pyramids either are in line with the stars now, or they were in the past, because the stars, like the way that the stars align with our sky changes. It changes like every 1,000 years or so, like slowly, carefully over time. And so they would not have been in line with the stars in which they're aligned with now. But when we can look at this and we can say, hey, they're aligned with them now, that's pretty cool. But you know what else isn't aligned with the stars?
My heart.
The Washington Monument.
Okay.
So like the whole thing is that, like, yes, if you look for the right star and squint the right way at the right time of year, you know, and hold your thumb up your butt in the right direction, you'll find an alignment, right?
Sneeze and fart at
Like-
the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
We'll
no
find the-
magic, brother. There's no.
Well, I know, because when I look up in the night sky, we have the North Star, and it changes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Depending
and
on,
that's
you know,
that's
same
how
concept.
we did a lot of math and expectations of things back then. It's just like, yeah, the belief that these magical conspiracy theories, it's just stupid. Like, it's fun. I love conspiracies as much as the next
I love
person.
conspiracy.
I
I
used to
definitely do.
literally believe all of them as literal. I believed in the mud floods. I believed that every
Mm.
single person in Hollywood was a lizard person. Like, I was fucking nuts.
I never understood what a lizard person was. No.
I'm not even going to get into it because of how
I got
fucking brainwashing it is. I also believed in flat Earth and the firmament. I believed NASA was to deceive. All of it was a lie in my head.
I'll be cooking in an hour, so you guys can eat and talk shit.
All right, but we're going to have to move on.
Jalen will with me. I'm talking walking.
Isaiah, I appreciate you being here. We're going to move on.
All right, bro.
You have yourself a good day, all right?
All right.
All right, I'm going to run to the restroom again.
The bladder of a pregnant woman.
Shh. I also had like 3 cups of coffee and 3 bottles of water, so.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, bitch. I drink my water. I'm hydrated, motherfucker.
I'm drinking Dr. Pepper.
I wish I
Dr.
had
Pepper's good for my kidneys. It's not. That's a lie. Don't. Anyways, so I'm gonna pull someone up. But first, we're gonna do a quick ad break. I'd love it if you guys tap a little bit more. See if we can get the algorithm to push us out a bit more. We were at like 130 earlier. Now we're down to 60. If we can get some more people in here, we can get some more high quality debates instead of low quality ones. Like the last guy was great. You know, he wanted to listen. He wanted to learn. Love that. You know, we're all here for that stuff. If you could share the live, it'd be really appreciated. It helps us get out there more. And I guess I am going to see who is in the queue. All right, Lennox. Okay, I don't know this person, but we will. So, hey, can I get your age first for TikTok terms of service?
36.
36? Excellent. Do you have a God concept or have a religion in which you follow?
No religion. I do have a God concept.
Okay. What is, so is there a name of this
Sorry,
God?
I'm just.
What's up? I'm so sorry.
No.
Okay.
No name. Sorry.
I got you. What are, so is this like
yeah,
just a
referred
basic
to it
trader
more
God?
as a shape.
Okay. More of a shape?
Yes. Referred to in history as a shape. or spirit, I guess, but that's the English translation, as far as I know. But yeah, sorry, what was your next question?
Yeah, I was just kind of trying to get a grasp on it. So I guess the next best question is, do you have evidence for this God concept?
Yes, I believe it's evidence. I would, I guess, need your definition or working understanding of evidence, so I can see if it's gonna conform.
Our working understanding of evidence is going to depend on what's presented, right? So, like, for example, a philosophical explanation could be the beginning of evidence, but it will not be a conclusion of evidence, right? Something such as like empirical evidence can be the beginning and end of evidence because it's going to give us a lot to bite into, right? But like, so something that is an extraordinary claim, like a God claim, is inherently going to require a lot of evidence. So as much as you can give us and as strong as you can give us is what we're going to basically be requesting.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So it could get very long, and qualifying questions might be needed because I definitely don't have all the answers. I just have what I believe to be enough that makes me lean towards this. And so, yeah, I guess to start off, my understanding of God still follows the traditional, I guess, like 3 characteristics of God, which is like omniscient, omnipresent, and
Before you get too in depth, can I ask you a
powerful.
question? Yeah, you're talking about triomny.
Yes.
When you talk about evidence, are you using the raising probability? Because I know a lot of the
Sorry,
Philbros.
am I using raising probability?
Yeah, as your justification of evidence for something that raises the likelihood or probabilities that you're.
I will say I don't think he's a Phil bro, Cody. For
Yeah,
reference.
I don't think I'm a Phil bro. I took
Okay.
it a long time ago. It's been almost 20 years. I don't know what the definition of, would you say rising probability?
Yeah, it's going to be like Bayesian reasoning and whatnot. So my literal definition for evidence, just to make it easier for you, I definitely agree with Ravis wholeheartedly. But what I consider actual evidence, and I could explain it further, but I want to hear you, obviously, I'm so sorry for cutting you off, is going to be facts and information that lead to a justified true conclusion or valid argument.
Okay, yeah, that's very clear. I guess I need to figure out how I start then, because the conclusion is sort of more important, or how you get to the conclusion is going to be more important than the evidence I present, because it's not so clear cut. Like, sorry, what's your name at the bottom here? Feb? I can only see half of your name. Who's the other panel member guest?
What do you want to go by, man? And I call him Ravis.
Ravis, okay, just as Ravis was saying. And so my evidence is, yeah, sorry. Like I said, I needed to think about this.
You're good.
I would say it's substantial. There's going to be lots of different examples. It's hard to connect the dots. And so that's maybe where it's going to be the conversation, is what I want to say.
Okay.
So for that, I would define God. And that's, I guess, why I was trying to go with that, just so that it was a little clearer on my side why I was going with triomni.
Yeah, classical theistic God, triomni, all-powerful creator of the universe.
I don't want to go with that. I just want to grant the 3 characteristics. I don't want to necessarily go with creator. I don't see that connection inherently, and it's never been like prescribed that way. So for all intents and purposes, I don't necessarily think it's creator. I think that it might partially be the creation. I don't know. And so because of the uncertainty, I just don't grant that, if that matters.
I
But
actually
yeah,
like
so
that.
basically,
That's super honest. I appreciate you for that.
yeah, so basically the way that it's understood or passed down is that God or spirit is a shape that encompasses everything that is known to exist in reality, and that the only thing that we know other than that is that the shape is changing constantly, and growing. And yeah, and then those are the claims that I can, I guess, move and try to provide evidence for.
You want to describe the shape?
I could describe the beginning of it. It's a very complex understanding, and I mean, to some regard, it's an infinite process as it's ever evolving and growing. So you could technically not catch up to it if you were trying to recreate it or just like draw it out, since it's not static, I guess. But yeah, it's based on a pattern. It starts with a circle, or I should say, it starts with the void technically, and then a singular point that expands into a circle.
A hot dense
And
state, maybe?
sorry.
Could this be compared to something like a hot dense state?
To be honest, that's where I lean towards, is that there's science that has, sort of started showing that, but that's not actually. So I'll give you the historical context. It's called the flower of life as one portion of the shape, but that specific pattern is, the best way I could describe it is like it's a 2D representation of what the shape is. So the shape is in a dimension higher than the third dimension, whichever one encompasses. And
brother, there's 4 dimensions: height, length, width, and time.
Is time a dimension?
Yeah, it's the 4th.
I didn't know time was the dimension. I thought with dimensions you had to be able like move across the scale or the
That's
plane.
what time is.
Yeah, I
The
guess
ability to
linear
even do
view.
that.
Right. It's not just the change in other metrics.
Well, yeah, it's all movement.
Is time on the same graph as the other dimensions?
Yeah, it's height, length, width, and time. All observation, all causal relation is all byproducts of time. Time is simply momentum, velocity, distance.
At a certain point in time. I understand what you're trying to say. I think I definitely don't, I'm not communicating this right, I don't think. Can you plot time against the other dimensions?
I don't know what you mean by that.
You can create, yeah, okay. In physical reality, you can create an object by giving it a length, a width, and a height. You can't create an object by giving it a time signature.
The only way to
or
observe
characteristic.
those objects is through time. Time is how all things happen. Like, you can't observe literally anything without time. There is no... Time encompasses all of it. It's like, I mean, if you want to, I guess we could say that like height, length, and width are inside of time. But that's weird.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that actually is interesting. Yeah, because that would mean time is in itself a form of a container.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
So that makes sense, or at least that makes sense to me.
Let me look up and
because
see
I do
a graph of
subscribe
it.
to that.
Let me.
Sorry?
I want to see if there's a good visual representation.
I don't think there is a visual representation because, like you said, it's literally it's what allows us to experience those shapes. Like what I was trying to say is like can you graph time and plot it and create an object on the graph like you could a cube when you start plotting on 3 planes, you know what I mean? And the answer is no, because time is you actually doing it.
It's tesseract 4D hypercube is going to be the spatial direction perpendicular to the first 3. So it is all 1 through 3 are inside of 4.
Okay, cool. That
Yeah.
actually, I'm okay with that. That doesn't really change anything. So If anything, that actually makes more sense to me because it shows that there might actually be more dimensions as a result of that.
One second, I'm sorry. I'm something is not clicking for me because Tesseract. Okay, the fourth dimension is widely considered to be time. This concept was introduced by Albert Einstein, linking it to the three. But what about is time? In physics, and it brought up fucking Marvel. I'm so confused now. Can someone else explain that while I look it up? Anyone in chat? Anyone able to explain that further? So, okay, it looks like Tesseract is 40, but also time is the fourth. Like, what the fuck? Let's see if I can get a better explanation for this, because it sounds like we're both ignorant now.
I'm pretty sure there's debate on which one.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
can
it
I
looks like
actually
both.
give my understanding of it?
One sec,
now
I
that it relates
just got
to-
it. Time is the fourth dimension in physics. A tesseract is the four-dimensional analog of a cube. They are not the same thing. Okay, so Einstein's relativity, 3 spatial dimension, and then 1 is the time dimension. And then when we have mainstream physics, it's the fourth dimension is time, specifically time-like dimension. This is why events are written as XYZ plus. Researched in classical physics, the fourth dimension is often time, forcing space-time and Einstein's relativity. Tesseract is a four-dimensional cube, purely geometric object. Okay, so it seems the tesseract is just a mathematical dimension of visual cube dimensions of shapes have dimensions, so it's a different definition of dimension. So when we talk about actual dimensions, we got height, length, width, and time, and then those are the 3 spatials, which is height, length, and width, and then you have the fourth, which is going to be the time dimension. Okay, so when it's talking about the tesseract as a dimension, it's talking about literally dimensions of it, like a shape. Fourth dimension of a fourth spatial axis. A tesseract lives here. Okay, so it looks like physics, fourth dimension is time, space-time, 3 space plus 1 time. Mathematics, fourth dimension is a fourth spatial axis. A tesseract lives here. It's probably unrelated to time. Let's see. Time is the fourth dimension in physics. A tesseract is the 4-dimensional analog of a cube in math. They only overlap in sci-fi, not in real physics. Okay, so yes, the fourth dimension in physics is time. A tesseract is that of a shape. Yeah, so height, length, width, time. Sorry, I had to fix that for myself. I was extremely fucking confused.
All good. I actually have, I think. Okay, so I think the next part of my conversation might be more interesting now because you've been able to clarify that. So the spatial dimension and shape that I'm talking about
I see.
has
I see.
8, and it's called an E8 lattice. The dimensions that I was talking about, I think, goes up to 11, and that's relating to time. And I guess the best way that I understood it was in the first dimension, you just have a point, right? Like in a void, I guess. 2-dimension or second dimension would be like drawing another point and then creating a line between those 2 points. Third dimension is obviously like giving it the third dimension, the height, but time resets and like you said, encompasses all that information into new points. But you can create the new shapes using time as the new source of points, if that makes sense. So you can go like 5th dimension, 6th dimension by doing the same thing, by doing a line between that and then a 3-dimensional object between it and so on. And so you end up getting a complex shape. And I guess, yeah, go ahead though.
The problem with that is that's not demonstrable by any means. There are absolutely theoretical physics that imply conceptualization of multiple other dimensions up to 12. And I grant that in theoretical, but none of it's demonstrated. It's the reason it's in a theoretical a long time, like string theory, is going to be the plausibility thanks to mathematics and the physics aligning and not contradicting anything of reality. So it's a plausibility, but what we know demonstrated to be true is going to be height, length, width, and time. So there's no like, there's not even, with that being said, there's not even like the potential of something higher dimension from us to be able to interact with us that we cannot see, which is basically assuming where this argument seems to be going. Like we can interact with 2D, but 2D can't interact with us, right?
Yes. Well,
So
I mean, I shouldn't say yes. I would make that assumption also, but that's where I don't know, because I was under the impression that quantum mechanics or whatever, studying quantum physics in general, is showing that at the minute or micro or whatever, level, that it does affect. And so I don't know.
No.
I don't know if it's top down or bottom up.
You're kind of combining theoretical physics and quantum physics, two completely fucking separate studies. Completely fucking. So like when we look at like quantum physics, you got like when we were studying double slit experiment is when we realized that quantum particles are going to be less accurate for, or less, what's the word? We aren't as precise with predicting its location and how it interacts and lands and where it goes and whatnot. So it's specifically for that, we learned that instead of being able to like shoot like a laser light and know it's going to hit this particular spot, we learned in quantum mechanics that it's more of a probability analysis of, I don't know if it's going to hit this exact spot, but I know it's going to hit in this area. So there's a probability of which space it's going to land in comparison, because probability is all about mathematics. So when we shoot that laser, instead of knowing it's going to hit this spot 100% of the time, it's going to hit one of these spots a specific percent of the time.
Right.
So yeah, the theoretical physics are awesome because it is absolutely plausible. It's just there's no actual truth value to it. In the case of epistemic justification, like there's no demonstration, there's no repeatability nor testing of it at all. It's just logically plausible and mathematically plausible.
But so when you're saying that, what point were you referring to that I had made?
Yeah, the 12 dimensions.
Oh, right. Well, okay, fair enough. I see what you're saying. So would you say that if you add other types of evidence, though, that could be used to justify and become evidence eventually?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so great. So that would be one form of evidence for me. The other is this shape.
Before we move on from that, here is my problem with that. You're filling in a knowledge gap. So technically that's a logical fallacy. It's called God of the gaps. You're inserting a supernatural being into a cutoff of scientific knowledge. And we've done that through all of history and been wrong 100% of the time. Thor with lightning, for instance. Science didn't understand what it was, so we said that a god had to do it. So there absolutely are holes and unknown spaces in science in our reality. We only know 4% of the universe, but that doesn't mean that we're able to input anything magical.
Yeah, for sure. Magical is a weird word to me. I don't know how I use that.
Let me rephrase that. That's why it doesn't count as evidence for any sort of a higher being, because it's not a causal mechanism linking to or showing there is that thing. The evidence, it would be considered evidence if there was a causal link showing that a god or a deity or whatever, some spirit, whatever, had something to do with it, but we would have to have demonstration of that. We'd have to observe it to some degree.
Right. Okay. So
it's evidence of unknown. It's evidence of unknown. That's all it is. It's not evidence of anything.
On its own, it is, right?
Correct.
Right. Okay. So other parts, or I should say other pieces of evidence that I consider to be evidence anyways, would probably come from that demonstration process. So the pattern that you can draw is found throughout nature, but
Fibonacci.
Also no, but funny enough, Fibonacci is like that sequence can be derived from this pattern. So there's no numbers in this pattern, it's shapes, right? It's just relative space.
Well,
but
there is
everything
still
comes
mathematic
from
to it. But I hear what you're saying.
I guess that's a different type of argument. I personally don't agree that geometry is mathematics. I believe that the relationship that objects in time have with each other exists without people trying to describe it with mathematics.
Well, math is grounded in what we call axiomatic principles. Do you know what axioms are?
Not really, but I think I do.
Axiom by
It's just an
definition
agreement,
is
right?
a foundation for a way of thinking. So like as an empiricist, for instance, your foundation is going to be all things natural. Things exist would be an axiom for a physicalist. Let's see. If you're a theist, your
right.
axiom is going to be there is a spiritual world around our world, and that is going to be derived from a god or a mind of God. So that's going to be their axiom, their foundation for the way that they think. I only grant axioms as true if they are self-evident truths, because I can't test to know if this spirit realm is true or not. There's no way to actually know that. So I have to ground it in some sort of epistemology. And my epistemology that grounds best and most accurate in accordance with, or in comparison to any and all epistemologies, is going to be a natural empiricism, because it allows me to test, demonstrate, and repeat and scrutinize to know against reality whether my thoughts are correct or wrong. So it allows me to be objective in my own thinking, to know objective reality versus my subjective opinions. So when it comes to, what were we talking about?
We are talking about the Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah. So when geometry, first and foremost, is 100% mathematical. You can even chaos has order. There's something called chaos theory. The universe, its natural state is that of order. The laws of physics are descriptions of the universe and its workings. We then have theories that explain why they work. So when it comes to math, it's a derivative of these axioms. It is our explanations of the universe, and there is always order in it, because that is the universe's default state, is that of order. Entropy has order, chaos has order, all things. The universe is that of order. So when it comes to shapes, geometric shapes, there is order to every single one of them. Even if it has some chaos to it, even chaos has order to it to some degree. And we can still pinpoint numerical abbreviations to that to be able to make out and build things. Like that's how we have pyramids. That's how we have buildings.
I definitely don't know if I disagree. My understanding of it was generally correct. So
we use geometry. We have geometric rulers, brother. Like when you're building a building, or staircases, or literally anything, you're using geometry and math. The geometry is the math that you're using. Like that's how you find a circumference of a circle, or how you find the area of a building, is by using geometry and the mathematics that allow you to get from point A to corner A, etc. AB plus C equals X. It's literally math.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I didn't use the right term. I think you might have. What did you call the base source of universal information that humans try to describe with math?
Well, it's grounded in axiom and their principles. It's just
not
grounded.
Grounded. I want to know what it actually
axiom, AXIOM.
No. I'm talking about what is the actual information that we try to describe using math.
Numbers? What?
No, we try to, with geometry, right? Geometric based math that you were describing with circumference and the radius, and using sine, cos, and tan to find angles of your circles, and the whatever. That is describing what? It's describing
geometry.
Relationships of. Right. Yeah. A base set of information that exists without the math, right?
That is math. Geometry is math.
Yeah. I don't need to have this conversation. I just want to know, so that I can communicate with you, what do you consider the base set of information that we try to describe using math? I call it the geometry, which is the relationship between objects. That's my definition for it. So if that's not what the definition is, then that's fine. But I need to know what that base set of information that we try to describe using math is called, so that I can proceed. You know what I mean? I'm okay with not calling it geometry. That's fine. I just want to know what we call it.
The foundation of math is axioms.
It could I guess physics, quote unquote, maybe. Like depending on how you describe physics. Like the yeah.
I'm so confused by
No,
this
no,
question.
no. I mean, like, it's hard to. Do things exist without a mind?
Yes, it's objective
Okay, what are
reality.
those? How do I refer to that raw state of being of those things? And those
Reality.
characteristics. Okay,
The
sure.
universe.
I'll use reality. So I don't know how I'm going to use the word reality in this way, but I'll try with this working definition that you just gave. So we calculate reality, or we attempt to calculate reality using math and
Yes.
measuring tools, right? Okay, cool. So we agree that you can't accurately represent or recreate reality. You could just do your best with some degree of error, right?
Ravis.
I mean, all maps are wrong. Just some are useful, right? So like.
Yeah, I don't care about useful. Is there a degree of error when you create anything?
I mean, depending on what it is, I suppose.
I mean, you can make an error in what you're doing and how you're doing it.
It depends, right? So like, if we're talking about like, yes, the answer I think is yes, but also like, it's gonna have some variables.
Yeah, this is an interesting phrase for the questioning.
Well, I'm just trying to get at like what is being represented. I just needed a term for it so that I could explain what we're going through. And if you're using reality and you're trying, and now I'm just going through the phases of, am I making sure that I'm using this correctly? It seems like yes, because you guys have agreed. You understand what I'm getting at.
I think so.
Right? It would have only been bad if you thought we could recreate reality. It wasn't a trick question or anything.
Right? Yeah. No, we cannot do that.
Right. Okay. So basically what I'm trying to say is reality has its own whatever attributes, characteristics that we try to define using math. I was saying that that's geometry. That instead of using the word reality, that's what I was saying is geometry. And the reason why I was saying that is because it's basically the only truth you can get without needing to make the assumption that others agree with you and your premise is that things have a relationship to each other and that change exists based on those relationships, right? Like that's what we can experience and see and measure and calculate, or at least attempt to with instruments and so on, or with theories and equations. Like I think we agree on that, right? Like that's my ending premise before I continue. But if we don't agree there, then
I think so. I'm having a hard time following you.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think we're in agreement. If you want to go ahead and move on, I think so.
Cool. So
if we get
the
further
shape-
information, I'll go back.
Sure. So I can recreate with some degree of error the shape of reality, at least at the beginning phases, in 2 dimensions. Is what I'm saying.
You can dig a hole in the ground, which changes structure of the ground, but you can't like make particles do things like magically. Like you can't shape reality to be Marvel Universe.
Well, yeah, I mean that would require, I guess, me knowing how to get there. That's not what I'm saying I know how to do, or what my theory and belief. I guess what I'm trying to say is if you move photons in a specific formation, you can start recreating mini versions of new realities that would have the same properties and laws of the universe that this one has.
No.
Yeah. Oh, my phone's
Ravis, do you know
dying.
what he's talking about? Are you following?
I mean, I would need a demonstration on that. Like, just to say that you could isn't going to be useful. I would need that demonstrated.
Yeah, I mean, my basic understanding is that's how we create holograms today, but
No.
we only. Oh, okay.
Holograms are light. So
Yeah.
holograms are like refractions of light and like patterns and stuff like that. Advanced holograms are multiple different directional fraction, light.
Yeah,
that's not recreating reality, though.
but wait. So what would be different other than if you used a full range of light, which I don't think humans have access to, so we can't test that part out. But if you were to use the full range of light, then why wouldn't the universe, like this holographic universe, exist the same way and the same properties be implemented into it if the same starting conditions are in play?
I can do a lot of stuff in my Sims, but that's not a reality. Do you believe that we are in simulation? Are you a simulation theorist?
I wouldn't say yes or no. I don't know if simulation is the right word. I believe we're in some type of holographic representation.
No.
And that length, width, and height are ways we define that base raw substance that
that
is
makes
formed a
all
certain
of this
way.
makes so much more sense. Okay, so you're seeing the world as just binary, and that it's all ones and zeros, and we can manipulate that to some degree.
I don't want to say we can. I would think that we can, yes, eventually.
No. So that would be breaking the laws of physics, which would be breaking the laws of the universe, which is not possible.
So I guess I'll rephrase. I don't know if we could break through this container, but I believe that we can create new containers and manipulate the same way in the new container, though.
I can make binary code in a computer to create the Sims world, but it is not an actual world. It is zeros and ones. There's no intelligence in there.
Well, yeah, I don't want to get into that. That's beyond my understanding of humans.
Well, it's the only way for us to, like, because you're basically talking about, like, this is a dimension or world that is internal of another world that is edited and can or possibly be edited.
No, I actually don't even grant that far. I don't know if it's in like this. There might just be one container. I don't grant that there's a world outside this one that controls it. I think the container can very well hold the rules of the universe that binds everything. I don't necessarily think there has to be something else.
The rules of the universe are the descriptions of the universe. When we're talking about physics, we're describing the universe. We can't manipulate that. We cannot change reality. Like, what's a law in physics? Bending space-time for gravity. That is how the universe works. It is the universe attracting mass. Could we bend space-time? Yeah. Yeah. But you can't break the law. Like, it's not physically possible. That's why it's a law. It doesn't change. It is the universe and the, what's the word I'm looking for? There isn't anything external.
Honestly, I got a little lost. I don't know how that really played into what I was talking about.
I don't think any of us know what you're talking about necessarily. Nobody, are you following?
I'm trying to say that light moves, or there's it's actually hard to explain because the way we understand and calculate light is different now. We don't like consider the universe in itself a full light source, but I guess I was, and maybe that's why it's confusing. I believe that it moves and expands in a specific pattern, and I believe that pattern is represented in nature and in this universe many times over in living things and in non-living things and in growth mechanisms of what we say is the physical universe.
I
at all
suppose
degrees.
I can grant this, I think. If I'm following correctly, I think I can grant that.
So I guess to me, there's enough evidence contained within this shape, which dumbed down or not dumbed down, like just broken down to the smallest degree, is a 2D representation. Is called the flower of life. Now I know that it's not the end shape, it's not even whatever, but even in enough information can be found in that 2D phase 2 of however many phases to get to the universe we have today, if that makes sense. So I believe if you were to recreate that using light, that you would be able to create a mini holographic universe the same way we have a holographic universe, and the things inside that universe would be able to experience physical objects the way we see physical objects without knowing that there's another container. I'm not necessarily saying that we have another container from our universe. I just believe that that is maybe one way that we humans will be able to test it once we're able to do that.
This sounds
Like,
like
you
an
could-
extremely interesting version of bubble universe theory.
What's bubble universe theory? 'Cause
Like
that does
we
sound
are
interesting.
one universe out of many universes with our own laws and speciations and whatnot.
And then infinite other variations
Yeah,
exist.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
yeah,
called
that would be
bubble
a-
universe.
I have to look that up because that would definitely be a consequence of what I'm saying. Like this would just be
Okay.
one split and one container of what can exist.
So I can grant the plausibility behind it, because it is plausible, but that still doesn't entail any sort of a being making it to be that way.
Right. I see what you're saying. Because
Yeah.
there's no choice involved.
Well, not even necessarily that. Like, I think the closest thing that we'll ever have to a god is the universe, because energy can't be created. Energy exists, therefore it's always existed. So all things are merged from energy to some degree. So therefore, the closest thing to a quote unquote creator would be energy, but it's not intelligent and it doesn't work with intent. So it's like to call that a god is just not definitionally correct, because the concept of God is some sort of intelligent being that has some sort of interaction with the universe, be it creating it or interacting with humans. So there's that's not a god, it's just energy.
Yeah, that's fair. What if energy moved in a certain way that could show intent?
Then I would probably, if there was like evidence for that and that showed intent and some sort of an intelligence for radiation or something, I would probably believe that that is, like, I would consider that a kind of god, I suppose, because
Yeah,
it
okay.
would be intentionally creating all these things. Like that would be the byproduct of an intelligent energy. Like, I don't know what energy would do that, radiation or whatever type of energy. Yeah, that would follow the descriptions of a god.
Well, to me, I unfortunately don't see energy as radiation energy, like the way that you're talking about it. I believe that all the different forms that we calculate potential work as,
Mhm.
I just consider like versions of energy. I
Yeah,
don't consider
that's a
that pure energy,
definition of
right?
it. So like you have like energy definition of the potential of
Of the system.
the potential of change. But energy, like in and of itself, you're looking at like radiation is going to be one of the first energies that ever has been.
Existed, right? Yeah, that's is that sorry, is that gamma radiation, like red light or something?
That
it's
I'm
called?
ignorant on. We know that thanks to how we know about like the Big Bang Theory is going to be redshift and cosmic microwave background radiation.
Redshift, right?
Yeah. So
And black hole or
I'm
something.
ignorant on that concept and that line of thinking. It could be. I don't know.
So, but okay, so I actually need to look this up, and maybe you just know it. But like, so the different types of energy that we've categorized now, can you draw out fields for them? And if so, like for the, let's say the dispersion of them as they move through space, can like, is there any relationship? Like, I want to look at those fields because if they even relate to this flower of life, I'm gonna just be more convinced, right?
There's energy fields, yes. Like that's where we get quarks and whatnot. Quarks, you got matter is an emergent property from these fields. So there are energy fields, yes.
Yeah, because the only one that comes to mind is like a magnetic field, which I don't necessarily know if that counts as energy on its own, or just a magnetic field. But I know that that one is represented in this shape. So it's like, it's just, I see a lot of
it.
Maybe I can't strongly call it evidence. I still do. Others maybe don't conform.
It
But I
doesn't
like, it's just a lot of
point
coincidental
to a
things,
being, and I'd consider it technically coincidental, but it's not even coincidence. It's just observation of the universe is all it really is. There's no, like, a coincidence would be like a bird sitting on a bent steel beam. Like, we're not going to say that the bird bent the beam. It would be a coincidence that it's sitting on the bent part. But what
Mhm.
you were describing is just that the universe acts and does certain things in certain ways. It kind of sounds like you're describing like you've been studying something along the lines of like a Hindu philosophy or something, understanding of the universe, which a lot of philosophies absolutely tend to almost always lead to science. So, I mean, that could absolutely make sense that it's coincidentally leading you towards science.
Yeah, I didn't study anything. It's as far as I know, I don't think there's any one culture, but Egyptians, I guess earlier Egyptians were the ones that I found or discovered, were the ones who were teaching it. They had this thing called
Yeah.
mystery schools, and they would build a temple with specific dimensions and proportions, and only specific people got to experience what was in the temple and the knowledge of that. And so it's just, obviously it's interesting. It's very ancient, predates Christianity and Jesus and,
Oh yeah.
like
The
all
oldest
that.
religion is
And
Mesopotamian Hinduism.
yeah, so it's just, I don't know.
Not
I don't
Mesopotamian.
even
I
call
don't
it a
even know if that
religion
comes.
because to them it was just a truth. Like they didn't build
Yeah,
gods out of it.
and they're
Stuff like Horus and
smart as
Osiris had nothing
fuck.
to do with
Absolutely.
it. You know what I mean?
So like
It
a
was
lot of their studies are going to be accurate because I mean they were the foundation of how we know what we know today. So yeah, it's all going to more or less lead to the same conclusions.
Mm.
I
So
just
yeah,
none of it. I don't grant not that any of that points to some sort of a deity. If we had new if there was some sort of new conflating evidence that justified or showed a causal relation of energy and movement being done with intent or some sort of an intelligence, I could then grant it. But until then, I can't grant that.
yeah, I that's okay. I'm leaning towards that now too, but I also, how do you do that? How can you show energy having intent? Like what would be your what would be your qualification for being like, yeah, okay, that energy is now showing me that it had intent?
Some form of communication would probably be needed, but I like usually intent is derived from like some form of like communicative behavior and choosing one from multiple options of sets of possible choices. So the problem with that thinking that I'm thinking about right now is technically it's already doing that, but there's no way for us to know if it's doing it intentionally or not. So I don't know if that would even be possible to find out of some sort of an intent. I don't know how that would work at all. You got me dumbfounded. That's a damn good fucking question. I appreciate that question.
Yeah, well, thanks. But to me, what it ends up seeing is that we have no choice to just assume it's like a mechanic of the system. You know what I mean? Like there's no, I can't go further than that. That's why I was asking that in the first place, right? Like you have to just assume that's how it is. Like you said, it's sort of already doing that.
So,
so yeah,
I'd say that there's a difference in presupposing some mind towards it versus following the evidence to a justified conclusion. So like what we're talking about right now is A, extremely theoretical, B, there's massive fucking gaps in it because it's very new kind of information that isn't fully understood. So to input any answer into that is just going to be a gap fallacy to some degree.
Yeah, that's also fair. I actually have another question that sort of relates. Do you think people have, or living things have willpower? And I guess where
remain
that
pretty
starts or stops if
agnostic.
you do.
I don't know if I grant free choice at all, free will, free choice, however you want to, describe that. There's been a neurological study that shows that, like, before we think and take action on something, the part of our brain for action taking lights up 7 seconds prior to us actually taking the action. So it almost seems as though there is no such thing as free will. I'm not a hard determinist. Ravis is a determinist, though. Ravis, do you want to throw in some thoughts on this?
I mean, like, for me, I mean, you hit it on the head. There's studies that present that I think it's like, 3 seconds before we make a decision.
Is it 3? Am I wrong on that?
I think it might be
Okay,
3. I could.
yeah, I'm so ignorant. I'm so fucking ignorant here, dude. Okay. First and foremost, my heart is beating like this is such good lines of questions. Nobody gets me thinking like this. I'm very fucking happy that you came up here, dude. This is awesome. I love thinking this way. I appreciate you. You've gotten me into a point where I am just so beyond ignorant on like every single thing we're fucking saying, and I love it.
Yeah. Look, I don't remember exactly how much, but oh, okay. Yeah, it could be 300. Okay, yeah. So some odd millionth of a second. Sorry, I was wrong about that.
Okay.
But like
That
before
quick.
that,
Holy shit.
yeah, you've already made up your mind on the decision before you actively made the decision. Because of that, what I would just determine is that like your brain has these like you don't change neural pathways. Because you don't change neural pathways, I don't think you actually have a decision in changing them, right? So, like, I think the problem is that because when a thought goes down a neural pathway, I'm not deciding what pathway it goes down. It automatically is going down there, It's predetermined.
Oh, I have so many thoughts about that.
I have so many questions too. And honestly, I'm probably going to sound super dumb because I just don't think I get it. But my first one is okay, I assume all of this to be true. And now my new question is, does that mean that 1, what you're implying is no, we don't have free will? And then 2, does that mean that we are like, just reacting to things around us? We have no control, and like what? I don't know what that means exactly. Like what? That I'm stepping because the floor is a certain way. Like right? Sorry, go ahead.
I think the implication here to me follows that we don't have free will. That's the thing. So I think it follows that because what's essentially your neural pathways form via like, previous like how your brain is formed, how memory is formed, like previous thoughts, stuff like that, right? So like all of that leads up to your conclusion, right? So if we are about to go to say you're walking to Walmart, right? And the left way is just as fast as the right way.
Let me pause. I want to pause you there. Nobody just said something extremely fucking important for this argument. There's higher order of deliberation after the subconscious reaction. So it looks like there actually might be free will even in accordance with that. So like nobody, are you trying to say that the subconscious action starts going and then there's also higher order of us being able to deliberately decide to or not to?
That could be the case tue.
That's interesting.
My hard determinism is like, so my hard determinism isn't hard, like quote unquote. I like the answer is that as I stand right now, I'm a hard determinist, but I can easily when presented a different piece of evidence, bet one way or another.
Yeah, we're not set in stone. Like if there was evidence for a God, I'd believe it. If there's evidence for supernatural, I'd believe it. If there's evidence for ghosts, I believe it. If there's evidence for fucking teleportation, I'll believe. Like as long as there's evidence for something that shows that I am incorrect, I'm going to change my mind. That is why I'm an atheist in the first place.
Yeah, I try my best to be intellectually honest. Sometimes I read a study and I jump the gun on it.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, for sure. We're humans. We're dumb.
Haven't we been able to teleport like a photon or something?
Yes. I believe you're correct. Do you know anything about that?
I don't think it works the same way as like Star Trek style, and so I definitely am behind on this understanding, but I heard from a general perspective.
I'm gonna look it up,
how you could say
but to my ignorance, from what I believe that I have read before, is that it wasn't actually teleporting it. What it was doing was copy pasting it. I'm gonna look it up though.
No, that makes more sense. Because to me, I'm like, if you were really teleporting it, how are you, like, if math is, I know it's created and it seems to be pretty accurate, but like when it's dealing with probabilities, how are you accurately predicting like space-time positioning for where this thing needs to reappear? Is what
Okay,
I
so
don't understand.
here's a quantum teleportation explanation. Quantum teleportation does not involve physically moving matter like in science fiction. Instead, it transfers the quantum state, such as its spin, polarization, or energy level, to another particle at a distant location using quantum entanglement. Entangled particles are intrinsically linked, so measuring one instantly affects the other, called spooky action at a distance by Einstein. That's National Science Foundation. Oh, actually, I need to study that way fucking more. Okay, so they are entangled to some degree. Interacting with one causes difference in another. Okay, you know what pisses me off about that is...
Wait, sorry.
You're good.
Did you just say that interacting with one causes a difference in another?
So, entangled particles are intrinsically linked, so measuring one instantly affects the other. A phenomenon Albert Einstein called spooky action at a distance. This is according to National Science Foundation.
I might still not be getting it. Does that mean that you could change one and like, yeah?
I'm curious
In my head,
about
I'm
that
like,
as
if
well.
you start changing lots of them in a particular space, could you change something like reality somewhere else?
That's
because you change the spin and the charge. Sorry, I know that sounds dumb, but I also just don't get it because that seems like it'd be pretty crazy.
You're really it doesn't sound dumb. Like, I'll be real with you. I'm just a biologist, you know. I don't. This is out of my depth, but it's interesting to read on.
Okay, so no, you cannot change one particle and instantly change another in a way that sends information. Yes, entangled particles show instant correlations. No, this does not let you send signals, messages, or teleport matter. What actually happens in entanglement, two particles are prepared in a special linked state. You measure particle A. Instantly, particle B's state becomes consistent with that measurement. That is the spooky action at a distance that Einstein speaks of, but you cannot control the outcome of the measurement. You can't choose what A collapses into. So you can't send a message like, I'll measure spin up to tell you yes, because quantum measurements are random. It does not allow instant communication, even though the correlation is instant. You can't choose the result. You can't encode information. You still need classical communication to complete teleportation. It cannot exceed the speed of light. It's not moving a part. It's not teleportation. It's not moving a particle. It's copying the quantum state of one particle onto another distant particle. Okay, so as I said, it's more of a copy and paste. Okay, that makes sense. That's so fucking cool.
I mean, it sort of makes sense, but I'm also just confused. Is it because we don't have the tools or resources or knowledge to be able to change and affect
when it comes to quantum, yeah, we're still highly new
far
to
off.
it. Yeah.
So that's why everything has to be an observation and measurement, and we can't affect anything, is because we're just watching. But so that does show, though, that you can immediately predict like what. So you could, okay, new question. Would you be able to rebuild? I think you said, like, in our example, that they were able to calculate. I don't know if calculate's the right word here. The spin a mile away. So a mile to me is like a pretty big difference in the physical world, right? Like it's enough that it's quantifiable and affects our reality. So if you were to like make a machine that was doing this on instead of one particle or electron basis, but measuring as many as you can in whatever area, like a 5 by 5 square foot place, would you be able to immediately predict what that place is going to look like the moment you have the information?
No, that was stating there is absolutely no control that we have over it, nor can we tell exactly what it's going to do because it's random. So
that's the initial measurement, right? Like the first one you're measuring.
Right. So it's going to be the same for all of them.
Right. So yes, but what I'm saying is once those are measured, you should be able to immediately map its correlated positioning, right?
I think possibly.
Like you could have a whole other universe mapped based on the opposite of everything that exists right now, I guess is what I'm gonna get to eventually.
Are we trying to say that we could do it to the universe and create? Well, no, that wouldn't work because it would still require the other particles to already exist, requiring another universe existence. So no.
But don't we assume the other particles exist? Or
yeah, but
do
if
we
we're
not
talking
know
about
when a
another
particle is
universe
entangled?
or a separate universe, like we're not creating anything, we're just using two already existing particles.
Right. Yeah. With that are entangled and opposites. Is that correct? Oh, wait. Okay, I see what you're saying. Is that they're both located still in the same universe?
Yes, yeah.
I see. Yes. I got far ahead of myself. But okay, that's pretty neat.
I love your way of thinking. It annoys me and it makes me think.
So new thing I just thought about. There exists some form of this universe that is, I guess, a singularity instead of a duality in terms of representation.
You're still presupposing multiple universes.
Yeah, I shouldn't say another universe. How should I say it? There's a way to calculate this universe in a singularity format as opposed to a duality, maybe. Like if you just like if you take, it would be like dividing this universe in two in a way, but not, that's a very simplified version. But basically, it's because this universe is built up of pairs. If you found a way to represent the pairs as a singularity, then you can demonstrate the same universe in a new way. You know what I mean? It's like changing a math equation on one side.
We can do mathematics and try and do things like that, but physically, we're not going to be able to make another universe like that. Or at least can't currently.
I don't know about making. It would be about finding an instrument that can detect something that we can't currently detect.
You're still presupposing multiple dimensions and whatnot. Like your mind seems very stuck in the idea that this is not the only reality and that there is something that we can't currently measure, which that's kind of lunatic.
Oh, I'm definitely not communicating it right, but to say what you said, what do you consider like thoughts and emotions? Do you consider
Chemical
that to be part of
reactions.
reality?
Yes, they're physical.
So what we experience is in reality a physical event.
Yes.
And I don't know if I can. So how do I see an image in my head that is comparable to, I guess, a real image when I open my eyes through chemical reactions when I close my eyes.
Yeah. So it's going to be like when you're seeing something physically, the information is coming from your retinas and your cornea,
Right, taking in light,
and all the
right?
information. The information is processed and it tells you what you're seeing. Because we have observed and are able to see, we understand what seeing looks like and what certain things look like. You cannot imagine something that you could never have, like, you can't recreate something in your mind that has no actual basis in reality. So when you're imagining something, it's because you've seen before, so your brain is re-accessing that same information and then just retelling it to your brain. So you're not actually seeing anything. It's your brain processing and telling you more information from previous. So you're not like, there's no like mind's eye. It's all just processes of information and telling your brain what you're seeing. But because we have seen, we're able to see it again, quote unquote, with the same information being processed. So our brain knows what it looks like because we have visually seen, right? It's like a blind person is not able to imagine and see color. They've never seen color. So their brain doesn't have the information to understand the observable effect of that.
Yeah, I definitely don't know enough about the eye, but I have questions again. So when I close my eyes, I have two examples or two sort of questions. When I close my eyes and I think of apple, I can see an apple.
Well, remember,
Are you
most
telling me
people
I-
can't do that. You're able to do it
Oh.
because you're one of a few people that is able to. First of all, I don't know what the cause for why some are and some aren't. We could find out. But again, you have seen it before. So the same information that was processed prior is able to be brought up. So you're not actually seeing it, but your brain knows what it looks like, all the information about it, and it's knowing it. And you have seen
Right,
it
so-
before. So the information
Sorry.
goes through, and then your eyes have seen it. So all that information is just being reprocessed.
Okay. I guess that was a longer question. It was actually like, is the apple I'm seeing an actual apple I saw, or like an understanding and sort of like an image I generate based on all the apples I've sort of seen in my
Yes,
life?
the latter.
Okay, cool. Okay, I understand. So that makes more sense. But would you say that like a child who hasn't experienced or seen things and closes their eyes can't imagine things that they haven't experienced or seen?
Tell me about something that has never been invented before right now.
I can't.
Exactly.
Because it feels like it goes against the definition, right? But until it's invented, right? Like I could tell you examples in history where people wrote about things and then they became reality.
Right. Like there's certain things like I can imagine in my mind a cup that is circled on the bottom. Like if this rim went all the way around, I can imagine that because I know what circles look like. I know what the mug looks like, and I can picture that in my head because it's something that could naturally actually happen. I could take plastic and put it all the way around, circling and connecting here. So I'm able to imagine that because I've seen round things. I've seen weird cups. I know what a cup is. Like you're able to take all these bits of information that you have seen before and remold them together to some degree. But I can't see something that doesn't exist. Like unicorns exist in the imagination because it's been drawn. We know the idea of it. We're able to make it up. We can draw it, make that up. But I mean,
And you're saying that the concept of a unicorn just came because someone saw a horse with a, and mixed it with like a rhinoceros or something.
right? Yeah, we've seen
Like,
all these things that exist. Yeah,
Right. Sure. Okay. Keep going. I follow.
that's that.
Okay.
It's like
so
that
so,
would be
and
the
you're
answer to
and
the
you're
kid.
saying this would go down to, right. And you're saying that would that makes sense for like objects. And so you're saying that would also go down to like the most general of shapes. Like when I close my eyes, sometimes I just see mush. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Like a cloud of stuff, you know, green, the way I describe green, you know, sometimes blue, but it just, the best way I could just, a moving cloud.
Okay,
know,
now
of
I want
what,
you
I
to
don't know.
picture
It
the
doesn't look like any
33rd
fluid.
dimension.
I can't.
Exactly.
Although I have some concept of what I think some could get to, but yeah, right. So there exists fundamental information that people use to create our thoughts. Okay, so thoughts don't exist. Thoughts are like what we see in our mind is, I know you said it's caused by a chemical reaction, but like, how do I describe the actual thing I'm seeing when my eyes are closed and I know that I'm not getting light information, but I still see a picture?
Because you've
You know what
seen
I
it
mean?
before.
Like,
It's saved information in your long-term memory.
so there's just some part of the process where like you take in light information with your eyes and you can immediately see an image, right? Like when your eyes are open, that's how I thought eyes work. You're saying that there's some disconnect, you know, instance where it's not an immediate thing. If you like, you can, I don't know how to say it. Like, can you, yeah, okay, never mind. That's probably how hallucinations work. You can see something or think you're seeing something that you're not. Okay, cool.
Yes.
That makes, I get
Yeah.
it. I get it.
Just
Cool.
misfirings of information in the brain.
Right. And then misaligning reality with, even when your eyes are open, with what you're seeing. Cool.
Yeah, yeah. Like most
Okay.
hallucinations are due to like an overactive part of the brain.
Yeah, fair enough. So yeah, I don't know.
That was a lot, but I love it. That was fun.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I appreciate
but now
you.
it makes more sense, and I don't naturally want to just assume that there's another universe, because it's not really what I'm trying to say.
It's an
I'm more
awesome
to say, like,
idea.
maybe, yeah, but it's not even what I necessarily believe. It goes in line with it, but it's not a fundamental aspect. It could easily just be one universe, and it works the same way. It just means there's just one. But realistically, I guess. Yeah, super interesting. Learned a lot. Still confused about a few things, like
Sure.
the whole entanglement thing just doesn't make sense.
It is very interesting, I
Um,
know.
Yeah, like I don't understand the whole like it's an exact replica, whatever, opposite copy and paste situation, but you can't necessarily know or map out what the other side is even after getting the observation.
Right, with intent, that's not possible quite yet.
Yeah.
It may be
So-
one day. I don't know, you know? Like, we don't know jack shit about this universe. That's beautiful. I love that. It would really fucking suck if we knew everything about everything. It'd be boring.
Have we tried something that would, I guess we probably just can't, but I'm like, is there a version of the, what is it, the double split experiment, but for measuring electrons popping in and out? Or I guess even just measuring electrons in general, their spin and direction and charge.
Well, it was done with photons.
Right. Has there been an equivalent with electrons though?
I don't know. I would suppose it's still at a quantum level feasible, and still, because the experiment showed that at the quantum level those particles interact in that way. So I would suppose that it's still true across the board by inference, but I can't state that as a truth since I'm ignorant.
Wait. How do we look that up? Like, what would I need to? Because would that mean that electrons act like photons in the sense of they're both a particle and a wave, or no?
I would in ignorance, I would assume so. In ignorance, I am not saying that that is a truth. I'm going to assume that that is valid.
Well, that's super awkward. Because I thought electrons had mass, and I thought that was like one of the bases for like our physical reality.
I'm just saying,
in
ignorance at the quantum level.
Right.
I am not a physicist. I am not a quantum physicist. I am completely ignorant. I know about the double slit experiment, period, end of story, nothing else. I would assume
and
that.
that would make sense, because photons don't have mass. They're not recreating like that concept or anything. So
don't photons have mass?
I honestly thought they didn't
have mass. Photons are considered massless. Okay, so let's look at, do electrons have mass? Yes, they do. Okay, do electrons and photons both react the same at the quantum level? Do not. No. So I would say no. They have, even though both do have wave particle duality, so it still has the wave particle duality to it, but yeah, it's going to react seemingly a little bit different. Again, that's out of ignorance and just one tiny quick little search, but
No, I mean, yeah, it's starting to make more sense. Whatever that difference is, though, is probably how and like a key to understanding matter to some other degree, in my opinion, because it's going to show like the difference between this whole like what particle wave duality situation at the quantum level that exists.
yeah, the duality is very curious to me, but
yeah.
My brain is broken at this point, and I think I'm ready to move on.
Yeah, fair enough. You honestly answered all my questions. Thank you so much.
I appreciate the hell out of you.
Keeping me up for so long.
Yeah, man. You as well.
Cheers.
God damn, that was really fucking in depth. Holy shit. Whew. All right, Various wants to come up. I need to go to the restroom, and then I also, before we get up, someone else have a dono to shout out. So give me a couple minutes, and then we'll do the dono, and then we'll get Various up. Okay.
Gotcha. I'll do a little ad break. So, you all know what I'm gonna say. If you're not tapping, you're napping. Tap that screen. Let's see if we can get up to 20K by the time Cody gets back. Share out the live if you can. If you hit repost and copy link, that's 2 shares that cost you nothing. You don't even gotta share it with other people. Actually, hold up. Both of you stay requesting. I think this would be an interesting thing for Cody to set up. I don't know why my allergies just kicked in overdrive. But when Cody comes back, I'll suggest this to him, because we seem to have 2 people who claim to know quite a lot about physics. I'd love to bring them both up. Oh, dang. All right, Various, that's fair. But also, Crow, you'll need to provide studies. Well, Crow, you've been sitting out of the comments screeching like a child this whole time. Like, you're gonna get a voice for sure, but we gotta wait for Cody to get back so that Cody, I need to provide intelligence. Like, I'm not intelligent in physics necessarily. I'm just a biologist. Like, you either provide a study or, But anyways, so when Cody gets back, I'll make the suggestion. I'm not what? I'm not a brain scientist. I'm not a brain biologist. I'm a genetic biologist. I don't work inherently with a brain. I work with genetics. But so there's an interesting opportunity, Cody. We have 2 people, Various and Crow named Caw, that both have been arguing like back and forth about physics. I can't hear you, man.
In chat with each other?
Yeah.
And
So
they
we
want to
could
come
bring
up
them both
here and chat against each other with us kind of just listening, and
We could do that. It's an opportunity.
I'm down.
Various apparently has to go pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm down with that. I've got 2 donos I want to get out there. We got D.$25 super chat. I know it's not going to make you regain your sanity from these calls, but I hope it helps. I appreciate the hell out of that. And then we got a PayPal dono. We got $30 from one of the YouTube callers we had on. Open up, please. It's going to be from the Isidro call that we had an hour ago. Appreciate the talk. Looking forward to coming back with new idea meat to chew on. Isidro. I don't have... Okay, so he's given me the option to... Cool. Okay, we're going to do a plug for him as well, because he threw it in, so fuck it. We got... What's his platform? Oh, he doesn't. Never mind. And then he gave me the information. Okay, cool. Yeah, so shout out to Isidro for that 30 dono on PayPal and to D20 for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you guys. Let's go on ahead and does Ravis have a cold? Ravis, fuck you. Let's get Various and Crow in here.
I always have a cold, but yes, I have a cold.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Okay, yeah, very intrigued to see this happen. Once Crow gets in here, you guys go on ahead and state your name. If you're religious, your religion, and then your position and why you guys are opposing.
I mean, I don't really discuss my religious views on live, but I'm arguing with him because he is a pseudo fucking everything, pseudo scientist, pseudo physicist. He just makes shit up, claims that physicists have proven everything he says right. Meanwhile, I am literally an award-winning quantum physicist that does work for CERN. And I'm saying he's wrong, and he can't back anything he says.
I think I just got a hard on from that sentence. Bet. Okay, go for it, Crow. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about the ego.
Cool. So this isn't about ego. This is about who actually understands physics and who doesn't. No, I've met people.
That's all it's about.
No,
That's
I've actually met people.
That's why you led into the conversation with.
No,
I'm
I've
an
actually
award-winning
met
physicist. Hold the fucking
I've actually
conversation
met
with me
people.
or pipe the fuck down.
I've met people who are completely self-taught that actually know more than me, and I've learned a lot from them. I don't have an ego over physics. My whole point in bringing that up is that I have a lot of credentials, and you have none. And you haven't actually done any self-teaching either on top of that.
Mm-hmm. So are you done with your ego rant now?
Yeah, so wasn't an ego rant.
Okay, now get on your little supercomputer that's in your hand and look up true light and how many dimensional state that it's in. And once you do, shut the fuck up speaking to me and have a great day.
Yeah, there's zero evidence that light is 62-dimensional. No physicists are claiming that there's any solid
Who said
evidence.
that? Because
for
now you're
higher dimensions.
interjecting something in which I did not say, and you can read through the fucking chat and reread what I said in the fucking chat. So don't try to gaslight and manipulate by interjecting something in which
You
I never
said
said.
that light is 62-dimensional.
That is not what I said.
Bullshit. Then what'd you say?
Go back through and read. Because at this point,
I'm
you're
not
just trying to
scrolling back
gaslight
up.
and manipulate, and that's a pathetic show from someone who
I'm
claims
not
to be
scrolling back
an
up. You can
award-winning
restate what you
physicist who
said.
works with CERN. You could have remembered
Yeah,
the first
so
time.
I'm not scrolling all the way back up. You can restate what you
And
said.
that's a you problem with your own fucking ignorance. That has nothing to do with me. Have a great day.
So you're too much of a coward to state your position?
Sorry, I don't have any emotions to begin with, so trying to use this, I'm afraid, I'm a coward,
I don't have any
or any other
emotions. I'm
thing,
just so
it doesn't work with
edgy.
me.
I don't have any emotions. I'm so edgy. I'm so cool. Oh.
No, it's due to a genetic mutation. So
Yeah, sure,
while you
buddy.
keep on going on about that, it's kind of funny how you guys sit here and try to find things like this to pick an individual apart, not knowing what's wrong with the individual.
All right, so we can go on our dark boy rant later.
So quick to project.
No, sweetie.
What do you mean? Look it up.
Sweetie, we can go on our
Don't
dark
waste
boy
my
rant
time.
later.
Look it up.
Okay, so you can
You
provide.
guys are all about your fucking sources. Look it up.
I did look it
No.
up, but I'm curious about what the claim originally was. Was it about light and dimensions?
Well, ask the guy who sits here and likes to interject things which people didn't
Well,
say. into
Crow
the
said it
conversation
was
to
you
begin with.
claimed like 60-something dimensions of light.
No, I didn't.
What
That's
was
what
it?
he's saying. That's what he's interjecting that I said,
Right. If
which
that
was
is
not a statement
incorrect,
that I made.
restate it.
It was 37.
That's accurate.
So again, why you guys keep bumping your fucking gums at me? The burden of proof doesn't lie on
Well,
me. The burden
and
of proof
it's-
doesn't lie on
I
intelligent
would say that
people
there's
speaking.
two. So
It
you have
lies
a
on
classical
unintelligent
description
people
for
sitting-
4.
No.
There's
The burden of proof
Physicists-
relies on the person making the claim.
Physicists don't agree with you that light is 37-dimensional. There is no well-accepted evidence for any higher dimensions, let alone 37 of them.
Besides the peer-reviewed reports out there.
Yeah, I'm very curious too, because
Yeah,
what I'm
bring up a
reading
source.
agrees with him from who are these sources? Oh, I don't fucking trust that. Do you trust physics gurus? Oh, actually, the same source that says that there are 37 dimensions also has a further source inside of that same source from Medium that it's not actually 37 dimensions. So it's
But this is a complete
misuse of the word dimension. What they really mean is 37 degrees of freedom, not 37 dimensions.
Which would be what? Dimensional. It's just determine which humans apply dimensional meaning and extraordinary fucking space that's outside of this quantum bubble is not actually a dimension.
Dude, that's fucking word salad.
Okay, so
It is word
let me
salad.
read what the
This is what humans do.
Let me read what it says. In today's science headlines, it's all too easy for blah, blah, blah. Recently, several articles proclaimed that light travels in 37 dimensions based on a groundbreaking
Not
quantum
like true
optics experiment. However, while the experiment indeed harnesses a 37-dimensional mathematical framework, this doesn't imply that our universe or light itself suddenly gained extra spatial dimensions. It's measurements, not structure.
You were wrong.
So it's a mathematical structure called Hilbert space. It's a made-up framework for mathematics.
And weren't we talking about Hilbert space? And I went further in depth into it, and you're still questioning.
I asked you what a Hilbert space was, and you were unable to
I
answer.
already went into it. That's the thing. I already went into it. And for an award-winning
say
physicist
a
who works
single-
with CERN, you didn't understand.
You didn't say a
this.
single word
No
about Hilbert
different
spaces.
than how I didn't need to.
What
That's
are the
thing.
defining
I
features of a
didn't
Hilbert
have
space?
to, right?
What are the
This is
defining
no
features of a
different
Hilbert
than
space?
humans only understanding
What
369
is a
out
Hilbert
of the
space?
Fibonacci and not understanding that there's
Stop
963 in the harmonic
Stop
scale 12, 12.
running and answer what a
There's
Hilbert
no
space
running.
is.
The fact
You're
is,
running.
the conversation was already there for you, and yet you're still
Come on,
just questions.
answer what a Hilbert space is.
And this is why humans are not intelligent to
I
begin
mean,
with.
you are purely just ad hominem him without providing any justification for your argument.
Yeah, seems like you don't know what a
It was
Hilbert
already
space is
justified
because
in
you're a
the
fucking
comments.
liar.
That's the thing. It was already brought up in the comments. It was already discussed in the comments. He laid his question,
Yeah,
and I went
I
further in
asked you
depth
what a Hilbert
into it,
space
and
is,
he could
and
not
you
go
ran.
in any further than what I went into it.
You
Why would I
didn't
bother
give
wasting time
anything.
with this?
I asked you
It's
what a Hilbert
illogical.
space was, and you dodged the question.
There was no dodging. I already went further
Then
into it.
answer-
You're looking for
then
a
answer what a
fight. You're
Hilbert space
looking
is.
for a debate. You're
Then
looking
answer what a
for an
Hilbert space
argument,
is.
and I'm not wasting
You
time
never
on it.
answered what a Hilbert space is.
Various is simply
You
asking
never
you to
answered what a
restate your
Hilbert space
position with
is.
an explanation. Like, at this point, Crow, you're just pivoting
And
and
host, that
running.
was already done in the comments.
Well,
If
then
you
why
did
you
not
come
further
up?
along the conversation any further than where I furthered it
A-
along by
again,
going
so-
further into the conversation. This
You didn't go
Dude, you
further
gotta
into anything.
Chill. Why
But I
come
did.
up if you didn't want to debate
You
him?
didn't.
I let
This
you
is
guys up
just
so you could go in
pathetic.
depth, and he's asking you simply restate your proposition, and you're just being a whiny coward.
It was already restated in the comments.
Okay, so goodbye.
You
That
did not
was-
say a single word about what a Hilbert space is. You're just fucking lying.
That
Oh,
was
did
the
you drop him?
edgelord I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a whiny baby.
That's all he ever does. He hosts these lives.
Can you
and he just
reposition
sits there
your
and-
keys real quick, Various? Yeah, that was
that's
just
all
very
he ever
crybaby.
does on lives. He just makes a ton of claims about physics that are completely wrong. Claims that physicists are proving him right, and then refuses to ever provide any sources. And then when you try to corner him, he just, I already answered that, when he never said a single word about it.
It seems
Like I can
seemingly.
answer what a Hilbert space is off the top of my head. It's a
I am
complex
curious
vector
about
space.
something.
Yeah, so a Hilbert space is a complex vector space. You have kets, which represent a state. The bra is the complex conjugate transpose of a ket. When you take a bra and a ket, that's an inner product. An inner product tells you basically how similar those two states are.
Oh, it's multiple different
Um,
sets for different possibilities. It's just a probability thing.
So,
It's like there's
Hilbert
multiple
space,
different outcomes?
All the elements in the Hilbert space are different states of the system. A 37-dimensional Hilbert space just means that you need 37 basis states in order to make up any possible state.
Okay,
So,
yeah,
like,
yeah. So it's just broken down. It's just all the sets making
yeah,
up it.
so like in Cartesian space, we have X, Y, and Z. That would be a three-dimensional space, like a physical space. In a Hilbert space, a 37-dimensional space doesn't mean there's like 37 directions that the light travels in. It just means that you need 37 basis states. And that's going to take into account things like polarization and direction of travel.
Got you. All of it combined. Yeah. Yeah.
See how easy it is, Crow, to just actually engage and answer questions?
I do have a curiosity for you. I don't know if you heard that last long-ass, hour-long conversation.
Oh, yeah, I heard some stuff about entanglement.
Yeah.
Some of it was accurate, some of it was not. On the double slit, we have done double slit experiments with electrons. We've actually done double slit experiments up to helium.
Okay.
So you can have fairly massive particles and it still exhibit
Really?
that wave-particle duality. And as time goes on, I imagine they'll be able to do that with heavier and heavier. As they,
Here's
you
my
know, design better
curiosity
equipment.
for that, though. So if there's some sort of... So I know that the quantum slit specifically is more probability rather than literally just observing it and it magically appearing out of thin air. But with that duality of affecting one and the other entangled being affected, doesn't that entail that we could theoretically set fire to something and like a mile away theoretically have that set on fire too?
So that's a very common misinterpretation.
Okay,
of,
that's what I thought it would be.
Yeah, I can't really blame people for thinking that's what entanglement is. It's stated like that so much in pop sci that if you haven't taken courses in it, you're just going to trust it. What entanglement actually is, you entangle two particles, you separate them by some distance, and then you measure one of them. And upon doing that measurement, you now know some information about the other one.
Okay, so you have to purposefully entangle it.
Yeah.
They're
they
not
don't just
automatically
entangle
entangled. Okay.
Without reason.
That makes a lot more sense.
And entanglement doesn't have to be opposite, like one is spin up and one is spin down. You can have positive or negative correlation. You can also have if there's if your system is perfectly positively correlated and you measure one of them to be spin up, then you know for certain that the other one is spin up. If your system is perfectly anti-correlated and you measure one to be spin up, you know the other is spin down. But you can also have in between, where let's say if I entangle them in such a specific way that it's 70-30, and I measure the spin of one of them to be spin up. Now I know that the other one has a 70% chance of being spin up and 30% of spin down.
Oh, that's so cool. Okay, more probability analyses. It seems like quantum is so fucking much about probabilities in math. That's fucking cool.
Yeah, quantum mechanics is all statistics and linear algebra all the way down.
I will
ended
never
up
be that.
doing
Fuck that.
great in my quantum mechanics course, and it's because I didn't really think about the physics too much. I thought about it, of course, but my main approach to solving problems was just treat it like a math problem. Don't worry about what it means. Do the math problem, and then worry about what it means at the end.
Sure. It's very... Yeah, because I know that like when I was still a Christian, I believed that the double slit experiment was like literally all particles are everywhere at the exact same time, and then I actually learned not even fucking close to the truth, and that's like one of the biggest things that so when the quantum entanglement was mentioned, I was like, we're missing something here. We're both ignorant on this, so I really appreciate you breaking that down for us.
Yeah, no problem. Quantum mechanics is one of the most misinterpreted areas of physics.
Gotta love pseudoscience and New Age.
Yeah, I mean, things like general relativity and thermodynamics and stuff are also misinterpreted, but it's more like bits and pieces. Quantum mechanics is just kind of misinterpreted across the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, throw quantum in front of it, and all of a sudden you're a guru.
Some of the gaps is like the new thing that I've noticed is like everyone's favorite go-to.
Yep. And that's why I'm so big on like when people like get super fucking in depth on quantum. I'm like, dude, as little as I fucking know, I know you don't understand even what I'm trying to mention. Therefore, we're both ignorant on the same subject. Let's not even fucking talk about it.
I get blocked by a lot of people for going into their live and like, yeah, this is all bullshit. There's a lot of people on TikTok that say they're like quantum healers or quantum energy gurus.
Yep. That's
So
so
wear
yeah.
quantum in front of shit and people just think it's magic.
Literally. I mean, so like I practice witchcraft, right? Chaos magic and whatnot, and I do it purely from a atheistic and psychological, physiological standpoint. And like whenever I mention that to people, they're like, "Oh, and you don't think that like when you're doing something, it's actually affecting and warping reality?" And I'm like, "Fuck no!" It's like, well, what about quantum entanglement? I'm like, A, I'm fucking ignorant. B, there's no evidence justifying that if I fucking do this, then in fucking Africa, X, Y, and Z is gonna happen. Like that's not
Right.
But
yeah, that's the thing. By definition, there's definitions on like whether or not two events could be causally linked. Like if event A could, in principle, have caused event B, and the way people talk about quantum entanglement, where like I do something to particle A and instantly particle B has something happen to it, completely violates like the very structure of how we define causality in physics. It's built up in special relativity and then more generalized in general relativity. You have what are known as space-like and time-like vectors, and then null vectors. Null vectors are light or any massless particle, the trajectory they take. A time-like vector is any two things that are more separated in time than they are in space. And then a space-like vector is two events that are more separated in space than they are in time. So a space-like vector could be like me right now and the Andromeda Galaxy right now. We're so far apart that information can't travel from me to the Andromeda Galaxy in order for me to have some causal effect on it.
Oh, that's
But if
so
I consider
cool.
me, yeah, so if I consider me right here, right now, and then me in the same location 5 seconds later, that's time-like.
Yeah.
Because my spatial separation is 0, but my time separation is
5
non-zero.
seconds or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
That's fucking awesome. I appreciate the hell out of that. That's cool. I didn't know that. You taught me something.
Man, Crow is still crying in the comments, saying he went deeper into Hilbert spaces. He didn't even answer the basic question of what a Hilbert space is.
Yeah, Crow, first of all, even if you did, we brought you up to be able to restate your case again, and you just wanted to sit there and bitch about how Various supposedly didn't respond to you at all, and you refused to provide your argument and instead just attacked Various and his character, which is literally an ad hominem fallacy. You're basically saying you are correct because you've already stated the truth and he didn't accept it, therefore you're right. Like, that's stupid.
Libertarians not to have emotions. You cry a lot, dude.
Right. For not having emotions, the fact you've stuck around and whined in the comments for 10 minutes. Not very no emotions.
Not very stoic of you.
Right.
Not very demure.
Yeah. Haven't heard that in a minute. That's fucking funny. God, I need to. Yeah, I'm gonna actually do this. You said Various, you join streams and debate this stuff with people.
Yeah, that's actually what got me to go back to grad school in the first place.
I followed, and I am 100%. If I see you fucking on someone's live, I am joining that shit so quick.
Yeah, and feel free to, if you get people in your live that are bringing up something about physics, feel free to send the live to me.
Hell yeah, brother. I appreciate the hell out of you. Look at that. We got another person 1 billion times fucking smarter than me. I'm so ignorant on this panel. Like, every single person, fucking Ravis is a doctor. You fucking do quantum fucking mechanics. I'm like, what the fuck? God, I'm dumb.
I'm just a little idiot unless you put me in biology. Everywhere else, I'm just like, okay, I kind of got it.
Pretty low bar, Cody. You know what? Nobody, I'm going to suck your pinky toe. What do you do for work, Meth? You're collecting them like Pokemons? Yeah, we got Nobody the philosopher, Various the quantum physicist, then we got fucking Ravis the doctor. Gotta catch them all.
I'm just here for biology.
Oh man, that's funny. We have no calls on YouTube or TikTok, so we can either hang out and chat for a little bit, or I can end stream and get some clips going and whatnot. That is up to you, chat. It's already down to a maximum of like 70 people, so whatever you guys think about. Oh, we also have Ems, the absolute Islam destroyer.
Yeah, Ems is like the destroyer of the Islamic faith. The man is going to be one of the 4 horsemen.
Dude, yeah, I'm surprised that the Quran doesn't say a man named Ems will absolutely obliterate you guys in debate.
Yeah, Gary, I'm a genetic biologist. I mainly focus on working with ERVs. But like, recently I've been switching over to some different things. It just depends on what my lab needs.
How many spaces do I have? If it's able, I will make him one. I don't know if it's able. I don't know if I have any spaces. Boom.
Like in debates, I get a lot. So like in debates, I get a lot of pushback for evolution. But like I'm gonna be real. In the field, other biologists, geologists, archaeologists that I work with, even the Christian ones, they all kind of accept evolution as the fact that it is. Like, there isn't really arguing when you're in the field. Well, there is, but it's petty.
Oh, Various, if you also follow, I can make you a mod.
Yeah, most of the arguments that we have in the field are me putting rocks on geologist's desk and saying, "Look, I found a friend for you."
That's funny.
I have a guy I work with who I've done this to him every day for the past like 2 years. I love it. And he keeps the rocks too.
I bet
don't
he
know why.
does. They've all got to have some tism going on. I love it so much. I wish I was a rock collector. I collect crystals.
Yeah,
Drummer, if
I
you
don't
want to
know, man.
request up, you can. I saw you request up there for a sec.
The amount of like I have autism, but the amount of autism necessary to like stare at rocks all day is not something I have. I
Oh
just
my
have
god,
it.
there's M.
M has been summoned.
Oh, that's funny as fuck. We only barely mentioned you, motherfucker.
We were talking about the 4 horsemen to take down Islam.
See, obviously, quantum entanglement is true because we whispered his name and the particles fucking whispered it to his ear.
Man, does that mean Crow was right?
Crow was correct.
Crow stated it in the comment, so therefore he's correct.
God, I love that. Oh, that was funny. Oh, I love Ems. He's amazing. We manifested him. Yeah, right.
So rejection of ERVs, Gary, is oftentimes down to not understanding what they are. A lot of times people tend to just think that I'm like, yes, in this mess of junk I found an A B, and a C. And in this mess of junk I also found an A B, and a C. But there's a lot more to it.
Well, we have been live for 4.5 hours, so I think it's about time to close up shop. Longest live I've done in a fat fucking minute.
Yeah, I moved to my bed at some point. That's why I sound more stuffy.
It's funny that there's always discourse in the YouTube chat. It's amazing.
I gotta find a way to keep the YouTube chat open. It sounds spicy in there.
I might I used to have both YouTube and TikTok chats up on both platforms, but TikTok doesn't like that, so it kept on taking me down. I might see if there's a way for me to, because I know that Trust But Verify has his YouTube chat like at the top right here, just kind of barely visible. I wonder if doing that would allow it.
Maybe.
So, but yeah, we're gonna go ahead and end. That way I can get some food in me, because holy crap, am I hungry. I appreciate you being here, Ravis.
Yeah. Ignore that comment. All right, you go eat, man. I'm gonna jump down.
All right. I love everyone. Appreciate you guys being here. Nobody, I appreciate you hopping up as well. If we needed you, we could have really used you. Thankfully, it was all like quantum arguments tonight, which was fairly simple. I mean, obviously quantum isn't simple, but all of us are ignorant on it, so. And then various coming in like fucking M's, the bat signal, and then been able to hang out. I appreciate you, Mother. Yeah, I like it. I do need to get another haircut though. My hair is getting super long on the sides, and I'm not a fan of it. But appreciate you guys all. Love you all. Appreciate the mods as well. Holy shit, you guys were working overtime today. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. So, deuces. And of course, YouTube, I love you guys the most. You are the bestest of the bestest of the bestest. Love you, mods. Appreciate everyone being here. Adios.